Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb Online, and today I'm gonna start a new series, What If Naruto Was the Ring Master? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Hiruzen coughed violently for the third time that evening. He looked at the new tobacco he had been given again. When his last pack of tobacco ran out, he sent an Anbu to get him more, and that's how he got it. It was a bad-tasting tobacco, but it helped him relax, and Hiruzen would never throw away perfectly good tobacco. "Maybe I just can't appreciate the Chinese style," the person said, referring to the exotic tobacco that was supposed to be imported from China. Hiruzen was aware of his impending death. This time, he knew it was inevitable, unlike when he was younger and risking his life on village missions. It was this certainty that gave him some solace. He had only been given 3 to 4 weeks by the doctors. Hiruzen, ever the optimist, gave himself the full 4, putting as many things in order as he could over the previous week and hoping to do the same with this one so he could spend the final 2 with his family. Hiruzen, gazing into his crystal ball, saw a 5-year-old Naruto running through the back streets of Konoha, grinning broadly. Hiruzen was concerned about what would occur after he relinquished his position as Hokage. After 6 years of trying since the 9-tailed fox attack, he knew the council would attempt to use Danzo as the Hokage, but Hiruzen had a secret weapon. Hiruzen was aware that the council would much rather have one of the fabled Sannin as Hokage than promote Danzo. Hiruzen dared not consider Naruto's fate in the event that Danzo became powerful. Hiruzen had therefore enlisted the help of an old friend. Naruto would at least be granted a few years of freedom and a better life than he currently had, even though Hiruzen knew Danzo would eventually find him. As he considered his own children and grandchildren, the elderly Hokage began to cry that he would never be remembered by his grandson. "Even though I don't have much time, I can try to make things right with my family." Even after his return, Asuma maintains his distance. "I will never even be able to witness Asuma's marriage." This realization caused a tear to fall from Hiruzen's cheek. Hiruzen was startled out of his reverie by a knock on the door. "Come in," he bellowed. "Is the letter ready, Hokage-sama?" Kakashi asked as he entered. "Yes, Kakashi. Remember, no one must know about this," Hiruzen said with a weary sigh. Kakashi lowered his head perceptively. When Hiruzen gave him a sealed scroll, Kakashi hurriedly put it in a uniform storage pouch. "He'll be in that resort village, correct, Hokage-sama?" Hiruzen informed the young Anbu captain. "Yes. Make sure to check the hot springs or red light districts first, and remind him that this mission needs to be done as quick as possible." Kakashi bowed once more. The Hokage commanded. "You are dismissed." Kakashi disappeared, heading right away to carry out his mission. Hiruzen's eyes returned to the crystal ball on his desk. "I hope you can forgive me, Tsunade, but this is the best solution I can think of." Hiruzen sat down in his chair and began to consider how he would approach mending the rift between himself and his youngest son. Hiruzen had already lost a wife and a son to the life of a shinobi, and he needed to ensure that he would not look back on his remaining small family with regret. Plus, Naruto's whiskered face was plastered with a broad smile. The circus was in town, and since he was under 8, he could go for free. Naruto laughed as he made his way through Konoha's back streets, having quickly learned not to take the main roads after forming an irate mob. He made sure to leave an hour early to ensure he didn't miss anything. Fantastical images filled Naruto's mind as he ran. Lion tamers that could subdue even the most ferocious of beasts. Strongmen lifting enormous weights with their bare hands. Acrobats performing more flips than he could count, and the audience applauding him for his awesomeness. A cry for help broke through his joyful imagination, and Naruto hurried to find out what was going on. When Naruto turned a corner, he saw some older boys harassing a girl his own age. Naruto, who naturally detests bullies, acted right away, saying, "Hey, poop heads." The boys were so distracted that they froze and turned to face Naruto. The largest boy inquired, "What did you say to us?" "I just said what I saw. Come and get me, you turd nuggets." "You're in for it now, you little demon." 2 white floppy puddles appeared next to Naruto as the 3 charged him. Naruto made a cross with his fingers and yelled, "Clone Jutsu," which he had seen several ninja use to create multiple clones of themselves when chasing him. Naruto became enraged as the bullies taunted and laughed at him, saying, "You call that a clone? Ha ha ha. That's a puddle of mush. You'll never become a ninja like that." He charged with his fist swinging, and he managed to get one good hit in before the boys became enraged again. After that, things rapidly went south for our young hero, and the boys left after 2 minutes because they were tired of beating him up. Now that the boys were gone, the girl from earlier came slowly toward Naruto, who was covered in bruises on his arms, legs, and back, as well as a bloody nose and a few cuts on his face. Why did you do that? You got hurt, she said in between sobs. As soon as he heard her anguish, Naruto stopped caring about his own wounds and focused entirely on the girl in front of him. I'm okay, really. Happens all the time. Are you okay? He said, steam already rising from his wounds. After a few minutes, the girl stopped crying and held her head in her hands. Naruto sat awkwardly in front of her, his cuts and bloody nose no longer bleeding. He did something he had seen some parents do for their children when they were hurt. He put both of his arms out in front of her, enclosing her in his arms. He felt her shudder against him, her hands gripping his shirt and her tears soaking it. When she stopped, he asked, "You okay now?" Why did you help me? You got hurt, the girl said, raising her head at last to show off her pearl eyes. Naruto answered, I don't like bullies, you know? She bowed and said, I'm sorry for being a burden to you. The apology made Naruto uneasy because it was the first he had ever received and he didn't think it was necessary. It was nothing. What's your name? He said. Hi Hinata, she said, wiping away a few tears and her runny nose with her sleeve. Well, it's nice to meet you Hinata. Hey, do you want to see something amazing? Replied Naruto. After Hinata reluctantly nodded her head, Naruto grinned and said, Follow me. Hinata got up and followed his instructions, but she was in a sort of dream as he led her to a huge tent that was erected on one of the village's training grounds, with lights shining into the sky and illuminating the tent's red and yellow stripes. The tent was larger than more than half of Konoha's buildings, and the two were amazed by its size. Since Naruto had left early, they had some time before the larger crowds arrived, so they approached the ticket booth, where the woman asked, You two here to see the show? With a smile. Naruto said, Yep, and Hinata reluctantly gave a nod. The woman laughed and said, You know what, since you two are first, how about you go take those seats up there, indicating a small area on the other side of the tent. That's where you'll get the best view. Naruto was a little uneasy about her generosity, but he smiled and escorted Hinata to the seats she had recommended. After a few minutes, more people began to arrive, taking seats around the circus, but keeping a safe distance from both Naruto and Hinata. More so from one than the other. During their wait, Hinata held Naruto's hand and enjoyed his warmth, and the two of them discussed the wonders they expected to see, though Naruto spoke most of the time. The lights abruptly went out, and the tent was silenced. Naruto swung his legs quickly in anticipation as the room went dark, and Hinata felt her heartbeat quicken as well, slightly squeezing Naruto's hand. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, WWWELLLL, come to the Sakusa Circus. A voice thundered through the tent from the darkness. A tiny light that resembled a sparkler shot up from the floor, reaching its peak and then falling back to the ground. When it touched the ground, it burst into a ring of fire that ended at the beginning of the seats, lighting the torches along the way and revealing a ringleader in the center, grinning down at the cane he had placed in front of him. The ringleader is P.T. Barnum, and the following scene is set to the song, Come Alive, by The Greatest Showman. As the song continued, performers began to emerge from the crowd and fill the stage, and the ringleader moved around the stage while singing, eventually moving into the crowd and engaging with the audience. There were performers everywhere in exotic costumes, some even with strange and cool features like marbled skin, hair, and skin as dark as licorice or white as snow, and the song ended with a big finish before the lights went out again, leaving Naruto unsure of which way to look as the ringleader continued to circle the audience while the performers danced in the middle and on small podiums set up in the audience. The ringleader was the only one left when the lights came back on, and he looked around the crowd with a big smile on his face. He was an older man, wrinkled and with graying hair, but he still had a youthful glow about him. Naruto and Hinata were in awe. They didn't even hear the performers leave, and the lights had only been off for a few seconds. The man turned away from Naruto after staring at him for a moment longer than usual before turning to face most of the audience. Thank you for welcoming the Sakusa Circus performers so warmly Konoha, and that is only the beginning of our show. Tonight you see wonders beyond imagination, impossible challenges made possible, and magic that will have even you shinobi in the audience stumped, he said, eliciting a snicker from the audience, many of whom were Chunin, but there were also a few Junin. The ringleader laughed. You laugh now, but let's have the performers prove my words to you. Now, first up is a knife thrower from the land of iron and his assistant. Now, this just any knife thrower. This man can make a knife change direction while in mid-air. How does he do it? That's a secret. So without further ado, please welcome to the stage Mr. Erinaha. In a puff of smoke, a man who appeared to be a little younger than the ringleader appeared alongside him with a person Naruto assumed was his assistant. The man was dressed in black pants with a black button-down shirt to match, the top 2 buttons undone, and the only color on him was the blood-red vest he wore. His assistant, a woman who appeared to be about the same age as the ringleader, was dressed similarly, with the exception of a red hairpin, short hair, and a broad smile. The crowd fell silent in anticipation as the ringleader made a spinning target and glass wall appear behind them with a snap of his fingers. The woman strapped herself to the spinning wheel, spreading across it as it spun with her, and the man stood in front of it. The man turned around, pulling knives out of his sleeves, and he was now staring at the ringleader, who was watching the scene with composure. The man had a knife ready and was aiming it at the ringleader. The crowd was confused. Had something gone wrong? The man threw the knife at the ringleader, causing the audience to scream in fear, and Hinata buried herself in Naruto's shoulder so she wouldn't have to see it. Even though the knife was close enough to cut the hairs on the man's nose, it froze completely in midair just before it struck him. The ringleader grinned and said, "You're supposed to hit the target, not me, Erina," after a quick laugh. The audience would experience another shock of fear as the man grinned and said, "Sorry, forgot about that." The knife then shot across the stage in the direction of the target, burying itself directly next to the woman's face. "He's using chakra threads. That's not knife throwing," a man shouted from somewhere in the back, and the crowd echoed a series of agreements. "Oh, well, that would be a problem. Erina, would you mind throwing a knife at me again?" said the ringleader with a smile. "As you can see, this knife is covered in chakra. As you can see, this knife is covered in chakra. Now, if what the gentleman from early saws is true, then when I swing this knife around the knife, it should fall. Let's see if he's right." The ringleader then began slashing at the air around the knife, and no matter where he slashed, the knife stayed in place, not even shaking. The crowd was in awe of the impossible feat. After the demonstration of his act validity was complete, Erina pulled the knife back towards him and gazed at the woman on the target, burying the knife next to her thigh, smiling. The demonstration left Naruto and Hinata speechless, and they were certain that the knife thrower had been defeated by the spectator. As the show continued, the two only grew more and more awed by the spectacle, seeing a regular man lift an elephant, a woman who could create animals out of fire, acrobats who flew through the air and caught the bar they held onto with their feet, and much more. Naruto loved every moment of it, but he was particularly thrilled about the animal tamer. The sight of the enormous Komodo dragons, the vibrant birds of paradise, and the fierce wild cats left Hinata feeling amused, while she found the colorful dancing birds amusing with their small dances. The ringleader would call him out between acts, sometimes sending the other clowns after him to get him out of the audience, which made it impossible for the crowds to remain silent. The clowns turned the tent into a factory of laughter, with 3 of them frolicking in the center and one wandering the crowds as if he was lost. Naruto and Hinata's cheeks hurt, and the acts gave them just enough respite between giggles to make the pain bearable. The clown who had been hiding in the audience throughout the show was still there, and the show ended with the dancing troupe from the beginning and their finale leaving the audience speechless. After a few seconds, the tent erupted into thunderous applause and everyone was standing on their feet. The ringleader came out one last time and thanked the audience before snapping his fingers, which caused everyone to wake up from a nap they didn't realize they had been taking. The crowd was left wondering if what they had just witnessed was real or the result of a genjutsu they were unaware they had been subjected to. He looked around when he woke up and exclaimed, "Oh, the show's over, and they left without me?" He then strode up to the stage and held out his hand as though he was calling for a cab, and a small car emerged from the curtains that many acts had used to enter and exit the stage. When it reached him, it stopped, barely reaching his knee, but he could pick it up if he so desired. He complained as he opened the door and stepped into the car, with the rest of his body following easily. The car then took off again, vanishing behind the curtains from which it had come. The crowd's faith in the show was only reinforced after witnessing the clown manage to fit into such a small car, but they could never be certain. As the tent emptied, the streets of Konoha were alive with conversation. Hinata held Naruto's hand the entire time, and as they left, they began comparing their favorite parts of the show, with Hinata being just as talkative as Naruto. Finally, Naruto boldly declared, "After I become a ninja, I'm going to be the greatest circus person ever," following their discussion of their favorite parts. "Hey, are you going to the Ninja Academy too?" Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded shyly, recalling her failures as a Hyuga. Hinata smiled, picturing herself performing some of the incredible feats that had been demonstrated to them. Naruto flashed one of his $1,000,000 smiles and said, "Great, We can train to become ninjas and practice for the circus. We can be Hinata and Naruto, the world's most awesome circus people. We could travel the world and show everyone how awesome we are." Hinata blushed at Naruto's words, enjoying the thought of traveling with him. I don't know. I don't think I'd be very good," Hinata replied. "Oh come on. You'd be great. You could learn to tell somebody's future like that old lady, or you could be like that magician and teleport everywhere. Oh, you could be like the escape person, she was so cool." Hinata questioned, What would why you do? I could be like that cool little man who rode the horse. Or I could be like the animal tamer and play with all the cool animals. I could also breath fire. I could make the coolest things too," Naruto said, his eyes gleaming as his imagination ran wild. Hinata questioned, "But what if it's too hard? What if you try and you just can't do it?" In response, Hinata grinned and found hope in her own efforts. "Then I practice until I'm the best. I'm going to be the coolest circus person ever. Believe it," said Naruto. "Hinata, are we friends?" Naruto inquired after a brief pause. The question startled Hinata, and she stammered as she attempted to answer, I think we're FR friends." Somehow, Naruto's smile widened, enabling him to accomplish yet another seemingly unachievable feat. When Hinata's caretaker eventually located her, the two were tragically split apart. "Hinata-sama!" he exclaimed, and Hinata froze at his harsh tone. He hurried over, snatching her hand from Naruto's and yanking her away from him. "Hinata-sama, are you okay? Did the demon hurt you?" he asked. "How dare you hurt Hinata-sama, brat?" the caretaker said with a frown as she turned to Naruto and saw the bruises from the bullies. "What? I didn't hurt Hinata. It was some mean bullies from earlier, honest," Naruto exclaimed, but he was still learning that he would always be held responsible for other people's problems regardless of what he said. "Silence your lies, demon. I'll show you what happens when you mess with the Hyuga clan." After failing to stop her caretaker by pulling at him and attempting to protect Naruto, Hinata did the last thing she could think of. She covered Naruto with her own body in order to act as a shield against her caretaker's attacks. For the first time in his life, Naruto was stunned when he saw that the caretaker had halted his attack in order to spare Hinata. With a sarcastic and menacing tone, the caretaker pleaded, "Please move Hinata-sama so I can deal with this urchin," referring to Naruto. Hinata exclaimed loudly, No, I won't let you hurt. Hi him." The caretaker was shocked by Hinata's audacity, as she had never been so bold or defiant. "All right, but your father will hear about this," the caretaker warned, when he saw that a small crowd was beginning to form. The caretaker then dragged Hinata off to home, pushing through the crowd and leaving Naruto to stand alone. When the crowd turned back around, someone asked, "Did you see the bruises on that girl?" "Yeah. It must have been that demon who did it." Someone with some common sense asked, "Why did she protect him then?" "It must have been his demonic powers. He tricked her into protecting him." "Yeah. Get the demon. Make him pay." After the crowd, some of whom were carrying shovels or canes, charged at Naruto, he snapped out of his reverie, his eyes widened in fear, and he dashed into a nearby alley, the mob pursuing him. Naruto ran for roughly 13 minutes before he lost the crowd, hiding in a trash can and burying himself to conceal his presence. When it was safe to do so, he poked his head out and flopped himself out of the can, picking trash from his hair as he made his way home. Unfortunately for Naruto, they had spotted him and he was too exhausted to flee, so he ended up at the entrance of a backstreet bar as he trudged towards his apartment. Two inebriated people were wandering around the front, slurping and holding bottles. "What are you doing here, brat? HICC, the first one said as they threw him farther into the alley and awkwardly approached him, the stench of alcohol heavy on their breath. "Yeah. Why wash those people chassin' yous? You done something bad now, didn't ya?" "I didn't do anything," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes welling with tears. It began with a heavy right hook that sent Naruto to the ground, and it quickly escalated from there. "You are a liar. If you didn't do nothing bad then that crowd wouldn't be chassin' yous," the man said, slamming the bottom on the ground, the glass breaking everywhere, and the other man threw his empty bottle at the wall, breaking it into various pieces as well. Naruto had barely remained conscious throughout the entire ordeal, only passing out after dragging himself home, and he was only able to close the door before it stopped 20 minutes later, when the drunks had grown tired and fainted. "That's the boy you want me to take Hiruzen?" "Yes, Phineas. That is the boy. I had seen him during the show. Something seemed off about his chakra. He is the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. It can bring him great power in the future, but it has also brought him great tragedy. I'm asking you to bring him with you when you leave next week. There are too many who wish to gain control of his power both outside and inside the village. I fear Tsunade will not be able to protect him, and Jiraiya won't be able to continue his work with the kid. You haven't done a very good job yourself, Hiruzen. Hiruzen was filled with regret. I am aware of my own failures, but I have prevented something far worse from happening. I cannot guarantee that you won't be hunted. By taking him you will not only risk your life, but your entire circus. I know the risks, you old fart. If you weren't already dying I'd kill you myself for putting me in this situation. You're lucky I understand just how important he is. I was hoping to leave this shinobi business behind forever by joining the circus. I guess only the shinobi life decides when you get to leave. Fair point. Me and my circus will teach him well. I'm sure I'll have a few years before anybody realizes what really happens. You still have the fake kidnapping set up, right? Multiple actually. No one must know. Now, I suggest you take him now and place him in a genjutsu to sleep until your troop leaves. I feel bad. After seeing what a hellscape his normal life is, my show must have been a dream for him. Your show is quite spectacular, not because of my show, because of his company. It was the sweetest thing. Him and this little Hyuga girl were holding hands the entire time. At least one good thing came from tonight, Hiruzen said, astonished to learn that the Hyuga heiress had escaped her caregiver. Hiruzen created a shadow clone of himself and had it change into Naruto, acting as a decoy. The man named Phineas placed a sleeping genjutsu on Naruto and picked him up, saying, I hate to break up the two, but it's for the best. Maybe one day he'll return and something will happen between them. In the meantime, it's off to the circus for him. This is one of the few pieces of heritage the boy has left. I trust you to teach him about his Uzumaki heritage, but this is his father's work. Your magicians should be able to help him learn it, Hiruzen said, passing Phineas a blue scroll container with several locks and protective seals on it, along with the keys to go with it. An Uzumaki? So I'm not the only one after all. Well, it'd only be right if I taught him the art of seals. Although his hair doesn't show it. Honestly, it looks more like your fourth, Phineas continued as he began connecting the dots together. Oh. So that's the boy's father. Uzumaki and Namikaze. What a combo. It's a shame he didn't receive our red hair, although I'm not sure if it'd give him more or less enemies than he already has. Lucky for him we have the Yamanaka clan in town along with multiple blonde families. It's still a miracle that no one has connected the dots. I'm sure they have, although it's probably not the people you want to connect those dots. I will miss you, old friend. I know I've asked a lot of you, but please give him an enjoyable childhood, Hiruzen said, his mouth forming a tight line as he thought of Danzo and Orochimaru. I don't think I could put him in any more hell than he's in right now. Don't worry. It may be a business, but it's also a family. He'll have more siblings and aunts and uncles than he'll know what to do with, Phineas grinned. Thank you, Phineas. You have no idea how much comfort that brings me. Phineas left, followed by Hiruzen, saying, Hey, don't go getting all sappy on me. Save that for your family. Unnoticed, neither of them looked forward to the problems that would inevitably arise in the future, but they both departed in different directions, hoping that the time before those problems would be as pleasurable as possible. Gee. Where have you been? Zoe has been looking for you. He needs a place for the animals to rest. Apparently some of the seals on the contact are fading so we can't return them just yet. Erina looked upset when Phineas returned to his circus, and he raised an eyebrow at the sight of his boss carrying a small boy. Who's the kid? Inquired Erina. A new member to our troop, and one that needs to lay low until we get out of here. He's under a hibernation genjutsu so he'll be fine for a week, but we need a place to put him. Do the Hiwayas still have that empty trunk lying around? I think so. Good. Don't tell anyone about this. We can't risk anyone finding out about us taking this boy, said Phineas. Erina questioned, what's so special about him? Phineas halted his stride and met his friend's eyes directly. The ringleader then went on his way, leaving the knife thrower to wonder what power the little blonde boy might possess. He holds possibilities beyond our imagination. If we leave him here, the world may be risking destruction. Hiruzen restocked the apartment covertly every day, and as he had mentioned, several groups of fictitious kidnappers had arrived at the apartment, each stealing a decoy Naruto that had been left there. Everything went according to plan, and by the end of the week, nobody knew that Naruto and the circus were leaving Konoha. Tsunade's return erased everything that had happened that day, and many began to wonder why she had been brought back to the village. Later that same day, Jiraiya returned with Tsunade in tow. The following day, Hiruzen announced his retirement, and while many were relieved that the old Hokage would finally be retiring, it would be a lie to say they weren't sad to see him go. Tsunade was appointed Hokage with little resistance, and everything went on as planned. As the most renowned medical professional in the area, Tsunade was able to make one crucial house call in addition to taking office and completely overhauling the medical corps, planning to make it 3 times more efficient than it was before. Hitomi Hyuga had been bedridden for the past few years after nearly dying after Hanabi was born, and Heishi had made it his top priority to get Suad's help as soon as possible. At first, Suande had refused his demands, claiming that she had other work and patients in more serious conditions to worry about, but she soon changed her mind after he mentioned a sake reward. Tsunade had healed Hitomi after many hours of work and a lot of pacing from Heishi. Suande had initially diagnosed Hitomi with severe anemia, but later found that the anemia was caused by her kidneys beginning to fail. Because of her medical ninjutsu, Tsunade was able to heal Hitomi's kidneys, promote the production of red blood cells, and remove the bacteria and decay to help prevent further issues. The clan was celebrating the return of their beloved matriarch, and Hinata was thrilled to have her mother back. After a few days of rest, Hitomi was finally able to walk around the compound, with the help of Heishi, of course, but Heishi seemed more than happy to be her crutch. For the first time in 3 years, Hinata was able to receive an embrace from her mother, and for the first time in 3 years, Hitomi was able to hold Hanabi in her arms. Her last time doing so was when Hanabi was born, and even then, it wasn't for very long. The only people who had noticed were those at Ichiraku, but even then, Naruto had only been a customer there for a year or so, and it was not unusual for customers to come and go after a year or so this string of miracles served as the ideal pretext for Naruto's leave. That is, until Jiraiya eventually managed to get his head out of the hot springs and went to see how Naruto was doing. When he discovered that the boy was gone, he immediately went to his old sensei and demanded, "Where is Naruto?" while standing in front of his sensei in the rear of the Sarutobi compound with his grandson in arms. With a sharp whisper, Hiruzen replied, "Shish. You'll wake my grandson, Jiraiya. What makes you think I'd know where he is? You've always kept tabs on him. He's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. There's not a chance in hell that you haven't known his exact location in this village at any time." The student's deduction that Naruto is safe, "I sent him off with a good friend of mine," made Hiruzen smile. "And you didn't tell me? I could have taken him. I am his godfather for Kami's sake." Hiruzen turned to look his pupil dead in the eyes. Eventually, people are going to notice Jiraiya. Maybe not after a week or 2, but people will notice that the demon child is missing. And who do you think is going to be most interested in the boy's whereabouts? Jiraiya spat out the name, Danzo, with a grim expression on his face. As he began to piece things together, Hiruzen let Jiraiya relax. "Yes. Danzo. And with that in mind, I'm guessing you can figure out who he'd look first," he said. "You could have told me at least. That boy is like a grandson to me," protested Jiraiya, who was frustrated. "And yet you never took him in when he was an infant. I know how important your spy network is, Jiraiya, but the actions we took, or more so the lack of action we took to protect the boy, has stripped us both of claiming him as our own. Where I have sent him, he will finally have a family that loves him. Isn't that what you want, Jiraiya?" Hiruzen asked facetiously. "I didn't tell you because that would mean one more complication. I needed as few people to know about this, and if I told you where he went that would only make it easier for Danzo to find him," Hiruzen said, sighing as he gave Jiraiya the information he wanted to hear. "Danzo can't track me," Jiraiya was able to reply. "Danzo doesn't need to. Danzo has spies everywhere. He'll notice a pattern between your visits and then he'll strike." "I can't take that risk," Hiruzen said, laughing at his student's folly. Jiraiya searched for an explanation for why his sensei was mistaken, but he was unable to find one, and when he finally acknowledged that his sensei was correct, it was like a knife to the gut. Jiraiya finally said, "I'm still going to look for him. I can't risk losing the closest thing to family I have left," and he left. Hiruzen didn't stop him, more because he couldn't, but he was reassured because he knew that his friend PT Sakusa was even more adept at moving undetected than Jiraiya, and if Sakusa continued his old traveling ways, Jiraiya wouldn't be able to find Naruto. The sound of a young Konohamaru's sob jolted the former Hokage out of his reverie, and Hiruzen began gently rocking, reassuring his grandson that everything was okay. Go ahead 2 years to the academy's opening. Hinata was thrilled. She had just arrived at the academy. To Hinata's delight, her mother, father, and younger sister had walked her to school. Heishi needed some persuasion, but Hitomi handled it quickly. Hitomi held Hinata's hand while Heishi held Hanabi. To be honest, Hinata didn't care about the academy. She has been practicing various circus tricks, attempting to tame the small animals that roamed the compound, and performing a few magic tricks ever since that night at the circus. That's not to say she didn't want to attend the academy, though. He would be present. 2 years ago, that boy. It didn't matter that she couldn't remember if he had told her his name. His appearance was etched into her memory, and she had never forgotten it. The little boy with the whiskers and blonde hair who had rescued her from a bunch of bullies. To her father's chagrin, Hinata had not paid much attention during the entrance ceremony. To no avail, she had been searching for the blonde boy. Hinata thought, perhaps he'll be in the classroom. Hinata was overcome with anxiety as soon as she got to her class. They were loud, and there were a lot of people. Hinata quickly found herself uneasy and moved to the back to wait for the blonde boy. As she waited for him to enter through that door, she maintained her optimism. When their new sensei read the list of names, the young Hyuga's hopes were finally dashed. A hand was raised for each name he called. The blonde boy was not coming. Carrot equals carrot. Time jump. Naruto and Hinata are 16 years old. On evenings like these, Azumo was appreciative of the sturdy hut provided to the gate guards. The rain sounded like it was going to drill holes in the roof, and the shingles were being threatened with being torn off. Occasionally there were flashes of lightning, followed by thunderous roars. Azumo had been drawing the flower he and Katetsu had received to kill time. They had purchased a beautiful orchid from one of the itinerant traders. It was apparently ideal for them because it was simple to maintain. It only bloomed for a part of the year, but it was a lovely pink bloom. When Azumo got the scare of his life, he stopped drawing. Abruptly, a shadowy figure loomed before him. Azumo had never screamed so loudly or moved so swiftly. Luckily, the hut muffled most of the noise because it was the dead of night. The figure had a huge scroll on his back and was wrapped in a brown cloak. His face was obscured by the darkness. The circus is in town. Although I wish it was during better weather. I haven't seen a storm like this in years. Now about entry into the village. Village? Yes, you just form, sign, entry good, yeah, Azumo squeaked, stammering as he attempted to respond. The water that had collected on the rim slid off as the figure cocked his head. Would you mind repeating that? It was a bit hard to understand, you know? All right, Azumo said, having at last recovered his composure. I need to take a picture of you after you fill out this form. Azumo slid a pen and a piece of paper in the direction of the figure. The figure swiftly signed his name as Kurama Sakusa and completed the form. Azumo handed the man a metal ball as he took out the camera. According to the man, what's this? Safety precaution. It cancels any chakra you may be using. It's a security measure in case a ninja tried to infiltrate. Nothing a civilian like you should worry about. Well, I guess I am a civilian in this situation. Well, let's get it done and over with. I've got a lot of seating up to do, you know, the man replied. Azumo snapped the picture fast, highlighting the man's whiskered cheeks and blonde hair. The man gave the ball back and began filling out the form after the picture was taken. Azumo teased, "You're missing a few people to have a circus, don't you think?" as Kurama Sakusa completed the paper. "Don't you worry about that. Now, where can I set up shop?" Kurama laughed. One of the training grounds and an empty lot where a building had been demolished but had not yet been filled in were offered by Azumo. The stranger invited Azumo to visit his circus and thanked him before leaving. Despite his skepticism, Azumo was grateful for the invitation. Weird guy. I wonder where he comes from, Azumo thought as he watched the stranger leave into the night. The circus had arrived last night, and Sakura and Ino had made it their top priority to go to opening night, where they had discussed the possibility of meeting some cute boys and friend to take Hinata on another karaoke night if she didn't. Hinata was scurrying around her room in search of her favorite piece of jewelry, a silver necklace with a gorgeous amethyst fox at the end. As she went by, Hitomi remarked, "You're going to be late, Hinata. Sakura and Ino are already waiting outside." "Thanks, Mom," Hinata called as she hurried to the door after applying some last-minute powder and lipstick. "Hi," she yelled, "Hinata," as she approached, and the heiress stood motionless, listening carefully to what her father had to say. After he said, "Act in a manner appropriate for a Hyuga," Hinata's excitement subsided a little as she was reminded of the Hyuga values she would have to uphold. She then proceeded to the door, acting in a Hyuga manner as expected, though she gradually began to pick up speed as she got closer. As she opened the compound's gates, she heard her father yell, "At least stay away from boys." As they hurried to the circus, Hinata and the other girls burst out laughing. "What took you so long?" Sakura inquired. Hinata defended, "I had to take care of some things." With little time for complaints, Ino pulled the two forward and said, yeah. We have to hurry before all the good seats are taken. A few minutes later, they had reached the circus, purchased their tickets, and settled in. Fortunately, there were still plenty of seats available. Hinata experienced a wave of nostalgia as she thought about the same circus and the same seats, and she wondered what new performances would be there. While they waited, the three girls began scouting the attractive boys and complimenting each other on their makeup. Listen to the official audio of The Greatest Show on YouTube. A chorus of voices erupted from all around them, interrupting their conversation. The rest of the crowd immediately fell silent as they listened to the singing and jumped when they heard the roar of a lion. Before the tent went completely dark, a succession of spotlights swept across the crowds. When they turned back on, they saw a tall man leaning on a cane with his hat tilted to conceal his face. He was wearing an orange ringleader outfit. Then the man began to sing. Ladies and gents, this is the moment you've waited for. With his hat still covering his face from the audience, the man began to move around the stage as he sang. Jets of fire erupted as he slammed his cane onto the stage as the chorus arrived, exposing his face and the performers around him to the audience. A bearded woman with a remarkable singing voice stood atop the entrance and exit that the performers would later use, and the group performed a captivating dance routine with some dancers in the audience. The audience was unsure of how to look. It was all so wonderful. Ribbon dancers created amazing shapes and twirls, while animals of fire let out silent cries above the audience as dancers twirled around one another. The ringleader is still in the middle. Hinata was the only one who wasn't totally engrossed in the breathtaking scene in front of them. Her attention was much more focused on the ringleader. She wasn't distracted by the fact that he was young, about her age. Hinata's attention had been drawn to the birthmarks of whisker and yellow hair. She was overcome by a rush of memories from that night a decade ago. Hinata thought, that's him. As the show came to an end, Hinata broke out of her role as the star and joined in on the cheers of the audience. The audience began to stand as the different performers bowed, and with good reason. Many of them had only ever witnessed something so spectacular in their lives. All of the performers vanished in a flash of darkness as the ringleader struck the stage with his cane once more after the audience had calmed down. He chuckled at the audience's astonished expressions. Hinata felt lightheaded and clung to Sakura for support as his smile made her heart race. Are you okay, Hinata? Sakura inquired, worriedly. Yeah, I'm fine, Hinata said, shaking her head in an attempt to gather her thoughts. Sakura and Ino glanced at her anxiously before turning back to the ringleader. Hello Konoha, barked the ringleader. This round of applause lasted only a few seconds, but the crowd erupted again. Man, what a great start to the show. Oh, where are my manners, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. WW'll come to the Sakusa Circus. My name is Kurama Sakusa, and I will be your ringleader for the evening. Now, who's ready to be amazed? Excited screams came from the crowd in response. Kuruma laughed again, and Hinata's poor little heart skipped a beat. But this time, she managed to control it by pinching her leg to pull herself out of it before it got out of control. I love to hear it. So I don't know about you, but I've never been one for lectures. I've always enjoyed a good surprise in life. Who here likes surprises? The audience reacted eagerly and anticipatorily. Well, it seems that I'm in good company. Without further ado, let me introduce you to our first act. She's a wizard from a blizzard. Please welcome Yuki Arashi. Suddenly, Kurama was completely encased in snow, making him invisible. A young woman wearing a white suit with a light blue vest underneath her white jacket was visible when the snow started to fall. The woman reintroduced herself and then a covered table materialized. She would be separating her torso from her legs, she said. Since many people had already witnessed the trick, they were not in awe. When her separated torso and legs stood up and began to move around the stage, a cloth bag of sorts covering the area where she would have been cut in half, their lack of amusement was abruptly altered. How it was done baffled even the seasoned shinobi there. Her torso was moving on its own on the other side of the stage, and her bottom was moving effortlessly beneath the safety bar that encircled the stage, while her legs were standing independently on the other side. The magician then performed an amazing teleportation act after reattaching herself to her legs. There was a chest inside the enormous water container she had locked herself in. Then she opened the chest and climbed in, holding her breath. She demonstrated that she was not a clone by taking a needle out of her hair and poking her finger before locking it. There was silence in the crowd after the chest was closed and locked. Kurama came back, this time in a cloud of smoke. So, audience. For those of you who don't know, there is a shinobi technique called the shunshin. This technique allows for very quick movement, but does not allow for the user to teleport through walls. As she is now, there is no way for Ms. Arashi to use such a technique. I feel like I must also point out that Miss Arashi cannot breathe while in that chest, and between you and me, Kurama said while hiding what he was about to say to the magician, she's not very good at holding her breath. Anyways, let's start the timer. A huge clock above the stage entrance curtain was illuminated by a spotlight. 1 minute went by, then 2, and finally 3. Concern for the woman inside began to grow among the audience. Kurama was reading a small book called Failed Magic Tricks of the Ages, while leaning comfortably against the glass container. Shouldn't you check on her? I think she's dead? A voice from the crowd said. What? Oh that, yes. Might as well. Seeing as it's one of my top performers in there, I guess I should take haste in my efforts, Kurama said, looking up from his book. The glass then broke when Kurama touched it with his cane. He brought it to the ground again and made a division in front of him, at which the water split. He took another step in the direction of the chest and produced a massive keyring that appeared to contain 100 keys. Kurama whispered, I know the key is here somewhere, loud enough for the throng to hear. The audience began to exchange uncomfortable looks with one another. Ah, there it is, exclaimed Kurama. Then he opened the chest and saw that it was empty. With his hands on his hips, Kurama uttered, huh, well that is a predicament. Hey Yuki, come on out, Kurama yelled, turning back to the ground. Then Yuki, the woman behind Hinata, got to her feet. All 3 of the girls were in awe and felt a little embarrassed. Being 3 skilled chunin, they were unaware that the woman had materialized behind them. Grinning and drenched, the magician made her way back to the stage. She turned back to the audience as she arrived at the stage. Fire swirled around her, drying her off as Kurama tapped the ground with his cane once more. Like the rest of the audience, Hinata was captivated by the performance. She reached into her pocket for a small packet of candy she had smuggled out of the compound candy storage, diverting her attention. She discovered a piece of paper next to the candy. I didn't include that. Hinata's heart began to flutter once more as she pulled out the piece of paper. After the show, meet me behind the tent, Kurama. Hinata became very red-faced. The heat radiating from her face was palpable to Sakura and Ino. They had briefly taken their eyes off the show to see how their friend was doing. Sakura said, Hinata, are you okay? I think she's more than okay, Ino remarked, grinning mischievously. Sakura saw the note and a smile quickly formed as she followed Ino's eyes to Hinata's lap. Ooh. Hinata, it looks like someone's taken an interest in you, and it just so happens to be one of the cutest boys I've ever seen, Sakura responded. Hinata began to cover her face with her hands. Sakura and Ino chuckled, then looked back at the show and let Hinata rest. Numerous strange plants had been brought out by a man wearing goggles and a lab coat. They would get even stranger and more fantastic when he poured some kind of chemical on them. Numerous incredible acts that were on par with or even better than their predecessors were featured in the show. The circus group entertained the audience with yet another incredible musical number as the show came to an end. Obviously not the exact lyrics, but since this scene made me think of the other side of Hollywood, I would recommend playing it. If you want to match the music to the writing, I'll quote the song, but only for timing, placement, and other reasons. If you want to skip, then skip. Kurama sung, Ain't It the Best, Long Live the Dead. A giant orange fox head emerged from the ground around Kurama as he was saying this, chomping down on him with the song's last beat before the tent darkened. The stage was completely empty when the lights came back on a second later. Sakura and Ino returned their focus to Hinata now that the show was over. Sakura inquired, so, are you going to take him up on that offer? In an attempt to shift the topic away from herself, Hinata questioned, aren't you two looking for dates for yourselves? We already know most of the boys in the village. Besides, this is FAARR more interesting, Ino replied. Sakura nodded in agreement. Together, they assisted Hinata, who was becoming more and more embarrassed, in leaving the tent in her seat. In a fit of laughter, they pushed her to the rear of the big tent once they were outside. Hinata looked back at them anxiously. Oh come on Hinata. You're a badass shinobi of the leaf. He's only a circus ringleader. If things get bad just beat his ass, Sakura replied. Not too hard though. If it doesn't work between you two I'm going to want to take my chances, Ino responded. As she made her way to the rear of the tent, where the animals and performers were gathered, Hinata smiled nervously in response. She wouldn't have been as anxious if it had been any other boy, but this was him. Not only was he her first crush, but he was also the most adorable boy she had ever seen. She reasoned, I suppose he actually joined the circus. Hinata saw him begin to approach as she turned the last corner. He was wearing his white button-down shirt and pants, without the coat, vest, or hat. The top two buttons were unbuttoned, revealing a muscular body underneath. For a few seconds, Hinata's breathing became a little more labored, but then her thoughts were interrupted when he greeted her while scratching the back of his head. Her face lit up, and she received a brief greeting in return. Hinata found the boy even cuter when he looked down and smiled nervously. "So, would you like to go out sometime, you know?" At the time of Naruto's initial abduction inside a wooden chest with the softest blanket he had ever felt, Naruto awoke. "Where am I?" Naruto called out, starting to panic. A series of shuffles could be heard around him. "Who is that Sakusa?" a woman yelled. "Don't worry, there was a reason for it. Komori, now open the chest." Phineas answered, "There's a surprise in there for you and Akiro." "Give me a break," Naruto shouted. Naruto tensed up to defend himself when the chest was unlocked, and when the lid opened, he saw the sweet face of a woman whose skin was the color of chocolate, a confection Naruto had only ever seen in a storefront. "Hey sweetie, let's get you out of there, okay?" Hesitantly, Naruto got to his feet, letting her pick him up by the arms and lay him on the ground. When he looked out, he noticed that a group of circus performers had gathered around him, seemingly beginning to dismantle their camp for the night. "Where am I? Why did you take me hostage?" Fearful, Naruto inquired. To get Naruto's attention, Phineas stepped forward and said, "Naruto, you've been recruited to the circus. You Hokage assured me that you would be excellent at the new act I've been searching for." "Really?" Naruto asked, his eyes wide. "You're right," Sakusa grinned as she spoke. With a puzzled expression, Naruto said, "So why did you kidnap me?" The rest of the circus group turned to their ringleader and asked the same question as Naruto. "You see, you seem like a very popular person, and we didn't want anyone to feel envious." Sakusa answered, "We didn't want the other kids to be upset now." "Oh, all right. You should have woken me up first, though," Naruto answered. "Oh, I see." Sakusa replied, "I was surprised that the boy was asking so many questions because when your Hokage first brought me to your apartment, we found you sound asleep and you looked so tired. I just didn't want to wake you up." "Oh okay, I was really tired," Naruto said, and then his stomach sounded like a level 8 earthquake as if it was waiting for the conversation to end. "Naruto, how about we get you some food?" Sakusa noted, "Looks like you're hungry." Naruto nodded his head in agreement and smiled sheepishly. Sakusa grinned and turned to face a white man and black woman. "Komori, Akiro, would you mind lending Naruto a hand?" After saying, "He will be in your care after all," Sakusa left his group perplexed and turned to leave. The ringleader, their boss, had just taken a child from one of the 5 great ninja villages, leaving the entire troop stunned. Komori, a woman, was startled out of her reverie when she felt a tug on her coat sleeve and said, "Pardon me, can you give me some food?" Naruto inquired. Komori forced a smile as she struggled to gather her thoughts. "Of course, sweetie. Could you go make Naruto something here, Akiro? This boy seems to have gone days without eating." She then gave Sakusa a shady glance. Akiro promptly replied, with his wife taking command, and went to work. "Yes. Well, Naruto, is there anything specific you'd like?" he inquired. "Ramen," Akiro grinned and said, "I don't know Naruto, but it takes a long time to make ramen." Naruto cheered. "Would you like to sample one of my well-known sandwiches?" "What is a sandwich?" Naruto inquired. Akiro's mouth fell open. "Well, it's about time you learned. Trust me, Naruto, you're going to love it." Then, eager to show the young boy the wonders of his native land, Akiro rushed into the makeshift kitchen. "Komori, go easy on the meat." There was a cheeky giggle coming from the kitchen. "While Akiro makes you some food, how about you meet some other people, okay?" Komori asked Naruto as she turned back to face him. It felt like a dream as Naruto nodded his head and grinned. "I guess I'll start with me," Komori remarked. "That nice man who's making you a sandwich is my husband, Akiro Hiwaya," said Komori Hiwaya. Akiro then hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, grinned, and waved to Naruto before going back to work. "It'll be nice to have someone around my height for a little while around," the man said in a humorous accent, and Komoru pointed to the next closest person, a short man who was only a few inches taller than Naruto and wearing what appeared to be an odd military uniform. "My name is Gaston," he said with a kind smile. It was always awkward when kids asked one of them why they were different from everyone else, and Naruto wanted to ask why he was so small, but Komori moved on to the next person before he could. Then came Zo, the largest man Naruto had ever seen and most likely will ever see. He was a very soft-spoken man despite his size, and he had a slight smile on his face as he shook Naruto's hand with just his pointer finger, which even required 2 hands to fully grasp. Naruto's smile widened as the introductions went on, and he recognized everyone from the show, even the man who threw knives and the woman who had pulled off an almost impossible escape after being buried in the ground. The man appeared sad almost at the sight of Naruto, and the woman had a displeased expression on her face, indicating that she wasn't a kid. Lunch is prepared. When Akiro yelled, Komori took Naruto's hand again and guided him to the makeshift kitchen, where he discovered a tiny tower of meat sandwiched between 2 pieces of bread with a few pieces of cheese protruding from the top. Naruto's eyes were enormous. Akiro won't be able to consume that, Komori reprimanded. Sorry, Naruto, you don't need to eat all of that, Naruto? Akiro said, opening his mouth and holding up a finger as though to deny that assertion, but he was at a loss for words. During the brief conversation between Komori and Akira, Naruto approached the table and took a bite out of the sandwich. The sandwich didn't last long after that. When the spicy mustard that Akiro had used began to take effect, Akiro and Komori were both astonished and a little worried about how quickly Naruto had consumed the sandwich. In fact, they weren't even positive that he had. Water, Naruto called. As he walked to get Naruto a glass of water to fight the mustard, Akiro laughed and said, "How much mustard did you give him?" Komori inquired, worried about Naruto. "Just a bit. I also spread it out. I suppose he experienced the full impact of it all at once because he consumed it so quickly." "Naruto, how about eating a little more slowly the next time?" Akiro said, "There's no need to hurry. You're safe with us." Naruto nodded his head and gulped down the water that had been handed to him. As soon as he saw Naruto drinking a cup of water and grinning, the ringleader burst into the kitchen and said, "I'm happy to see you getting along so well with everyone, Naruto. You will see them every day, after all." The ringleader pointed at Naruto with the end of his cane and said, "Welcome to the circus, Naruto Uzumaki. I expect big things from you." He then departed to take care of other matters, leaving Naruto in the kitchen with his new parents. Plus, returning to the present, "So, would you like to go out sometime?" Hinata's face flushed again, and she was too preoccupied with how embarrassing this must be and how red her face must be to notice Naruto's cheeks were also flushed. "Well, how long are you going to be in Konoha?" Wondering what kind of relationship this would be, Hinata inquired. "Well, initially, I was just making plans for a week." With Hinata's ears steaming and her brain on life support, Naruto flirted, using all of his strength to stop more blood from rushing to his face. "But if you give me a reason, I might be convinced to stay longer. So, would you like to go out with me?" Naruto inquired once more, beginning to fear that she would reject his nomadic way of life even if it were altered. "Oh, indeed. Yeah," Hinata said, a little louder than she meant to. "I'd love to go out with you," Hinata said, trembling and beginning to twitch her fingers together. "I thought I had gotten rid of my stutter." She couldn't help but smile despite her stutter returning. Naruto grinned broadly and said, "Well, it's a date. Do you think tomorrow would work?" Hinata gave a head nod. Hinata remarked, I know a cafe on Main Street we can go to," asking what time would be most convenient for her. She inquired. "All morning is my free time. What time do you have free?" Naruto inquired. With a, 10 I guess," Hinata spoke. "Then it's 10. Regretfully, I must return right now." With a slightly diminished smile, Naruto said, "I have to begin getting ready for tomorrow's show." Hinata nodded her head and waved goodbye, to which Naruto returned the wave before turning to leave. The question that had been bothering Hinata since she first saw Naruto was finally asked before he arrived at the tent entrance. "You're that boy? The boy from the last time the circus came here? I was rescued from bullies by you." "I am," Naruto said, pausing his stride and slowly turning around with a nostalgic grin. "You're the first person to ever stand up for me, and I remember every second of that night. I'll always be thankful for that. You have no idea how much it meant to me." After saying, "See you tomorrow, Hinata," Naruto vanished behind the tent curtain, leaving Hinata feeling overwhelmed. Hinata then realized, I never got his actual name. He remembered my name. After all this time, I didn't think I had done that much that night. He's the one you had gotten hurt for me. For a few seconds, she buried her head in her hands in desperation before gathering herself and turning to rejoin her friends. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis, opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis, opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. Ino and Sakura began the most intense questioning of Hinata's life as she turned the final corner of the tent. "How did it go? Is he as attractive up close? How does he act off stage? What were you two discussing? Overwhelmed by inquiries, Hinata began to retreat. Sakura was the first to back off, saying, "All right. Ino, let her have some breathing room. Come with me to Ichiraku's." Before Hinata could object, Ino and Sakura began dragging her to the ramen shop they had turned into their own hangout over the years. Ayame is going to want to hear about this. The three girls sitting in front of Hinata were giddy and daydreaming about the boy named Kurama, and the only thing she could hide was that she had already met him. As she watched her daughter leave to meet with friends that morning, Hitomi had noticed a new glow about her. It was not unusual for her to meet with her friends so early, and she had never seen Hinata wear makeup before meeting with friends, nor had she ever seen her daughter attempt so hard to hide a smile and fail so miserably. Hitomi, who had changed into regular civilian clothes and put on some glasses to conceal her eyes before leaving to follow her daughter, made the decision to follow since it was a calmer day in the Hyuga compound. Hinata didn't notice, in part because she had never seen her mother dressed down, but also because she hadn't anticipated being followed by anyone other than Hanabi, who wasn't particularly cunning, so it wasn't difficult to spot her. Upon arriving at the tent, Hinata heard lions roaring and elephants trumpeting. She pushed aside the entrance curtain and stepped inside, discovering a small family of elephants playing on the dirt stage in the center. Hinata laughed as the mother elephant rolled onto her side, feigning to have been overpowered by her child. The mother took her time, examining Hinata's hair with her trunk, and the baby, which was about the height of Hinata's chest, stumbled over with its trunk swinging wildly as the elephants turned to the sound, found Hinata, and became very interested in her. The baby would brush up against Hinata and try to get her to play with them. The words, "Careful now, while cotton may be cute he can still hurt you," caused Hinata's face to light up as she clambered out of Kurama's arms and found herself standing across from Kurama and the elephants after nearly falling over. I apologize for that, I didn't intend to." No, everything is all right, just so you wouldn't be hurt," Kurama reassured. "Are you prepared to leave?" "I think I came to find you," Hinata said, gathering herself and shrugging off the shame. That's right," Kurama said, his smile turning sheepish. "Okay, I'll be prepared in a few seconds." Snapping his fingers, Kurama revealed that his soiled working pants and tattered button-down shirt had been consumed by fire and had been replaced with khaki pants, a white shirt, an orange vest, and a yellow tie. "I'll leave some clones behind to keep an eye on things, but I think some better attire should be in order." "Too much?" In an attempt to avoid going overboard, Kurama inquired. "I think it's just right," Hinata said with a smile. Kurama then began to lead her out of the tent so they could begin their date, grabbing his cane as they went. Hinata quickly activated her Byakugan as she followed him out of the tent to check if the clothes he was wearing were an illusion. She was surprised to find that they weren't, and she couldn't figure out how he was able to change them in that way, saying, "I guess it's a form of magic." "Sorry, I'm a big ramen fan, you know," Kurama said, his face turning a darker shade of pink as he asked Hinata about the different stores and people in Konoha, specifically her favorites. When he heard about a ramen shop, his ears perked up and his stomach growled. The words, "maybe we can go tomorrow," caused Hinata to giggle a little. "I like the sound of that," Kurama grinned and remarked, "the second date is being planned and the first one hasn't even begun yet. I understand that you probably don't go to many restaurants on a regular basis, but which ones are your favorites?" Hinata inquired. "I can't say that I have a favorite restaurant, though. However, if I had to choose, I would have to go with the curry from Hidden Sand. I have not yet discovered one that is comparable. Have you ever had curry?" "Actually, once. There is a store a day or so away, though I know it's uncommon here. I was once taken there with my cousin Neji by his teammate. The curry of life was allegedly available at the store. I wanted to sample Neji's curry even though I had ordered a mild one. And it was really hot. After that, I needed 3 glasses of water, but nothing changed. Somehow, Lee managed to eat it all, and Neji passed out halfway through," Hinata remarked mildly irritably. Kurama said, "Perhaps he ought to have his taste buds examined." Hinata remarked, "I'm not sure he has any, considering more than just Lee's culinary preferences." "Oh, it's this," Hinata remarked as she came to a halt in front of a charming little cafe that was empty. "It's cozy, but not much. Is tea your preferred beverage?" Hinata inquired. "Is there black tea in this village? I like a good cup of it." "Oh yes, we have tea imported from multiple nations so there's quite the variety." The two sat down by the window after Hinata ordered them to, with Kurama leaning his cane against the back of the chair. Several of the patrons, many of whom were elderly and believed they had seen the fourth Hokage, gave Kurama strange looks. After they sat down, Hinata made the decision to ask the question that had been bothering her ever since she heard his name. What made you decide to change your name? I don't know what you're talking about, was Kurama's response as his smile faded and his eyes revealed painful memories. I am aware that Kurama is not your true name if you are indeed the boy from that era. I can't recall what it is, but I'm positive it wasn't Kurama, Hinata stated confidently. If you can't lie to someone in the eyes, then don't lie at all, Kurama reminded himself as he tried to continue the charade, but Hinata's eyes wouldn't let him. My actual name is, Kurama said, pausing to gather his thoughts before looking Hinata in the eyes. He was interrupted by a server bringing their tea, a lovely cup of black tea for Naruto and white for Hinata. Kurama thanked the server and said, this tea really is quite good, Konoha must have good suppliers. Hinata didn't move. She continued to stare at Naruto with her pearl eyes, beckoning him to share his secrets with her. When he took a sip, he was pleasantly surprised by the tea's refreshing sweetness and reassuring warmth. With a defeated sigh, Kurama took another sip, put his cup down, and took out a piece of paper, writing down his response in a hurry. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, he said, sliding the paper across to Hinata. After hearing this response, Hinata asked again, sipping her tea first, what made you decide to change your name? There are many people who would like me dead or who would like something that I own. I must conceal my identity to safeguard both myself and other people. Naruto's eyes briefly turned drab, as though a flood of unpleasant memories had suddenly washed over him. However, after a short while, they returned to their brilliant blue condition. The two fell into an awkward silence for a moment, and Hinata chose not to inquire as to what had caused him to look that way. May I try a sip of your tea? In an attempt to change the date, Hinata inquired. Of course, but it comes at a price, said Naruto, appreciating the change in conversation. I get to try you tea in return, said Hinata, who was a little let down that he didn't ask for a kiss. After Hinata gave a nod of agreement, the conversation started, and the two eventually discussed their work in the villages they had visited while sipping tea. Hitomi arrived at the small cafe a few minutes after Hinata and a boy had entered, but she was unable to get a good look at the boy because she had been following them. Hitomi had already found a seat where she could keep an eye on the two and find out who Hinata had gone out with. Trying not to look suspicious, Hitomi ordered some tea and waited at the counter, where the back of Hinata's head obscured the boy's face. She waited until her drink was ready and she was called to the end of the counter, and as she was taking the cup in her hands, she finally caught a glimpse of the boy's face and glanced at him. Oh, I'm sorry, the woman said after dropping her tea at the counter, causing the cup to break on the floor and the tea to explode all over the place. She said, I'll clean it up, and Kurama rose from his chair to assist. Naruto smirked and proceeded to clean up the mess, wiping up the tea with the napkin after stopping the woman with a hand and covering the pieces with a napkin. He snapped his fingers and then removed the napkin to reveal the cup fixed, causing a small round of applause. He handed the cup to the woman and noticed that behind her glasses were pearl eyes that resembled Hinata's. The woman remarked, Thank you, sir, you didn't have to do that. Don't worry, ma'am, no harm done, Kurama said with a smile, and then he turned back to Hinata. That was amazing, how was that cup fixed? Hinata inquired. In a sly smile, Kurama whispered, Secret, to Hinata, who pouted and took another swig of her tea in frustration. Kurama then added, But, I might be able to teach you later on in the week, which caused Hinata to smile a little. Kurama created a shadow clone with his hands beneath the table, and the clone spawned on the roof. The clone transformed into an elderly man and shuffled into the tea shop, heading for the area where the Hyuga matriarch was watching them. Before giving her the time for a show, the clone pretended to be Kurama's grandfather and had a brief conversation with an embarrassed Hitomi as though he was in her shoes. The clone turned to face Kurama, and Hitomi followed. Kurama turned to smile slightly, letting Hitomi know that he recognized her, and Hitomi's face flushed. When Hinata turned to see who Kurama had smiled at, Hinata saw that it was an older gentleman, and she smiled and waved, but Hitomi had hidden her face behind the paper she was using to hide herself just in time to keep Hinata from seeing her. Is your grandfather there? Hinata inquired. Yes, he's a nice guy, but he still manages to get into trouble occasionally. Are there any other members of your family present? Hinata inquired. After hesitating, Naruto said, "No. There are no other family members present. If it's okay with you, may I ask if you were an orphan?" "Did you get adopted?" Hinata inquired inquisitively. "I am an orphan, to be sure. Shortly after I was born, my biological parents passed away. The last time my grandfather came to town, he picked me up. He used to be the circus's ringleader. He's the closest thing I had to a biological family, even though he's not technically my grandfather," Naruto clarified. "Had?" Hinata inquired. "I apologize, have." Naruto laughed and said, "I sometimes get my tenses mixed up." Hinata could tell he was lying by the tone of his voice, and she made a note to remember that a cafe was not the appropriate place to bring it up, nor was it appropriate for a first date. The two kept talking about themselves, including hobbies, favorite things, and jobs. Hinata had expected to have some questions answered on this date, but she ended up with more than she had anticipated. After changing her mind, Hitomi went back to the compound and met with her husband to persuade him that they should see the circus. Hiyashi initially rejected her proposal, stating that the circus was beneath them. Hitomi always became agitated when Hiyashi would adopt this haughty attitude of the Hyuga. However, she corrected him in 3 minutes, and they planned to see the circus later that week, though Hiyashi was a little perplexed as to why his wife was being so insistent. Hiyashi, who respected the Sarutobi clan, did not like the idea of his daughter spending so much time with a boy, so Hanabi went to tell Konohamaru, a boy from the academy with whom she had become quite close friends, about her plans for the circus, and they agreed to arrive at the same time so they could sit next to each other. Hanabi was ecstatic and had asked her sister how amazing the circus was before Hinata had left that morning, and she now had very high hopes for the show. Hinata was initially perplexed when she learned that they were going to the circus, asking, "Did father approve this?" However, she didn't object because she would be able to see Kurama and his amazing show once more, and she continued to meet with him in the mornings in the days before that night. Neji and his girlfriend Tenten joined the Hyuga main family on the night they went to the circus, along with some of the branch members of the clan. To Hiyashi's dismay, Konohamaru managed to weasel his way to sit next to Hanabi before the show started and the lights went down. You can listen to the show music if you know any, or you can read the show from the previous chapter if you'd like. Though they couldn't help but have their eyes widen at some of the impossible stunts they saw, Hiyashi and Hitomi were the only Hyugas who weren't in awe. Hiyashi had attempted to use his Byakugan to figure out the trick a few times, but Hitomi quickly shut him down, saying, "You'll ruin the magic that way," and she would chastise him. The ringleader, Kurama, also piqued Hiyashi's interest. Why does he look so familiar? Hiyashi didn't make the connection until the show's grand finale, in which the enormous orange fox rose from the ground. Hiyashi grumbled a little in disappointment at being the second to realize, but he turned to her to tell her the news after glancing at his wife, who had already figured it out, and Hitomi smirked when she saw his mouth open slightly at the realization. The performance received another standing ovation. Hiyashi even got up to applaud, saying it was the most amazing show he had ever seen. Hitomi had told Hiyashi that she wanted to speak with the ringleader after they had left the tent, and Hiyashi had agreed, telling her to invite him to dinner as well. Hiyashi had a lot of things he wanted to talk to Kurama about, including where he had been over the past few years. What did they want with Kurama? Did they know? Hinata asked, a little alarmed and perplexed, but she remained silent and kept listening. Carrot hash 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 carrot. She searched for him for several minutes, and even after she stepped behind the curtain from which the performers had entered, she saw very few people, and then she discovered a back entrance to the tent that led to an alley created by the tent and circus equipment. A tenacious young girl stumbled into the alley while fleeing from something, which was revealed to be two bigger boys with sly grins. As Hitomi was ready to step in, she noticed Kurama approaching from another tent opening with a stern expression on his face. "Hey!" To the surprise of the boys, he yelled, "No fights at my circus. Go somewhere else to do business." "Oh, I see, circus freak, what are you going to do about it?" One of the boys was called out. "They must be laborers of some sort," Kurama said, approaching the boys directly. He was a head taller than them but clearly only half their weight, and it appeared that he had more muscle than fat. "I am not a man who is very patient," Kurama said. "Please leave or there will be consequences." The boys smirked and ignored his warning, and together they delivered a powerful blow that would have undoubtedly broken Kurama's rib cage. When Kurama disappeared, the two were taken aback because they didn't see a glimmer of him go, nor did they smell the smoke that a clone would. As he stood behind them, Kurama remarked, "You know, I don't have very good experiences with bullies. It's because of these experiences that I lose a bit of self-control when dealing with them. Stop being such a trickster." Normally the person would be sent flying, but Kurama remained motionless as one of the boys swung his first around like a mace and slammed into him. "Do you have anything else?" Pathetic. Kurama unleashed some of his murderous intent, or more precisely, his inhabitants' murderous intent, and a suffocating, oppressive aura filled the space. "Is this the power of the Nine Tails?" Hitomi asked, her eyes widening and her hands beginning to shake. This time, the boys did not hesitate and ran as fast as they could, and Kurama watched as they left the alley after the two boys urinated in terror and were immobilized until he stopped and told them to get out one last time before he truly lost patience. Kurama knelt down and turned back to the young girl they were pursuing as they rounded the corner. "I apologize for that. I didn't intend to frighten you. Are you all right?" The little girl was silent, eyes wide and terrible in fear. Kurama sighed, "Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something?" When the young child was able to move again, she began shaking her head in fear of being harmed. Her stomach's rumbling betrayed her. With a smile and a little chuckle, Kurama said, "Let's get you some food. Do you have any prior sandwich eating experience?" The girl shook her head again, so Kurama held out his hand, which she accepted after a minute. They then walked to the back of the circus to get her some food. With her hands still healing from the stunt Kurama had performed earlier, Hitomi came out of hiding and pushed forward, searching for Kurama once more. "I guess now's as good of a time as any," she said. Kurama was cleaning up the girl's wounds when she discovered him in a makeshift kitchen with the little girl from earlier sitting on the stable, eating what appeared to be 2 slices of bread with a lot of meat between them, and knocking on the support wood that held up the tent to get their attention. With his hands still tending to a scrape on the girl's knee, Kurama raised his head in response to the sound and turned his head. "Ah, Mrs. Hyuga, it's good to meet you. You know," Kurama said, "but I have to admit that you shouldn't be here." "Yes, I'm sorry, but I wanted to talk to you about something. You're in a losing battle if you're here to tell me that my show offended one of your clansmen. People with more authority than the Hyuga have attempted to silence me. These are the same individuals who undervalue the strength of the average citizenry. It doesn't end well, I assure you," Kurama cautioned. "Stop you. No, no, no. The Hyuga clan members who came tonight thought your show was very impressive. No, I came to speak with you for 2 reasons. I want to start by inviting you to supper at the Hyuga compound. We want to talk about a lot of things," Hitomi said. "The second thing I want to talk about with you is your relationship with my daughter," she added, cutting right to the chase. As he finished bandaging the girl's knee, Kurama turned to Hitomi and said, "To put it bluntly, I love Hinata." Kurama laughed at the question. "I knew it was only a matter of time after I saw you at the cafe," and Hitomi's ear blushed a little when he recalled the time he caught her spying on her daughter. "Even though it was only a few days, I was able to witness a wide range of her personality, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Years have passed since I was able to find love." Kurama's expression slightly darkened. "You have performers, don't you? You'll be leaving them without a leader, won't you?" A little perplexed, Hitomi inquired. "Oh, of course, but we're all like one big family in the circus. These are the folks I grew up with. Seeing any of them in a romantic light is a little challenging. Now if they start bugging you again, try running into a restaurant or store you frequent," Kurama concluded, picking up the young girl from the table and guiding her to the door. "There are also several other people who could take on the ringleader role, so I'm not worried." The young girl gave a sympathetic nod before rushing back out into the streets of Konoha. "They can't mess with a shop owner without getting in trouble. Mr. Sakusa, that is a very audacious assertion. It will also be challenging to win the clan's acceptance. I'm not entirely sure that you will be loyal to my daughter, as your relationship with her only began a few days ago," Hitomi cautioned. "Understandable, but there's only one thing the Hyuga clan has that I want, Hinata," Kurama said, nodding his head in comprehension. Hitomi reminded him, "That may sound romantic, but it does not prove your loyalty." When he replied, "I know, and I am willing to do what I have to in order to gain that trust," Kurama had begun to prepare some food for one of the animals. "The clan doesn't frighten me. I want your and your husband's approval," he replied, adding some kind of seasoning to a pail of food in front of him. To find out how serious he was about this, Hitomi asked, "I'll be watching Kurama Sakusa. Dinner will probably cover more ground than I anticipated. Before you tell the clan, I advise you to explain your plans to Hinata. You will face the full wrath of the Hyuga clan if you force this on her, Hitomi stated icily. And to think that's still better than what the clan would do with her if she hadn't found someone for marriage, Kurama said, laughing as he turned to leave to feed one of the animals. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'd never allow the clan to. Mrs. Hyuga, you might have a lot of power. However, are you able to protect your daughter from all the elders? Kurama reminded them, you might be able to stop a marriage, but they can do the same. You know a lot about a clan's customs, too much knowledge for your own good. What gives you the impression that you'll win the elders' favor? Hitomi inquired. Besides the large amounts of money I've amassed over the years, I have a certain heritage that the elders won't turn away very easily, Kurama said, grinning as he began throwing pieces of meat to the Komodo dragons while standing in the center of a pit with the giant lizards. We'll need to talk about this over dinner. Please wear appropriate clothing for the event. Hitomi reminded her, you won't be well received in casual clothing, and she began to walk home. Don't be alarmed, Ms. Hyuga. I learned the proper way to dress. I'll see you tonight. One of the Komodo dragons had begun to climb up on him when Kurama waved from the pit. Yes, Hitomi concluded, I'm excited for you to arrive, and then she left to tell her family about their dinner guest. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. The following evening. Did they find out? What are they going to do? Is he going to ask for my hand? Isn't this a bit early for these things? Hinata almost had a panic attack when she learned that Kurama would be joining her for dinner. The next morning, she met with Kurama, and all he said about it was that he would tell her family about his feelings for her. Later that evening, Hanabi discovered Hinata sitting on her bed with her head in her hands. He'll be here soon. Put on your best clothes for your boyfriend now. After taking a moment to collect herself, Hinata began putting on her clothes, finishing with makeup and a quick brush of her hair. Hanabi teased her, causing her face to turn beet red before she hurried to the door and slammed it shut. With 3 minutes to spare, Kurama reached the Hyuga compound, dressed in a suit his uncle had given him, which, according to his uncle, was the style of Northern European nobility. Think of it as the suit Hans wears in Frozen. The suit was white with orange trim, and underneath the jacket he wore was a black vest with an orange cravat. It was unusual, but to say it wasn't high class would be a lie, and Kurama wore his black top hat to complete the look. Kurama waited to be allowed in, resting his hands on the cane in front of him. The guards were unsure of how to react to it. As was customary for only the most esteemed guests, Hiyashi himself greeted Naruto and led Kurama around the compound, talking about business and other such topics. When they reached the table, Naruto was greeted by the most delicious Japanese dinner he had ever seen. Looking around the table, he noticed that it was not just the clan's main family but also some branch members. After a closer examination, Kurama concluded that the younger branch member was his son and the older branch member was the clan head's brother. They are identical, after all. Hello, Mr. Sakusa. Hitomi smiled and said, I'm happy you could come to dinner with us. I appreciate the invitation. I don't get invited to a dinner at one of the most influential clans in a village very often, Kurama smiled in response. Please, sit, Hitomi said, pointing to the pillow in front of him. Kurama followed and sat down, grinning at Hinata as he did so, causing her face to flush. Neji narrowed his eyes suspiciously, while Hanabi giggled softly as she watched her sister blush. Hiyashi initiated the conversation after a few quick introductions, asking, So, Mr. Sakusa, are you having a good time in Konoha? Yes. Out of the 5 great countries, the weather is by far the best, and the people have been incredibly friendly since I arrived. Even so, the weather in the Land of Stone was generally pleasant during my visit. Have you visited the Hidden Stone? Curious, Hiyashi asked. Hiyashi nodded his head and continued, Yes, although I was young at the time so I wasn't able to explore as much, Kurama said. It's interesting that so few people can claim to have visited the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Stone. To be precise, how many villages have you visited? That is, ninja villages, Hiyashi went on. To begin with, I don't know anything valuable from them other than the general public's characteristics. I have now been as well. All but a handful of the smaller villages, as well as the 5 larger ones. Kurama began to eat the food in front of him and responded, The Hidden Rain and Hidden Sound are too dangerous for my circus. Few people could claim to have visited all of the great ninja villages, so everyone at the table was taken aback. "Mr. Sakusa, where are you from?" Neji inquired, not enjoying the glances that Kurama and Hinata would exchange on special occasions. "Excellent query. To be honest, I'm not totally certain. But I still vividly recall the mistreatment I endured there." "Why would they mistreat you?" To the interest of the younger guests seated around the table, Neji inquired. "I'm not like most people. That infuriated my village, which turned me into an outsider. Fortunately, when I was 6 years old, my grandfather arrived and took me away in his circus." "Who is your grandfather?" Neji inquired courteously. "Phineas Taylor Sakusa was the name of my grandfather. The Sakusa Circus's ringleader was my predecessor." Hitomi chose to get straight to the point because she was growing tired of this idle chatter. "Kurama Sakusa, your real name isn't that, is it?" All but Hiyashi and Hinata were perplexed by Hitomi's question. "Madam, I don't know what you're talking about," Kurama said, his eyes widening for a moment before he composed himself. "Kurama Sakusa has always been my name." Hitomi concluded by saying, "My suspicions tell me otherwise, Naruto Uzumaki," allowing the shock of the name to sink in for those who knew what it meant. Naruto's expression darkened. "If I may ask, what suspicions brought you to this conclusion?" "You can be identified by your whiskers and striking likeness to your father, in addition to your hair." "Don't worry. Until you want it to, this secret won't leave this room," Hitomi assured. "I wish this conversation had never taken place in this room. Negotiations will be simpler now that you are aware of this, though." To the dismay of her parents, Hanabi spat out when she heard Kurama confess, "Hiyashi Hyuga, Hitomi Hyuga, I would like to pursue your daughter's hand in marriage." Hinata's eyes widened and she turned to her lap, attempting to conceal both her happiness and her fear at her parents' reaction. When Hiyashi recovered his composure, he said, "That is quite the bold statement, Uzumaki," but he managed to stop himself from spitting. "Although your ancestry is noteworthy, gaining the clan's acceptance is not that simple. What else can you contribute to the clan besides your heritage?" Hiyashi asked. "I'm confident that my considerable wealth from the circus over the years will be more than sufficient to convince your elders. Furthermore, I am a great entertainer, as you saw earlier this evening. The clan's affairs would have new and possibly better opportunities with someone like me," Naruto continued. Although Hizashi had one comment, Hiyashi and Hitomi were pleased with this response. "Are you a ninja?" "Is it important?" Naruto inquired. "Yes," Hiyashi replied. "No matter how wealthy a weak suitor is, the elders will not put up with him. On the battlefield, you will have to prove yourself. My decision regarding your desire to wed my daughter will be significantly influenced by your performance." Hitomi turned to Hinata and asked, "Hinata, is this what you want before we continue?" It took Hinata a moment to find the right words to say, yes, as she was not prepared for the conversation to be twisted against her. "I'd like this," she replied. After receiving confirmation from his daughter, Hiyashi grudgingly turned back to Naruto and said, "The Hyuga clan will test your strength. You must demonstrate your worth to us, even if you don't have to win." "All right, Hiyashi, I swear not to let you down. Is the day after tomorrow feasible?" Naruto smiled and said, "My circus will be packed up by then and I'll have plenty of time." Hiyashi nodded his head in agreement. "I only met this guy 15 minutes ago, and now he's trying to marry Hinata. He may have had a stunning show, but this is too far," said Neji, who was not pleased. "Hiyashi-sama," Neji asked, "please let me be the one to test Uzumaki-san." A ghost of a smile played across Neji's features as he said, "I look forward to our battle, Uzumaki-san." Hiyashi considered the idea for a moment before letting it happen. Naruto responded, "As do I, Neji." The two shook hands, each squeezing the others tightly in an attempt to intimidate the other before releasing the other and putting their hands back by their sides. Hinata had transformed herself into a stumbling monotone blob in her mind, her spirit oozing from her mouth, saying, "This is all really fast. Only some of the elite Junins have ever beaten him." Hinata looked anxiously at Naruto when he gave her a charming smile. Although it gave her butterflies in her stomach, it didn't reassure her that he could fight. "All right, that's resolved. Would you like to talk about anything else?" Hiyashi wasn't finished with Naruto's fascination with his daughter, the clan heiress, but there wasn't much else to talk about at the moment, so he let the conversation shift to more cordial and diplomatic topics. When it was time for Naruto to depart at the end of the night, he turned to face the Hyugas and introduced himself as Kurama Sakusa. "Don't use my given name until I say it's acceptable." Why do you take such care with your name, Naruto? Hanabi inquired. There might be some people who are a bit too interested in something I possess thanks to my parents, Naruto said after pausing. Much like a Genkai Keke? Neji inquired. Yeah, something like that, Naruto laughed. I appreciate you having me. Before he turned around and walked out of the compound, he said, I look forward to our future affairs. Carrot. I don't like him, Neji told his father as he watched Kurama go. Well, it's a good thing you're not marrying him then, Hisashi laughed in response. You understand me, something dangerous is being concealed by him. We don't need to deal with any more issues after all the kidnappings that are occurring. Very true, but if he turns out to be an ally, he could help us put an end to these kidnappings, or at the very least help fund us to seek out more help, Hisashi said. Papa, I've never seen you voluntarily gamble. Why is he so unique? You, Hitomi, and Hiyashi-sama all thought he was a miracle of some kind, Neji inquired. Even though he puts on a great show, I didn't think he was worthy of much respect. For Kami's benefit, he is attempting to wed Hinata. Kurama Sakusa would have been treated much as you expected, Hisashi said, sighing at his son's ignorance. It wasn't my fault, but Neji would soon understand why Naruto was so important. Kurama would have been turned down right away if he had asked Hinata for her hand in marriage. So why is, hey, Neji, Naruto Uzumaki is not Kurama Sakusa, Hisashi yelled. You can't imagine the power that boy possesses. People can accomplish a lot in 10 years, and he might have perfected his craft. Papa, what power are you referring to? Neji insisted. That is not for me to tell, Hisashi said, deciding against telling his son because it would have gone against Naruto's wishes. My son, you will learn in due time. I advise you to let the Hokage know that you won't be receiving any missions for the next few days. Even if you are assigned a mission, it will not look good if you are unable to attend the trial. What could Naruto Uzumaki be hiding that causes father to talk so highly of him? It's like he's the son of some sort of forgotten bloodline. If the adults knew of him before he joined the circus, then he must have been important. Who is this guy? The fourth Hokage's secret child or something? Neji said sharply before turning to leave for the Hokage's office. Opening square bracket dash closing square bracket 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 opening square bracket dash closing square bracket. The moon and stars were obscured by the clouds that night, making Konoha even more dark. A group of shinobi, all black, moved across the village, their faces hidden by animal masks. When they arrived, the team got ready to infiltrate. The shinobi were outside a weaponsmith shop, and one of them opened the back door, allowing the group to quickly enter the building and begin their search, working their way up to the upper floors where the shop owner and his family resided. The shinobi were searching for something, or rather, someone. When they checked the first room, they found a girl in her late teens with a giant scroll resting against her bed and weapons adorning the walls. There was an older man in the second room, snoring quietly, and on his nightstand were pictures of his family and his late wife. The target of the last room to be opened was a 7-year-old boy who showed promise in the academy. The largest of them put him under a genjutsu, picked him up, and got ready to depart. The words, "What the hell do you think you're doing with my brother?" shocked them. With a wakizashi in both hands, the girl from earlier yelled, and then she threw herself at the first attacker, who returned the blow with a pair of kunai. As that ninja turned to face the girl, another shattered a window, and the squad began to flee. Observing that its fellows had fled, the remaining attacker ducked past the girl's swords and managed to strike a nerve in her neck, causing her to faint. The last attacker had just left the window when the father woke up, and he hurried down to check on his daughter before attempting to track down the kidnappers, who had long since left. The father began to cry as he informed his neighbors, and by the time he found a nearby shinobi to inform him of what had happened, he was in utter disarray. There had been another kidnapping. While walking to the Hyuga compound for his trial, Kurama was taking in the morning streets of Konoha. The night before, he had begun packing up the circus and made the decision to take a walk prior to his trial, intending to complete the packing at a later time. Nature practically begged him to go outside, with the sakura trees in bloom and a gentle breeze blowing through. As he walked by, Kurama inhaled deeply of the fragrant flowers. What a lovely day. After the trial, perhaps we can go on a date. Avoid becoming conceited, Kit. The elders will likely dislike you even more after you defeat Neji, making you an outsider already. Not to mention that half the time you smell like an animal. It's not that bad, you know. Yes, Kit, yes. Next time, ask your vixen about it. She wanted you to take a shower, even if she was trying to hide it. She is unaware of how little a shower accomplishes. You require thorough cleaning. You mentioned half the time, so I guess I can get the stench off pretty easily. Idiot, you only smell good when you wear cologne. The lovely morning was now a little less pleasant, and Kurama complained in frustration. When a boy Hanabi's age began waving him down, he snapped out of his reverie. Hey Mr. Kurama, wait, Mr. Kurama. Hello, Kurama Sakusa, how may I be of service? Kurama asked, putting on a fake performance smile as he turned to face the boy, hoping this wasn't just another fan requesting an autograph. The boy shouted out to the world, yes, I want you to be my sensei. This request caught Kurama off guard because he had never considered giving the circus to someone else, but that was a topic for another day. I'm sorry, but the circus isn't looking for any more performers. What, not even one? Nope. Well, how about a helper? I know you can always use one of those. Plus I've been training to be a shinobi, so I'm really strong and fast. I have no excuse, damn it. Then why don't you hire him? How could it hurt? Have you forgotten what transpired 4 years ago? Nope. Particularly the section about 4 years ago. In addition, this time you have me. You're trying to marry that vixen, so if you were truly afraid of that, you wouldn't have dated Hinata. Whoever attacked has no chance this time. Then Kurama got ready to sleep. Alright. With a defeated sigh, Kurama turned to face the boy. Alright kid, you've convinced me. What's your name? Konohamaru Sarutobi. When can I start, boss? With a smile, he said. Hey boss, that's nice. How do you feel about later today? I should be free from 12 to 4, but I have a meeting this evening and something to take care of this morning. Excellent. Can I bring one of my friends along as well? They also wish to learn. Alright, Kurama sighed. But just one. Additionally, don't talk about it. All of Konoha wanting to learn circus tricks at my door is not what I want. You're right, boss. Oh, I hope the trial goes well. Konohamaru said, beginning to bolt. Kurama's eyes grew wide. How did you find out about that? Konohamaru smiled mischievously and said, Hanabi told me, before actually rushing into the streets of Konoha. That's the worst that could happen, Kurama said, pinching his nose and letting out a sigh. He looked at a street clock and saw that he had just 5 minutes left before he had to be at the trial. What happened to all of my time? Kurama curled up to sleep again after saying, Yawn, well, you do have a terrible sense, yawn, of time. Probably spent too much time walking. You know what, you're going to make fun of me for when I quit the circus and get a watch. As he tried to end the conversation so he could go to sleep, Kurama concluded, always being late. You knew you only had 5 minutes and just spent 3 of them arguing with me. When Kurama said, when are you not sleeping, his furry inhabitant yawned again. Before finally heading to the Hyuga compound, Kurama let out a mental roar of frustration and gave it his all to arrive on time. When Kurama's time to arrive arrived, the Hyuga had already been waiting for half an hour. Neji and Kurama were to fight at the Hyuga Junin training ground, which was the most durable and used the least. The Hyuga had a few active Junin, but many were too busy with missions to use it, and the elders kept the majority of branch members from becoming Junin, keeping them at a more manageable skill level. 1 minute went by, then 2, then 5, then 10. Hinata had used her dujutsu to confirm Kurama's arrival before he was even scheduled to arrive, and she was greatly comforted by what she saw after silently worrying all morning with doubts running through her head. When 10 minutes had passed, Neji became agitated and summoned Kurama using his Byakugan. Neji abruptly turned to face the elders and said, Your games don't amuse us, Sakusa-san. Please understand that we were only unable to notice your presence because we respected the privacy of others. From the ceiling above the elders, a sigh was heard. Well, that certainly clarifies a lot. Neji glared at Kurama, who was silently landing behind the Hyuga elders. And here I thought I was being so sneaky. Kurama apologized for keeping him waiting so long, saying, I just wanted to have some fun before the trial. I made tea. Suddenly, with steam pouring from the spout, Kurama appeared to bring a teapot and cups. In a moment of defiance, Hinata said, I think I will take some. The elders and Neji stared at her sharply as she accepted the cup from Kurama, while the Hyugas were left perplexed and annoyed. Those who had attended the dinner nights before, however, were amused rather than annoyed. "White tea?" she inquired, taking a sip. "Did I do it correctly?" Kurama inquired. "It's delicious," Hinata expressed her admiration. Kurama turned to the others and said, "Who else?" Kurama happily gave them a drink when Hitomi and Hanabi raised their hands, but Hiyashi said, "I prefer green, thank you." Kurama said, "No problem," making the teapot disappear as mysteriously as it had appeared and bringing a new one with green tea. He then poured Hiyashi some tea and gestured again to the Hyuga clan. Hizashi thought it would be best not to accept Kurama's offer in front of his son. The limit of Neji's patience was reached. "Kurama Sakusa, I think you meant to spare me this morning," he said in a fit of rage before continuing in a far more composed manner. "Oh, indeed. I think we can start if everyone has finished their tea. You may have impressive tricks, boy, but you will find yourself humbled by the abilities of the Hyuga," said Jakusu, the head of the elders, as Kurama made his way to his half of the training arena with Hiyashi and Hizashi's father. "Amazing. I never imagined an elder would give me such a compliment." The elders sneered back, not happy that Kurama had turned their threat into a compliment. "Thank you for thinking so highly of my tricks," Kurama said, grinning widely. "Are you finished yet?" Neji questioned sharply. Kurama looked around him before answering, "I guess so. I'll initiate contact with you." Neji muttered, "You will regret that, freak," as he reactivated his Byakugan and assumed his taijutsu stance. He then transformed into a blur and began his attack, quickly blocking Kurama's chakra points before kicking Kurama hard in the face and sending him flying across the arena. Hinata was frightened of what she might discover and refused to activate her Byakugan when she heard the reverberating thud that followed Kurama's crash. "Oh no," Kurama said. "Man, you sure know how to throw a kick, Neji," as he got up casually from the ground, apparently unaffected other than by his sore jaw. Neji took a defensive stance, but it wouldn't help much because Kurama vanished in a burst of speed, appearing before Neji and now throwing him across the arena with a punch to the gut. Neji coughed up phlegm as he was sent into a post on the opposite end. The Hyuga were all taken aback, some in astonishment, some in fear. Kurama cracked his neck before saying, "My turn." Upon rising again, Neji appeared even more untamed, with a few strands in front of his face and a desperate expression in his eyes. Kurama either avoided or destroyed the air attacks with his cane as he approached, taking his stance again and moving in for an attack. This went on for a few minutes, with Kurama throwing a few blows and landing them each time, sending Neji several yards away. Every time he got up to attack again, Neji would yell brief war cries, and Neji was bleeding in multiple places, while Kurama only had one or two small blows that Neji had managed to land. When he finally had enough, Neji began a 64 trigrams, accelerating and intensifying his attacks as Kurama either avoided or blocked them this time. Neji persisted in striking, intent on hitting Kurama, observing his bare feet, swiftly sweeping his legs and using the moment Kurama was in the air to launch his attack, saying, "You can't move in the air." In this second attack, Neji held nothing back, willing the chakra points to weld close, hitting certain pressure points and nerves to increase the amount of pain Kurama would experience, pushing his body to the absolute limits to fit all of this within seconds, and finishing it all with an elbow to the stomach. Kurama's eyes widened as he realized what was happening, and his lack of battle experience and cockiness cost him. Although Neji's family expressed concern for Kurama's physical and mental health, the Hyuga elders were extremely happy with what they witnessed and had never witnessed Neji perform so well. Neji then did something that seemed to catch the attention of time itself. He wept. The Hyugas saw the first tear fall, followed by numerous others that splashed onto the ground. The Hyugas simply sat there, either knowing that Neji needed some space or not knowing what to do. "I think one of us isn't ready for combat, Neji Hyuga," Kurama said cautiously, "and I don't think it's me," before lowering himself into a crouch. Neji inhaled deeply to regain his composure. "My attack didn't work, did it? Sakusa-san, it appears that I have lost this battle anyhow," Neji replied glumly. "I wouldn't say that. My entire right side is numb, and the only thing keeping me upright at the moment is my cane. In addition, I'm in excruciating pain at the moment," Kurama shot back. "It seems that even you have your limitations with how much your tricks can do. You took advantage of the fact that tricks can only get me so far. I am responsible for the rest. But it appears that you need to work on something inside of yourself. Can I put an end to this conflict?" The battle was over when Neji nodded slightly, letting Kurama hit the back of his neck before the pass fell to the mat floor. Neji's surrender to defeat infuriated the elders, who were even more incensed when Kurama turned to them and declared, "I think I've won, respected Hyuga elders. I assume I've been given permission to approach Miss Hinata Hyuga." Kurama asked the question in a courteous manner, but the Hyuga were aware of the serious danger he was posing. Jakusu glared at Kurama, saying, "Your victory today is meaningless. We're not on board. Sakusa-san is lucky that you don't decide on that though. He has demonstrated that he is more than just a skilled fighter." Hiyashi gave his father a defiant expression that was uncommon, but since the elders were already in a tangle, he made the decision to take back control. "Even you cannot disregard the raw speed and power the boy has," he said. With his Kyogen active and murderous intent visible, Jakusu turned his scowl toward his son and said, "You dare defy the elders?" Hiyashi matched his father's intent by using his own dojutsu. "Do you forget your role in the clan, father?" "I must have forgotten. This clan is led by me. You are an advisor and an elder. On this clan, decisions are not made by you." With a tone of finality that mocked and challenged his father, Hiyashi declared, "I do." No one had ever challenged the elders so directly. Hitomi had been chipping away at it slowly, but not even she had done so in such a direct way. Silence descended upon the clan as the two clan leaders engaged in a perilous staring contest. Jakusu broke first, choosing to leave, followed by the other elders, who were all staring at Hiyashi in wonder. "You have the Hyuga clan's approval to court my daughter Hinata," Hiyashi said, turning back to Kurama. "Oh, well, thank you, sir." Kurama fumbled and bowed deeply to Hiyashi. "Kurama Sakusa, don't misunderstand me. For you, I didn't challenge my father. I did it for Hinata and to get back my power. No amount of potential power and influence will save you," Hiyashi concluded, glancing at Kurama with his Byakugan activated. "I will not hesitate to take action the moment you hurt my daughter." Hiyashi stared into Kurama's soul, making him shudder. He, this one appeals to me," Kurama laughed. Kurama disregarded the opinions of his furry companion. Kurama responded with another deep bow, "I understand, sir." Hiyashi got up and walked away, followed by Hitomi, who nodded to Kurama before departing the observation area. A maid had arrived to talk to Hanabi. Hazashi got up and walked over to his son. "I have some more things to take care of today, are you free this evening?" Kurama asked, turning to Hinata. "Unfortunately I am not, Kurama-kun. I have duties to take care of today. Will tomorrow work for you?" When Kurama said, "I await it with great anticipation," a dazzling smile appeared on his face. Hanabi, who was getting impatient with the two lovers, interrupted, saying, "Excuse me, Kurama-san. As cute as you and my sister are, I've heard that you promised a certain Sarutobi this morning that you would teach him and I some tricks." Hinata arched an eyebrow in perplexity as Kurama sighed. "I guess Konohamaru wasted no time informing you." He satisfied the Hyuga heiress with a brief explanation after noticing Hinata's perplexed expression. After that, Kurama asked Hanabi, "All right then, shall we walk or travel in style?" As the girl replied, "In style of course." Kurama motioned for her to come along. He put an arm around her and tipped an imaginary hat to Hinata when she did, and then he was sucked up by another fire fox that emerged from the earth and vanished as it closed its mouth around them. Carrot. In front of the circus tent, Konohamaru waited amiably for Hanabi and Kurama to arrive. He glanced inside and noticed that there was a lot less in the tent. He must have begun packing. A sudden explosion of flames in front of him revealed Hanabi and Kurama as he turned around. With a brief eek, the surprise launched Konohamaru 10 feet into the air. Kurama said knowingly, "Sorry about that, I didn't think you'd be here yet." "Did I scare you?" "What, scared? Never." Kurama went on, "Well anyways, how are you feeling Hanabi?" The Hyuga was using her knees to steady herself. She gave them the thumbs up after taking a few calming breaths. Hanabi accused him of saying, "I thought you meant like an elephant or something." Recalling his first experience using that technique, Kurama said empathetically, "Sorry, the first few times are a bit rough but I promise you it gets better after a while." Fortunately, she outperformed me. The last thing I want to deal with is vomiting. Kurama led the two inside the circus tent before turning back to it. The two genin observed that there was nobody else in the tent with them. Hanabi inquired, "Where are the other performers?" Kurama said, "Around town," and made an ambiguous gesture toward Konoha. I've already found another circus for them to work with, so they should be leaving in a few days. Why haven't we seen any of them, boss? I know Konoha is big, but it's not that big. I haven't seen any of the people from the show once outside of the show, Konohamaru stated. You honestly expect them to just walk around looking like themselves? Some of them are unrecognizable without their makeup and costumes. The others disguise themselves, replied Kurama. Okay, but why are none of them here? You're the only person that I've seen outside of the show, said Hanabi. Kurama told Hanabi and Konohamaru, they don't usually come back to the tent unless there's a show. While it may be a place of wonder, it's not very comfortable, and gave them each a box to carry. Now, I need this group of boxes on those scrolls. I took care of a lot of the packing last night, so this shouldn't take long. Konohamaru begged, and then can you teach us some tricks? Yes, I'll show you some of the more basic tricks or practices for tricks, but I warn you it's going to take a while before you get a hang of it. Because of their shinobi training, Konohamaru and Hanabi were able to make amazing progress in concealment and sleight of hand, and they had moved all the boxes in record time by the time they left that evening. Konohamaru had attempted to appear to have achieved success early on several occasions by employing a henjutsu, but Hanabi would always expose him. Nonetheless, Kurama's two pupils were quite pleased with their outcomes. Kurama discovered that he had enjoyed instructing them. Perhaps it's time to consider retirement, Kurama said. Just a year has passed. Before I have to hang up the hat, I believe I have a little more time. Perhaps, but be aware that you will have to decide between Hinata and the circus if you intend to wed her. As a clan heiress, she lacks your freedom of movement, and seeing her only once every 2 months is not a marriage. Kurama thought about what the fox had said. I suppose I could become a shinobi. Or perhaps I could be a stay-at-home father and greet Hinata when she gets back from her missions. You wouldn't survive for a day. Yes, I wouldn't survive for a day. I'm not sure. Furball, any suggestions? No, but I was shocked to see her stay at home so quickly, Dad. Kit, are you already considering having kids? Redder than ever, Kurama said. Yes, I would like to. Sigh. Well, yes, I do want children, but that will be years from now. Damn it, I'm only 16. Laugh. Don't worry, Kit. With today's technology, you and your vixen will have a great time before considering starting your own little skulk. Now that his face was beginning to light up a bit, Kurama said, shut up you stupid fox. After that, he went to do some more work to divert his attention before turning in for the night. ___. Kurama and Hinata went on their first official date the following day. A thundering groan cut short their pleasant conversation as they strolled through Konoha's streets. Kurama remarked, I think I may be hungry. Did you have anywhere in mind? Hinata asked, rolling her eyes. How about ramen? You had said we'd go for our second date, but it never ended up happening. Hey, I had gotten a coupon for sushi from Ino. I wasn't going to let that go to waste, replied Hinata. I'm only teasing. That sushi was good, but I'm very curious about that ramen shop you mentioned, Kurama replied. Hinata cautioned, fair enough, be ready to have your taste buds blown. Bring it on. .. With his mouth slightly watering and his eyes shining with hunger, Naruto inhaled deeply from the bowl of ramen in front of him. In a childlike manner, Hinata found Kurama's lack of poise endearing. You haven't even tasted it yet, she said, laughing. Kurama said, it just looks so good, and then he put a spoonful of ramen in his mouth, almost exploding his eye. Hinata smirked and said, and this is the greatest thing I have ever eaten in my life. With a sigh of satisfaction, Kurama began to shovel the ramen into his mouth and slurp the broth. This was Hinata's second spoonful. Ayame yelled from the kitchen, damn right it is. What rock have you been living under? Kurama replied, clearly the wrong one. I should have visited Konoha sooner. Hinata said, Ayame, this is Kurama, as Ayame emerged from the kitchen. She added, the boy I was telling you about, in a hushed voice. Ayame left the kitchen, making a, oh, with her lips. He really is cute. If you don't keep him, can I take him? She whispered, leaning in Hinata's direction. What? No, muttered Hinata. Ayame approached Kurama to stand in front of her and laughed. She asked in a flirtatious way, so where are you from, handsome? Well, miss, I've been all over the place, miss. Sand, earth, lighting, waves, fire, and most of the lands in between, Kurama said after he had finished wiping his face with a napkin. Ayame said, "Ah, that explains why I've never seen you before," as she washed a plate. "So you're the one who's stolen my little Hinata's heart, huh?" Red in the face, Hinata buried her face in her hands. She wouldn't stop talking about how amazing you were. Then again, I don't think Ino would have let her keep any details. Laughing, Kurama said, "Oh, have I now?" Hinata began to strike Kurama's arm lightly. "Well, it's a good thing you've stolen mine too then, huh?" Kurama's self-assurance was rapidly eroding, and now it was his turn to feel ashamed, his face turning red and beginning to perspire a little. He looked down at the bottom of the bowl of ramen. With a squeaky voice, Kurama asked, "Can I have the bill?" Ayame laughed as she calculated the price and informed a mortified Kurama, who promptly made the payment and escorted Hinata out of the store. For a while, the two walked awkwardly side by side around Konoha. After a few minutes, Hinata inquired, "Did you mean that?" "Every word," was Kurama's response after a brief pause. He was still too ashamed to turn to face Hinata. She took his hand in hers and brushed her shoulder against his, calming him. "Did you?" he inquired. As Hinata moved in front of Kurama, she gave him a tight hug that was, every word. Plus equals underscore equals plus. Tsunade took a long swig of sake and sighed happily. She particularly enjoyed sake on days like these. The kidnappings that happened nearly every other month were not what she had signed up for, but she knew that being Hokage would be exhausting. Following Hiruzen's passing, Orochimaru had grown more assertive, stealing kids from the village, regardless of their origins. Following a few kidnappings of clan children, the clans increased security, limiting the frequency of kidnappings from one of the clans to once a year at most. However, there was one positive outcome. The Hyuga strengthened their defenses after the clan kidnappings began, which enabled them to apprehend a group of clandestine cloud ninja who attempted to kidnap Hinata without suffering any consequences. Before Tsunade could calm down, there was a knock on the door. "Ah, fine, come in," she called as she grudgingly put away her sake. With caution, Neji opened the Hokage's office door. "Hokage-sama, you summoned me." Yes, I have an A-rank mission for you to lead. Our spies believe they've found one of Orochimaru's hideouts. According to our intel, Orochimaru is not there, but his kidnappers should be there along with any recent kidnappings if it does prove to be one of his hideouts. I trust you to select your squad mates. Report back to me when you have selected your squad by tomorrow at noon. More information is on this scroll. Initially, there was only speculation that Orochimaru was responsible for the kidnappings. Until they caught the criminals in the act one night, no tangible evidence had been discovered to establish the connection. The Chunins who discovered them discovered ripped garments, but they were unable to get a good look at the criminals. The members of the Sound Four were revealed by the results of the clothing analysis. Guy had been the one to catch them in the act at a later attempt. He had attempted to retake the child, or at least one of the abductors, but he had to restrain himself from opening the higher gates in order to prevent unintentionally causing harm to the village. When they had to face all of them together during their retreat, this limitation made it impossible for him to deal with their second-stage curse marks. Although domestic crime decreased significantly and the frequency of kidnappings was reduced to every other month thanks to the increased patrols and guards, nothing was able to stop the kidnappings. As he accepted the scroll, Neji bowed and said, "Thank you, Tsunade-sama." Tsunade cracked open the sake bottle once more after Neji shut the door. To be honest, she wasn't very hopeful about the mission, even though she knew she should be more alert and thrilled that they might be able to save some of the abducted kids. They had heard about a possible hiding place before, and she didn't think it would be the last time. Then, cane and all, the biggest pain in the ass that had ever existed entered. You shouldn't let a young shinobi take on the task of scoping out a potential hideout for Orochimaru. This should be a task for the Anbu. If I gave the slightest shit about what you thought, Danzo, I might listen, but since I know you don't give a rat's ass about the boy and would somehow gain from me sending Anbu, I'm even more motivated to go forth with the mission. You're letting your emotions cloud your judgment. You know that boy is linked to the most recent kidnapping and you thought it'd be nice to give the boy a chance at revenge, replied Danzo. This is not a revenge mission. If this information proves to be true, then I'm hoping that the boy will find a sense of justice. Besides, he's an incredibly reliable Junin, just as qualified as the Anbu to take on this task. Danzo cautioned, you overestimate the ability of your ninja. And I have already given you too much power. It started with basic exercises for our shinobi, then influence in the academy. You have already taken more than your fill and I will not be giving you any more. And look at my results. We are producing stronger shinobi and are slowly rising up from Hiruzen's weakness. Don't disrespect my sensei. He is more of a shinobi than you could ever dream of. Now get out of my sight. Before I force you out, sternly warned Tsunade. As the Hokage asked, Danzo let out a sigh through his nose and left. He didn't want to cause a commotion with her. Not just yet. Carrot underscore. Neji began to head over to Tenten's because he was so excited about this mission. Then he recalled that she had already set out on an expedition. I suppose I'll just have to take her by surprise. A grin appeared on Neji's face. In an attempt to strike a balance among the shinobi he knew would be available, he shifted course and began assembling a team. I need people who can handle a fight, but I also need stealth. When we get to the town where the intelligence was recovered, I can take care of scoping out the base. After discussing all of them, Neji had assembled a team that he thought would meet the majority of those criteria. Battle power is all that's left. They are all strong and capable of stealth, but I worry that we might not be able to deal with someone like Sasuke who has the curse mark. For the next few minutes, Neji searched his mind for someone who might be able to handle someone like Sasuke. Guy and Lee were the only people that sprang to mind, but they were both too noisy to be used in a covert operation. Remembering his first covert mission as a genin and how chaotic it had become when Lee and Guy showed up at the gangster's house disguised as geishas made Neji shudder. But how would I get him to join me? He thought. We're close friends, and even though it might be morally right, I can't just ask him to put his life in danger to solve the village's problems, so I doubt he would. However, I believe this could work if someone else shows up. Hinata does meet all the requirements, and she would never truly be in danger with him around. All I need is the Hokage's blessing. However, I believe he can manage that portion. Neji began running to his first squadmate's house, feeling better than he had in a long time. Sakura was the first person he hired. She could deliver a punch that would send even the strongest shinobi flying, and he needed someone with advanced medical knowledge because he had no idea what state those kids would be in. Kakashi was the second. Neji believed that the older Junin's wealth of experience and knowledge would be extremely important to the mission. Fortunately, Kakashi was only attending an Ika Paradise Book Club meeting and didn't appear to be involved in anything significant. He anticipated finding the third and fourth members of his team together, and he did. Neji discovered the two hand in hand, enjoying a pleasant walk. Neji discovered that he was enjoying himself a little by breaking the silence. Neji still disapproved of Kurama's relationship with Hinata, even though he did regret becoming angry during the trial. Hinata-sama, Sakusa-san, I have a request to make to both of you. Without trying to conceal his irritation, Kurama questioned, what is it now, Neji? With a sheepish smile, Hinata motioned for Neji to go on. The Hokage has tasked me with leading a mission to investigate a potential hideout of Orochimaru, the man who's behind the multiple kidnappings in Konoha. I'm assembling a team and am seeking both of you to join, Neji continued, pausing to examine Kurama critically. Kurama reminded them, hold on a minute. I'm not a shinobi. I'm well aware of that, Kurama Sakusa. However, your battle skill will be quite helpful, and the fact that you have stealth capabilities makes you much more ideal than my other options, Neji said. Hinata questioned, were the other options Lee and Guy? Neji gave a head nod. Hinata then said to Kurama, please come with us. Lee and Guy are nice, but they can be a bit overwhelming. And they're not exactly the quietest people in the world. Reminiscent of Team Guy running over him, Neji thought, you have my sensei to thank for that. In particular, the ones that are embarrassing. He shivered slightly. Why would these two be so bad for the mission? Kurama asked, raising an eyebrow at the pair. It's a stealth mission, but I also require someone who can handle higher-level shinobi. They only meet one of those requirements, Neji said. And what makes you think I'll be joining you on your stealth mission? Kurama inquired. Because Hinata will also be on this mission, and while she may be a skilled shinobi, I cannot guarantee her safety, Neji said, feeling guilty about using his cousin as leverage. Kurama searched Neji's eyes for any signs of doubt or deception, but was unsuccessful. As a Konoha shinobi, Hinata wanted to speak up and chastise Neji for using her to get to Kurama, but she was unable to refuse a mission unless she was already on one or had the Hokage's permission. There was nothing she could say to make things different. As dirty as this tactic is, Neji, I find myself a bit excited to join you on this mission. When and where do we meet? Kurama said with a foxy smile that began to form on his face. Tomorrow at noon at the Hokage's office, Neji replied. The Hokage, isn't that the leader of the village? Do I need to dress up? Kurama responded. The leader of one of the 5 great shinobi villages was the first village leader he had ever met. Yes, something very extravagant for your first impression. She's a tough woman, so don't hold anything back, Neji said, suppressing a smirk, just as Hinata was about to respond. Before he lost his temper, he began to leave. Kurama watched Neji leave, his eyes narrowing. Hinata was giving a disapproving shake of her head. Kurama asked her, "Do you think I should dress up?" Although Hinata was aware that lying to him would be cruel, she was genuinely interested in what would happen if she allowed Neji to enjoy himself. "Yes," she replied, a cheeky grin forcing itself onto her lips. Despite this smile, Kurama chose to make fun of the 2 Hyugas. "All right then, extravagant huh, I think I have just the thing. ____. In the Hokage's office, Neji's team awaited the arrival of the last member. While Kakashi read and the 2 girls conversed, Neji stood quietly in the corner. It was beginning to irritate Tsunade. "Where is this final member of your team? And why the hell will you not tell me who it is?" she pleaded. "The final member of my team isn't exactly a shinobi of the Leaf Hokage-sama. However, he is very skilled and I have little doubt in his faith." As Tsunade opened her mouth to speak, orange smoke filled the room. "What the hell is this? The final member, Hokage-sama," Neji grinned in response. Kurama was left wearing something that could only be described as horrifying when the smoke disappeared. "Look up. Shrek dressed up. It includes wig and makeup." Kurama's lips were slightly pursed, and he had a calm expression, a poise that the other people in the room were unable to maintain. Suand was too preoccupied to try to figure out what in the name of Kami she was looking at, so everyone else was laughing. "What la I saw that," Sakura exclaimed, her voice breaking into giggles. Kurama responded in a snobbish tone, "I was told to dress extravagantly. I believe I have done so," which only served to heighten the laughter that was all around him. "This is even worse than Guy's fashion sense, and I thought that was impossible. Get out of that, abomination," Tsunade yelled, about to slam her head against her desk. Kurama, who was now wearing his typical orange vest and tie with a top hat on his head, smiled mischievously as he tossed his cane lightly into the air and spun around, catching it and setting it in front of him to lean on. Before realizing it wasn't his sensei, Kakashi's eye widened as though he had seen a ghost. Kakashi's eyes widened once more a few seconds later when he recognized the person. "Much better, and, I can't forget that with all the sake in the world." Tsunade questioned, "Now, who are you exactly?" "Kurama Sakusa, your Hokagenis. Ringleader and owner of the Sakusa Circus and entertainer extraordinaire. I was recruited by Neji here earlier this afternoon to join him in his mission." Tsunade questioned doubtfully, "And do you have any battle experience or skills?" I do, but I'm not sure to what level," Kurama said, turning to face Neji. "What rank are you, Neji? I think you said you were a genin, right? I believe I'm a chunin then," Kurama mocked, hoping to get even with Neji for bringing him here in the first place with such a shady method. This news shocked everyone except Hinata, who wasn't sure if Kurama was telling the truth. The hesitant response from Neji that, "He's jonin rank," only confirmed their astonishment. "So is that good?" inquired Kurama. Tsunade squinted at him and said, "Yes, that is good because I trust Neji to tell the truth, but even though Neji has endorsed your faith, I don't have as much faith in you." "Understandable, however may I request to be privy to what this mission is exactly?" Tsunade glared at Neji, who gave her a stern look in return and assured her that telling Kurama would be acceptable. "This is a stealth mission to locate and destroy a hideout of Orochimaru's. A large enemy of Konoha. He has been kidnapping children from the village for the past decade. Our scouts believe to have found one of his bases and that this base would have any recently kidnapped children," Tsunade told the shinobi in front of her. With a hint of edge in his voice, Kurama questioned, "Are these only the reported kidnappings we're talking about?" Tsunade questioned perilously, "What are you implying, Sakusa?" "I am suggesting that while the children with families have been reported missing and are being searched for, what about the children without anyone? There are numerous children in Konoha that have no one to miss them. What about those children? And how would you know about these children? For someone who supposedly has only been here for a little more than a week, that seems like a bold statement," Tsunade replied. "Shit, that's a little too daring. Forgive me, Miss Hokage. You see, before I joined the circus, I lived in a village myself, not very different from this one, where I would be chased, attacked, vandalized, and stolen from for reasons I never knew, and only one person ever helped me, but they were quickly told to remain silent, and the brief moment of safety they gave me was followed by another beating. Then when I was 6 I suddenly left with the circus and no one went looking for me. Not a single person cared whether I was dead or alive, Kurama said. Sorry if I sound a bit bold, but I know that in a village such as this there are children who also have no place to call home or have never felt the love of their parents. I am not interested in helping your village in the slightest, if I am to be completely honest at the moment. I will help in the effort to retrieve these children, and I will protect those who are dear to me, that I will assure you. Kurama and Tsunade were now engaged in a heated stare-off. Tsunade kept her hands folded in front of her while Kurama leaned on his cane. Silently, the other people in the room awaited the end of the conflict between the two forces. Tsunade looked down after a few tense minutes, acknowledging that battle was lost. After clearing her throat, she continued with a different area of concern. While that may be the case, Mr. Sakusa, you have no way to prove that's true and not just well done acting. I will summon Inoichi to quickly investigate these loyalties you claim to have, and if what you say checks out, then you may go on this mission. She had looked for deceit and lies in his eyes, but she had only found furious truth. Kurama put on a smile and bowed, ignoring the intense tension that pervaded the room. I'm happy to hear that, Ms. Hokage. The awkward silence in the room was only broken when Tsunade instructed Shizune to get Inoichi using the call button on her desk. Kakashi was once again entering his own silent hellscape. He failed someone else who was close to him. He failed his sensei's son, who was the closest person to his family, after failing his father, Obito, Rin, sensei, and his wife. My sensei, my family, and my friends were all abandoned. I am genuinely worse than garbage. For the first time since the Kyuubi attack, Kakashi's covered eye let out a silent, undetectable tear. Kurama sensed Kakashi's oppressive remorse and guilt and pondered what might have caused it. Kakashi the copy ninja, who did you abandon? He asked. ___. Inoichi noticed the heavy silence in the room as soon as he arrived. Inoichi straightened up and headed toward the Hokage, not wanting to become embroiled in whatever drama had transpired. You summoned me, Hokage-sama. Yes, I would like you to inspect loyalties to Miss Hyuga here and his thoughts about the kidnapped children. Inoichi was perplexed by the request to examine someone's love for another, but he decided it would be best to avoid raising any doubts given the tense atmosphere in the room. Inoichi bowed and said, as you wish, Hokage-sama, before turning to Kurama. Please take a seat. I'm going to enter your subconscious and determine your true intentions concerning the matters given by the Hokage, Inoichi said. Kurama gave the blonde man a narrowed look before complying with the request. Inoichi grew more hesitant to comply with the request with each second that went by. Inoichi touched the younger blonde's forehead and entered his subconscious when Kurama was ready. Inoichi ended up in some kind of sewer. He didn't feel his feet getting wet, even though there was some kind of water on the ground. As Inoichi looked around, he noticed what appeared to be an endless hallway with doors leading to a large chamber in both directions. Inoichi told himself, it's best if I don't snoop around. Then he squatted and touched the floor, bringing up a filing cabinet. Inoichi opened the first drawer and saw an ocean of folders. The drawer seemed to go on forever as he pulled it open farther and farther. Inoichi eventually paused, put a hand on the folders, and walked back to the cabinet. Inoichi would have needed years to search through all of the folders in the real world to find what he was looking for, but in his mind, he was able to make the folders he needed glow for him as he quickly combed through mountains of data. Inoichi folded both hands and withdrew from the cabinet. Inoichi placed a folder beneath his arm and opened the file pertaining to the children who had been abducted. Even though the folder was empty, Inoichi felt Kurama's emotions and saw some of the more vivid memories attached to it when he put his hand in the center. Inoichi looked through the file and almost dropped the folder. He took several deep breaths to steady himself as he began to perspire. This is Naruto Uzumaki. How? Or perhaps I should inquire as to why. Inoichi hoped that the Hinata file would help counterbalance all of the traumatic things that she had just seen. It did, much to his delight. It began when Naruto recalled seeing Hinata as an angel when he was 6 years old. When Inoichi remembered that no one stood up for Naruto, his momentary joy was replaced by guilt. Inoichi was overcome with euphoric joy after recalling the memory, the same joy he had experienced when he first fell in love with his wife and every moment that led him to delve deeply into that love. Upon exiting the file, Inoichi was left feeling mixed emotions. Once that was finished, Inoichi gave the files back and quickly looked for Orochimaru or any other Konoha enemies. He was intrigued by the boy's connections with other villages, but he was relieved to discover nothing more than a name for Orochimaru. Who can't make friends with this boy? Inoichi also discovered that he had a folder that was entirely black. Those whom he regards as adversaries. Inoichi was taken to what appeared to be a traveling circus after looking through it. Naruto, now 12, was being led by an older man to a large basket on the ground, which was actually a pile of crates. "What's going on, Gigi? Why's everyone acting so weird?" replied Naruto. "Bandits," said the elderly man. "Bandits, I can take them. Let me help, you know." "No," said the older man definitively. "You have not had enough training. You may have control of your chakra and can throw knives, but that will mean nothing to these bandits. When they're gone, it will be time for you to learn how to unlock your full power." "My full power? What are you talking about, Gigi?" Now is not the time to explain. A white man and a black woman were coming toward them, both carrying crossbows and wearing light armor. "Amuro, Komori, it's time." The expressions of the two adults were dejected. "Mom, Dad, what's going on? Gigi says it's bandits, but I think he's lying," was Naruto's way of expressing his growing suspicion that these bandits were a bit more than Gigi had claimed. "What are you talking about, Naruto? Gigi would never lie about something like this," the woman said, feigning a smile. As she gave Naruto a firm embrace, a tear trickled down her cheek. The white man embraced him as well. Naruto was being told by both of his parents how much of a gift he was to them. The woman kissed Naruto's forehead as they released their hold, and then her husband picked him up and carried him into the basket. "Something's not right. Who are these bandits? What's going on?" said Naruto, beginning to resist. The man put Naruto in the basket and said, "That's not important right now, Naruto. Right now you need to hide. The others are already hiding in their spots, you're the last one." Now Naruto stood in the basket, the sides of which extended to his waist. "Yes, it is important. We've dealt with bandits before and it was never a problem. Why are you, Mom, and Gigi acting like you're going to die?" Now, tears were streaming down Naruto's cheeks as he looked for answers in his father's eyes. His father was now standing next to his mother and grandfather. Naruto's steel eyes fell upon his mother, shattering her will. "They're hunters. They're hunters looking for you. They want something you have. Well, can't I just give it to them?" Naruto responded, "Why do you have to fight them if I just need to give them something and they'll leave? What do they want?" "What they want, you can't choose to give, baby. If they get what they want, they will do terrible things. Many more people will get hurt. You can't let them have it. You can't let them have you." But, Gigi, what are they talking about? You were a ninja. What do I have?" Despite his reluctance, Naruto's grandfather knew that if he didn't tell his adoptive grandson, Naruto would later feel even more guilty. "A demon. To be more specific, the nine-tailed fox. He is what they're after." Naruto's head began to droop as he began to think he was a demon, and his eyes widened at the shock of the news. "You, Naruto, are not the demon. You are its jailer, our protector. I knew a day like this would happen when I took you from that village, but I knew that something far worse would happen if I didn't." Naruto's grandfather saw this and made sure Naruto wouldn't have any misconceptions. "Make the fox's power your own. Befriend him. Even demons have feelings. If you cannot, then learn to control him. Never forget that while he may be powerful, he is the one trapped inside you." Those words made Naruto feel better, but they weren't very consoling. Phineas Taylor Sakusa glanced over his shoulder and saw that the last of his defenses against the caravan had been breached. "They will arrive at any moment." He told the others, "It's time to go. We are so proud of you, Naruto. Every day you amazed us and brought unimaginable joy into your mother and I's lives. No matter what you do in the future, we will be with you every step of the way," said Naruto's father, who gave him a final embrace. It was Komori's moment to say goodbye to her adopted son. "Your father is absolutely right. We will follow you no matter where you go or what you do, but remember to enjoy life. Do not let revenge consume you. Make friends, laugh, find love. If you want to, you can start a family. Just don't give up the joys of life trying to bring justice to the past. We'd much rather see you happy than see us avenged. Take this," Phineas said, turning to face Naruto for the last time and extending a scroll. "Open it when it's all over. It'll tell you what to do," he clarified. Naruto took it with the fervent hope that he would never have to open it. knowing that if he didn't listen, his family's sacrifice would have been in vain. Naruto gave his grandfather's eyes one final glance. When Naruto said, "Thank you for saving me, Gigi," his voice broke. He began to cry as he parted with his grandson with a final message: "What I am about to do is because I love you. Just know that everyone has their one demons. What separates the strong from the weak is the ability to conquer those demons, no matter how big or small they are. Help those who are battling or consumed by their demons. You won't be able to save everyone, there will be those who have been lost completely to their fear, but you can always try. What happens after that is up to them. Remember this, my grandson, and forgive me." Then, Phineas knocked Naruto unconscious by placing his fingers on his neck. But the fox stepped in and made Naruto's eyes and ears remain active and awake while his body slept. Then Naruto fell into the basket. He was using the strongest chakra suppression jutsu he was familiar with on Naruto, so Phineas was unaware. Naruto's chakra completely disappeared. Naruto was then sealed by Phineas, giving him the appearance of blankets. After that, Phineas filled the basket with additional blankets and tiny boxes before shutting it. From a tiny opening in the basket, Naruto observed his family making their way into the forest to confront the enemy. Naruto attempted to move, but his body refused to cooperate. He was only able to observe his family as they confronted individuals who appeared to be shinobi. With the exception of blank white masks and a gray protective vest, the attackers were all black. There were no group or village symbols. There was no skin visible except for their fingertips. They were total mysteries. The lead ninja's voice was entirely monotone as she demanded, "Where is the boy? You will not find him here. Tell Danzo that if he wants the boy he'll have to be a bit quicker next time," replied Phineas. According to the lead ninja, if the boy is not here, then tell us where he is. Phineas hammered his cane into the ground to underline that they would not falter. "We three are the only ones who know. We don't plan on giving that information up," he explained. The ninja said, "Give us the boy, one final time, any resistance will result in termination." As the remaining circus acts began to arrive, they all lined up with one of the masked ninjas in front of them. Phineas gave his circus one final glance. His companions. His household. "Welcome to the Sakusa Circus," he said, turning back to the lead ninja, and the assault started. The fight started and was over in a minute. Naruto observed his family being massacred by the enemy, easily avoiding and deflecting crossbow bolts and bullets. Blonde dripping from his fist, Zo, the strong man, had managed to punch one of them, easily crushing the ninja into the ground. The victory was short-lived, as another ninja who had just cut the horse-riding dwarf Captain Gaston and his horse, LeFou, in the middle then slit Zo's neck. Komori intervened to protect her beloved from being sliced by another ninja. Unfortunately, Amuro was slashed just as he caught his wife's falling body, so it only served to delay the inevitable. In each other's arms, they passed away. Naruto was crying so much that his vision was getting blurry. Phineas was the only one left after just 20 seconds. He was still alive because of his previous work as a shinobi. Before one of the enemy ninjas got lucky and severed his left leg, he had only killed 3 of them. Using a jutsu that sent a burst of air around him that tore through the 5 ninja advancing for the kill, Phineas was forced to drop to his knees. With just 8 enemy ninja remaining, the battle temporarily paused. "You will die, Phineas Taylor Sakusa, and we will extract the information we need from your corpse." With heavy breathing, Phineas forced a smile and grunted through the pain. Phineas slowly held up a tag with a seal on it and said, "You underestimate me, shinobi. I knew we would never win, and I know that you shinobi are capable of looking at a fresh body's recent memories. The joke's on you though." Naruto tried harder to wake up his grandfather's body after realizing what he was about to do. At least he had his mouth to shout at his grandfather to stop. With a smug smile, he said, "There won't be any bodies for you to use," as the tag began to glow. The explosion was too large for the enemy ninja to escape. The bodies of each circus performer built upon each other's explosion, bringing the distance closer in a split second and destroying everything in its path. With the exception of some blood that had fallen into the space that Phineas had blocked off, Naruto and the caravan were unharmed. At that moment, Naruto destroyed the basket he was hiding in by causing an orange chakra burst around him. There were only a few kunai, swords, and other metals in the crater that encircled the caravan when he ran there. His tears left a trail behind him as he slid to the bottom of the side, looking for anything. In the dirt, he frantically looked for anything, from his family. His first discovery was a pin that Gaston had given him. He then rubbed the dirt off the tiny jewels on his parents' wedding rings. The last item he discovered was his grandfather's cane, which was still intact because his grandfather had sealed it long ago. Naruto sobbed himself to sleep while clutching everything he had discovered to his chest. The memory stopped there. A few tears trickled down Inoichi's cheeks, a feeling he could only remember from his genin days. Inoichi quickly left Naruto's subconscious after putting the folder away and wiping away the tears. Opening curly bracket, closing curly bracket, opening 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 curly bracket, closing curly bracket. At the gates of Konoha, Neji's team was prepared to depart 2 hours after the meeting. The shinobi in attendance were perplexed by Kurama's clothing. Though he had no baggage of any kind, he was dressed exactly as he had been in the Hokage's office. In a nervous tone, Kurama asked, "What's everybody looking at?" Sakura inquired, "Where's your baggage?" "Oh, that," Kurama said, drawing a small scroll from a metal canister inside his vest. "This scroll contains all of my possessions." The scroll, no larger than a test tube, was proudly displayed by Kurama. To put it mildly, the shinobi were impressed. The creator was an amazing fuinjutsu user, as evidenced by the fact that so much was contained in such a small scroll. "Yeah, it took a while, but after 2 years of practice, I finally got the hang of it," Kurama smiled as he continued. "Shall we be off?" he asked after looping his arm around Hinata's. Taking pleasure in the fact that Kurama and Hinata had to split up when they began running, Neji rolled his eyes and began leading his group out of Konoha. 0_+=++_0. A genin team had just been dispatched by Tsunade to intercept the notorious Tora mission. It delighted her to think of the children's misery. "How can I help you, Inoichi?" she asked, startled by Inoichi's arrival. "Hokage-sama, I wish to discuss with you something I found when I investigated Mr. Sakusa's subconscious." "Oh?" Tsunade asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, Hokage-sama, are there any Anbu in here?" Tsunade yelled, "Out," and the Anbu departed with a tiny whoosh. A tiny swirl of smoke appeared as she rose from her desk and raised one of the desks at the far end of the room. "I know you're behind the bookcase. Get your ass out." Tsunade found a tiny swirl of smoke once more when she moved the bookshelf after returning the desk. Inoichi questioned, "Is that not evidence enough, Hokage-sama?" "No," Tsunade concluded, placing a barrier jutsu and silence on the room for added protection. "Although I know it's Danzo's Anbu, I have no way to prove it. Thankfully, despite their training, I can sense their presence in a room like this. Now we are completely alone, please continue, Inoichi." "Thank you, Hokage-sama. First off, Kurama Sakusa's real name is Naruto Uzumaki." Inoichi took a moment to give Tsunade time to process that. Her eyes widened steadily. "Kurama Sakusa is Naruto Uzumaki." Inoichi confirmed with a nod. Tsunade sat back in her car, thinking about the potential resurgence of the Hidden Leaf's Jinchuriki and its implications. However, she had to restrain herself after recalling Inoichi's word choice. "You said, first off." "Yes, Hokage-sama." After that, Inoichi talked about the horrific trauma he had seen Naruto go through as a child and what he had seen in the black folder. Tsunade looked at him with a scowl, "That spineless bastard. And we still can't take him to the council or order his imprisonment. We have no concrete way of attaching Danzo to these enemy ninja. We only have his name, but PT. Sakusa could have just said the name. And the shinobi never admitted to working for Danzo, get me Anko. I'll have her start to investigate. Not that I think she'll be able to find anything, but she's worked miracles before. Maybe Danzo will slip up in his old age. When Kakashi returns, I'll have him join her. If they can't find anything on him, maybe they can at least do some work in the kidnappings. It's been a decade and we still haven't been able to catch a single person. They either escape, explode with paper bombs, or seem to have no records whatsoever. Forgive me for being blunt, Hokage-sama, but what makes you think this time Anko and Kakashi will be able to find something? This is hardly the first time we've had them investigate the matter, Inoichi said. This time will be different because now we have Naruto Uzumaki. With the fox's power, he's near unstoppable. I wouldn't stand the slightest of a chance when he's at his full power. With him around, we can lead the kidnappers into a trap and finally start making progress in ending these tormenting kidnappings." Inoichi questioned, "What if Orochimaru sends more?" "That doesn't matter. If we succeed, we can finally give the people something that hasn't been seen in the village for years. Hope. After the circus massacre, when Naruto awoke. When Naruto opened his eyes, dirt was visible. A darker dirt circle under his eyes. Slowly pushing himself to his feet, Naruto surveyed the battlefield once more. With despair, Naruto uttered, "I am to blame for this." Then he thought of some of the other children who had been on the circus trip. Perhaps the last of his family was still alive, so he ran off to find them. The first place he arrived at was deserted. He frantically scurried to the other locations, but each time he discovered it was deserted. His cheeks would have been soaked with tears now if he hadn't shed them all the previous evening. He kept running between the spots, saying, "No, no, 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 no." After each one, Naruto ended up at the foot of his parents' bed after a few minutes. "I don't want to be alone again. You know it's not your fault." "Who are you?" cried Naruto, terrified, searching for the voice's origin. "I'm your pal, Naruto. I want what you want." Naruto questioned, "How do I know I can trust you?" He croaked his voice. "Naruto, I have supported you through everything. I am you, and I know how you can get back at those who did this," one could say. "But they're too strong. They won't be more powerful than an ant with my power. Don't you want to hurt them back? I know where to find them. All you need to do is let me take charge." Naruto's features became more savage, and his eyes began to flush. "I want to kill them." Kurama laughed as the young boy succumbed to his influence with ease. With muscles beginning to grow around the fox skeleton that had taken shape around him, Naruto was rapidly approaching a complete metamorphosis. Naruto found himself in a sizable cavern of some kind before the metamorphosis was finished. He was confronted by a frightful giant fox in a locked cage as he turned around. In fear, Naruto retreated and came to a halt when he ran into someone. "Whoa there, kiddo, it's okay. There's no need to fear that furball over there while your good old dad is here." Naruto turned to face the man he recognized as the fourth Hokage, and his eyes widened. "What? No hug for daddy? Today, Neji's group had stopped for a rest and made camp for the night. Kurama promised to take care of setting up camp after he was done, but he was taking a few minutes to catch his breath. Unfazed by the run, Hinata stood beside her beloved and put a reassuring hand on his back. Neji teasingly said, "What's wrong, Sakusa? I thought you were fast." "Yes, I'm fast, but I've never had to run for so long before. I walk everywhere or get a ride." Sakura inquired about the young ringleader. "A ride? From who?" "From travelers, from animals. Sometimes I can get one of the elephants to let me ride them, but that changes from day to day." Sakura and Hinata exclaimed, "Wait, you ride the elephants?" with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Kurama laughed nervously. "Why yeah. Did you want to get a ride?" he said. Both of them nodded their heads quickly. Kurama headed for the clearing they had claimed, promising to give them a ride. His tiny scroll capsule materialized in his hand after he snapped his fingers. Kurama opened it and the scroll within, conjuring a sack about the size of his torso. Kurama handed back his scroll, then unzipped the pack and drew out the tent. With the rest of the tent neatly piled in the center and the corners expertly pulled out, he snapped his fingers again and the tent came to life. It could easily accommodate more than 12 people and was the size of a small house. Upon entering, the team discovered a wooden beam supporting the center and smaller wooden frames supporting the sides. Kurama clapped his hands as he entered, and furniture and lanterns emerged from the back wall and seals. 5 futons were brought out for them to sleep in. He saw a lot of shocked faces when he turned around. "What?" Sakura inquired. "Do you sleep like this every night?" "Oh, this hasn't been used in years," Kurama clarified. "Usually I just set up a hammock. However, since I have guests I decided I should be a bit more accommodating." "What? You can sleep in this and you choose a hammock? Well, when you've been alone on the road for so long, the will to set something up so fancy quickly fades." "What do you mean alone? You've got an entire circus," Kakashi said, squinting his mouth. With suspicious expressions on their faces, the others also turned to Kurama. Kurama was unable to respond quickly. "Well, as a ringleader I have to go on some solo travels in order to book gigs and take care of business stuff. When I'm with the other performers, however, I don't use the hammock. I use a bigger tent for us to sleep in." Everyone on the crew seemed satisfied with his response for the time being, but Sakura began to suspect that Kurama was concealing something. Kurama assigned each person to a futon and arranged them in a row. placing Hinata's next to his own on purpose. Had Neji not interfered and protested the setup, Kurama would have also been successful. At the other end of the line, Kurama and Hinata are now in futon. Sakura is beside Hinata, and he is in the center. Kakashi offered to be the first watcher because he wanted to read more and have some alone time. Kakashi was rereading the entire series in preparation for Jiraiya's recent book release. After all the running they had done, Kurama fell asleep almost immediately, and the teenagers happily went to sleep. Disappointed that Neji had to give up her place, Hinata grudgingly accepted her futon, but she was too ashamed to ask to sit next to Kurama. But she didn't have to because she could feel someone sliding beside her after a few minutes. When Hinata opened her eyes, she saw a sly smile from a certain Kurama Sakusa. Kurama put a finger over his lips to remind Hinata to keep quiet as she opened her mouth to inquire how he had gotten over there undetected by Neji. Then Kurama demonstrated to her how he raised his futon off the ground and approached her using chakra threads. Then he extended his hand to her, and Hinata accepted it, relishing the warmth that surrounded her. Until morning, the two remained hand in hand. After his shift ended, Neji had wanted to break it up, but he reluctantly allowed Kurama to celebrate his win. Since it was getting close to morning, Neji took over the final shift. To Kurama's dismay, the team went for another run the following morning. In exchange for slipping past him, Neji accepted his suffering. Neji was also quite happy with how long it took them to get to the village, in addition to seeing Kurama have to acknowledge that he needed breaks every hour. Upon their arrival, Kurama and Sakura were left to find lodging for the night, while Neji took Hinata and Kakashi to scout the area of Orochimaru's base. The separation of the two groups made Hinata a little envious. She didn't like it even though she knew Sakura wouldn't do anything and she didn't believe Kurama would either. But later that night, when they went on a date, Kurama made it up to her. They visited a ramen joint in the area. It wasn't bad, but it was far from Ichiraku's. Following that, they strolled hand in hand through the village. They were able to enjoy each other's company even though they couldn't find any breathtaking views. Sakura stopped Neji from following them, even though he wanted to spy on them to make sure Kurama didn't try anything. However, Kakashi used the night to create a miniature shrine in the space, with a photograph of Kushina and his sensei in the center. At last, he was able to apologize to them in private. While it was not unusual for the Junin to weep himself to sleep, this particular instance was unique. This time, he was crying out of sincere regret for his former sensei and his wife, not to try to forget the unpleasant memories of his life. For 16 years I either neglected and gave up on your child. I've failed you. I've failed him. I know I've already been given far too many second chances, but please let me try and be a part of his life. It's selfish, and I certainly haven't treated him like family, but he is the closest thing I have to a family. I forgot what you had to give up for the village. I should have been his guardian. I should have raised him like you would have wanted. I should have done something, but I didn't. I ask you for pity. I don't deserve forgiveness, but please allow me to try to be a part of his life. Then Kakashi lowered his head to the ground. Until he felt a hand on his shoulder, he remained motionless. He felt their presence even though he couldn't see anyone when he looked up. A loving, reassuring presence that made him feel. The presence was gone as quickly as it had appeared. Kakashi grinned appreciatively as he gazed at the shrine. Thank you. ____________. The squad launched their attack on the base the next day. The squad eventually gained access to the hideout after turning off an excessive number of traps. Torches lighted the interior dimly. The walls and ceiling are decorated with intricately carved stone. Kurama observed, well, whoever this guy is, he has good architectural taste. Kurama reprimanded, please stick to your priorities. As they went past numerous doors, Hinata and Neji used their Byakugan to peek inside from the corridor. The majority of the rooms appeared to have just been vacated or were empty. After a few minutes, Hinata noticed a figure. They seemed to have two heads, she said. They appear to grow from their back, with one in front. When Hinata and Neji looked more closely, they could see that the target was male and not by himself. Neji and Hinata mentioned two additional powerful shinobi. They talked about some kind of dark chakra at their necks, but nothing there was insurmountable. Additionally, they claimed to have seen several weaker signatures from abducted people. As the group proceeded, Neji prepared an offensive strategy. Kurama, use one of your illusions or a henge to hide yourself beside the door. I'll cause a distraction and me and Kakashi will take care of whoever follows. Hinata will throw a smoke bomb into the room and then you use your speed to incapacitate the remaining shinobi. Are there any questions? What happens if they threaten the hostages? Was the only question that Kurama raised his hand. Whoever is left in the room won't know our numbers. Once me and Kakashi deal with those we distract, we'll check up on you too and deal with the situation while they have your attention on you. Kurama turned into a tiny pebble and nodded his head. Hinata positioned herself across the hall as another pebble and joined him. The plan was initiated by Neji and Kakashi, who sent a tiny chakra flare down the corridor. As intended, one of the targets ventured out to look into it. The man's size astounded Kurama and Hinata. A mountain was the only word that would adequately describe him. Kurama and Hinata sensed a slight rumble beneath them with each step. Before they interacted, they waited for the big man to go down the hall. First to charge in, Hinata swiftly took down the man with two heads. Kurama followed stealthily, surveying the room while maintaining his pebble-like form. When a smaller, red-haired woman with two kunai leapt at Hinata, his prudence paid off. She had been concealing her chakra among the hostages. She started to cut Hinata, but Kurama grabbed her by the throat before she could finish. "Nice try, but you chose the wrong kunoichi this time," she said, holding the kunai in his free hand. Then Kurama threw her against the wall, knocking her unconscious and causing the wall to crack. The double-headed shinobi, with a pattern of black markings spreading across his face and body, warned, "You're going to regret that." Hinata had never been so close to something so disgusting, and the chakra was poisonous and suffocating. The shinobi easily threw Hinata off with his new power, and Kurama caught her before she hit the wall. The two-headed ninja kept evolving, growing horns on each head and becoming more and more demonic. It seemed as though the head's body simply walked out of the original, and the head that grew from his back also detached into a complete person. "Nice to see you again, brother." Kurama formed two clones by bringing his hands together. A little irate at being thrown so easily, Hinata assumed a fighting stance. "Kurama, get the children out of here. I'll keep them busy." After a brief moment of hesitation, Kurama consented and joined his clones in removing the kids from the room. When the two adversaries attempted to stop Kurama, Hinata swiftly deflected their focus by hitting their sides and arms. But the flow of chakra had continued unabated by any of her blows. "You want to be tough, then?" Hinata skillfully sidestepped and redirected the two's attacks, saying, "Let's play tough." Hinata took advantage of the situation and struck one of the brother's arms with both hands. She managed to block the point this time, returning his entire arm to its natural position. The brother let out a horrified scream. In a flurry of slashes, his counterpart quickly covered and attacked Hinata. Because she was unprepared for this new rage, Hinata was on the defensive and had to avoid as many as she could. Unfortunately, Hinata was finding it increasingly difficult to avoid the dark chakra, which was now truly pulsing through his veins. The chakra would plow through in milliseconds, even though she had been able to block a few points. She had been so preoccupied with him that she had forgotten about the other. The second brother lunged at Hinata from behind and yelled, "You'll pay for that." When Hinata noticed the other brother, her eyes grew wide. As a last act, Hinata lowered herself to a crouch, raised her lion fists to each hand, and threw herself skyward. Although the brothers' arms were shingled and their armor was broken, they were still able to fight. Hinata was exhausted. The lion fists took the little chakra she had left after she had expended a lot of it attempting to seal off their chakra points. Shit. It is time to leave this place." Hinata ran to the door, but she couldn't get there quickly enough. "Where do you think you're going, girl?" In the doorframe, one of the brothers had positioned himself. Adding, "The party's just started," the other brother concluded. With their nails getting longer and sharper, the two squatted down. "Kurama, Neji," Hinata grudgingly exclaimed. She knew when she needed assistance, but she detested asking for it during combat. The two brothers said in unison, "Let's see how many pieces we can dice you up into before they arrive, shall we?" With lightning speed, they hurled themselves at Hinata, their nails poised to rip through her like paper. A cloud of smoke surrounded Hinata just before their nails reached her. Not wanting their victim to escape, the two swung at the cloud. To their surprise, though, their nails stopped, as though they had caught on to something in the smoke. "Now I know we may be enemies. But that doesn't mean I'll forgive you for hurting my Hinata." When the smoke cleared, Kurama could be seen standing between the two, his skin being dug into by their nails, blood beginning to collect around each wound. "What? How did you stop our nails?" exclaimed one brother in confusion. "Trade secret," Kurama said, putting a finger to his lips. Then he appeared to teleport a few feet to the side of his previous position. The brothers are now dead, falling to the ground with kunai in their throats. Kurama left the room right away to tend to Hinata. Unable to execute the substitution jutsu at a greater distance, he had abandoned her in the hallway. "Are you okay, Hinata-chan?" "I'm okay, Kurama-kun, although I don't think I would have been able to last much longer against those two. You were able to finish them off so quickly. I guess I just should have let you handle it," Hinata said in a soft, light-hearted tone, concealing the sense of futility that was building inside of her. Anyone else would have dismissed Hinata's remark, but Kurama had unique abilities that allowed him to see the true feelings that lay beneath her exterior. He sat down beside her, taking her hand gently and cautiously. "I will not lie, it would have been much quicker. However, due to certain circumstances of mine, I would have won no matter how much training I had had previously. On top of that, those two were using some sort of vile chakra booster that more than tripled their power. Something that you didn't have. Neither did you," Hinata remarked, finding Kurama's consoling gestures endearing but unsatisfying. With hesitation, Kurama uttered, "That's not exactly true." When Neji and Kakashi returned, Hinata was about to ask what he meant by that and raised her eyebrows in perplexity. "Yo," said Kakashi. "How did your battle go?" Hinata graciously inquired. "It was relatively easy, though that guy could hit like a train and take attacks for days. When he started transforming, I used a genjutsu to subdue him. After that we had to find our way back here," replied Kakashi. "You got lost?" inquired Kurama. "Let's just say Kakashi-sensei and I were given an unwanted tour of the complex, without the use of doors or hallways," Neji responded. When Kakashi lowered his shirt, a purpling bruise was visible. Hinata looked more closely and noticed flecks of purple at the top of Neji's robe. As the claustrophobic corridors and eerie aesthetics of the compound began to unnerve the blonde showman, Kurama said, Well, we got the children out into safety. I left some clones to guard them so they're safe and waiting at the exit. Are we good to go?" Neji said, "No, we're missing Daichi. There must be more children in here," with a tone that hinted at desperation. Kurama said, "Daichi, who's that?" "Tenten's brother. He was kidnapped days before this mission. Our intel suggested that he'd be here." "Hinata, can you see anything?" replied Kakashi. Hinata tried using her Byakugan, but she was unable to conjure enough chakra. "Another failure of Hinata Hyuga," she said with a dejected shake of her head. Shutting his eyes, Kurama focused. In her hand, Hinata sensed a gentle and increasing warmth. Before long, she was experiencing an overwhelming chakra. Never in her life had she felt so full and strong. With every flex, she feels as though electricity is shooting out of her fingertips. "Try again," said Kurama. There was less vigor in his smile than usual. Hinata said, "Kurama, you can't give me so much of your chakra. You've made yourself weak, while attempting to restore a portion of the chakra. Trust me, I'm good with chakra. Use what I gave you to see if Tenten's brother is here," Kurama said, grabbing her wrists before she could touch him. After grudgingly accepting Kurama's assurance, Hinata slowly withdrew her hands and turned on her Byakugan. Even when she pushed herself to the limit, Hinata's vision grew much wider than she could normally see. The sensory overload almost caused her to faint. Pale-faced, Hinata managed to take a complete look around the compound after sorting out what she was seeing. "They're here, Sasuke and Orochimaru. They're here," exclaimed Hinata, her voice slipping into a panic. Kurama watched in confusion as the same panic crept into the faces of Neji and Kakashi. Who are these two? Kurama was hit by one of his clones' information before he got a response. It was mostly what he had anticipated, but in the final moments of the clone's existence, he saw the hand of lightning. After saying, "The children are in danger," Kurama vanished and sped through the hallways. After they had had time to digest what he had said, the others followed. Closing square bracket closing curly bracket dash opening curly bracket opening square bracket. A boy of his age had just used his hand of lightning to screw his last clone when Kurama arrived on the scene. "So you're the original, you better not disappoint me." Trying to decide what to do, Kurama glanced at the kids huddled between them. Sasuke threatened, "I will kill another child for everyone you save." Both were unwilling to give up, and they maintained eye contact. "Lucky for me, I can multitask," Kurama grinned. In a split second, Kurama was in front of Sasuke, launching him into the forest with a strong kick that Sasuke barely managed to block. Kurama quickly created some clones and tried to divert his opponent's attention by re-engaging with him. Is that all you've got? With his lightning primed sword in hand, Sasuke bounded toward Kurama. Kurama barely avoided the blow and had to keep dodging while Sasuke swung and struck in pursuit. Sasuke turned on his Sharingan and said, I like you, but you're going to have to do better than that, his eyes menacingly revealing Kurama's secrets. Shit, this young person is Uchiha. No more playing around, Kit. He could enter your subconscious with me and take over if we make eye contact. In order to gather natural energy, Kurama created a shadow clone and led his companions warning. If you don't start taking this fight seriously, I will kill you, Sasuke threatened, his Chidori slicing through a portion of a tree with ease rather than Kurama and evaporating. When Kurama saw how cleanly Sasuke could inflict damage, he glummed. This is going to get much harder if he's like the others. After kicking into his speed again, Kurama sidestepped the Uchiha's next blow and delivered a powerful round kick to his stomach, which knocked the Uchiha out cold. In an attempt to deter the Uchiha from fighting any longer, Kurama delivered several punches to the Uchiha's arms and face after his initial blow. Black markings like the ones seen earlier began to creep across Sasuke's skin, sending him crashing into a nearby river with a smirk on his face. It seems I need a bit more speed in order to match you. Let's see if you can keep up. With a flash of insanity in his eyes, Sasuke emerged in front of Kurama, his sword poised to pierce the youthful ringleader. Shit, it felt like a breath of fresh air when Kurama exploded his clone, the natural energy it had stored rushing to him, the purple line now defining the features of his hands and face. Kurama then sidestepped the blade and snapped it in two with his knee. A few feet behind Kurama, Sasuke stopped thrusting, but he was only wielding half of his sword. The Uchiha gave a corrupt laugh. His hair went wild, two wings formed of hands rather than feathers grew from his back, and his skin turned to that of a corpse. Kurama turned to see the animal ferocity in Sasuke's eyes and the dark cross across his nose. It's been a while since I've needed to take this form, and it's the last face you're going to see. Opening square bracket closing curly bracket opening curly bracket closing square bracket. The two clashed again, fading into the background as the Hyugas who had just emerged from the hideout watched. Neji acknowledged, they're so fast. Even with my Byakugan they're blurs, while observing the new chakra that appeared to be coursing through Kurama. Kakashi inquired, are both of them there? Hinata answered, no, it's just Sasuke-san and Kurama-kun. She turned her attention to the town and saw that the children had been safely brought there by Kurama's clones. The children are safe, but I can't find Orochimaru. The words, maybe you're not looking in the right places, were spoken as a long, snake-like tongue tickled Hinata's neck. Even though they knew it was pointless, the three swiftly spun around and assumed their fighting positions. The copy ninja grimaced at the reminder of the power imbalance and said, oh come on now, none of you pose even close to a threat to me, not even you Kakashi. I propose a trade, I'll let you take the children, if you give me the Jinchuriki. Hinata and Neji, who had never heard that word before, were perplexed, but Kakashi's eyes widened. Never, exclaimed Kakashi. Neji and Hinata returned to their positions, adopting the attitude of their senior. Orochimaru laughed, you act as if you have a choice, no matter, I can always get more lab rats to experiment on. Let's see how much more Sasuke can push him. AAAHHHHHHHH, screamed Sasuke with joy. He had never been pushed this far in his second stage except with Orochimaru. However, because Sasuke was familiar with Orochimaru's fighting style, the second answer was a surprise to him. At last, he was able to put his strength to the test against reality. However, Kurama did not enjoy the fighting. Damn it, I've struck this guy a lot. Why does he refuse to stay down? You don't possess any powerful jutsu techniques. He's too resilient for your current attacks, which are no more than a bee sting. The Avenger's body bounced once or twice before he assumed a fighting stance again after Kurama threw him flying into the river. With a single drop of blood dripping from his mouth, Sasuke exclaimed, you're starting to bore me, original. All that time, all those attacks, and you only caused me to bite my cheek. Not once have you used a jutsu. I'm starting to think you can't. A frustrated Kurama exclaimed, you want to see a jutsu? I'll show you a jutsu. It was. He made hand gestures with his fingers together that Sasuke had never seen before, but Sasuke imitated them, delighted that he had successfully tricked his opponent into demonstrating new jutsu. Kurama cupped his hands in front of his face and blew after taking a deep breath. The Uchiha was charged by a gigantic tiger of fire that appeared. The only thing Sasuke had left after doing the same was a stream of fire, a jutsu that was even less powerful than his fireball. What kind of jutsu is this? Sasuke countered the tiger with a fireball, but he did not anticipate that the beast would leap over it and charge at him again. What? Sasuke exclaimed as he spread his wings, taking him high and out of harm's way. Rather than exploding, the cat sat down and gazed up at him, observing the Uchiha as though he were a delicious treat. With its mouth agape, the cat squatted and lunged towards Sasuke. The heat of the flames teased Sasuke as the cat vanished just before it would swoop down on its prey. "Where did you go, coward?" Sasuke asked, searching the ground for Kurama but failing to locate him. "I'm right behind you," was the menacing whisper that answered Sasuke. "What? I didn't see him move." Sasuke feared that he would not be able to dodge the kunai that was headed for his throat in time. Kurama's arm was stopped, though, before the blade reached the Uchiha's throat. "You've met your match, Sasuke. It seems you're still not strong enough." With a frown on his face, Sasuke looked away in embarrassment. Sasuke listened to his master and used his wings to launch himself at the Konoha shinobi who were watching. "Deal with the other nuisances in the meantime," he said. "Now," Orochimaru went on, "I believe you have been hiding something from everyone. Show me that power that resides in you." Orochimaru slashed Kurama's head to punctuate his demand. Kurama managed to dodge the chop by using a platoon of clones to divert the villain's attention and replenish his waning natural energy. "You can't hide from me." Orochimaru seized Kurama by the throat and forced them to dive bomb in the direction of the ground. As they touched down in a tiny crater, Orochimaru rose to offer Kurama another opportunity to voluntarily display his full strength. A fleeting orange flash passed across Kurama's body. "Will you simply allow him to throw you around? He is faster than you and has more power than you do. Just put an end to him with my power." Kurama stood up for a moment and used the opportunity to think of a strategy. No, I don't need to use your power yet. I still have a few tricks up my sleeve for him," he said. When Orochimaru saw the orange flash, he grinned and said, "That power. Just think of what could be." As he thought of all the potential jutsus and the scales he could attach them to, he started to get excited. Kurama extended a hand, urging Orochimaru to rejoin the fight. He did not ignore his taunt, and the two once again exchanged fists. A minute later, Kurama unveiled his first trick. Kurama threw several knives at the Sannin and swung away. Orochimaru managed to evade them at first, but he was caught off guard when they abruptly turned to face him. A kind of tracking jutsu. Most intriguingly, Orochimaru managed to deflect the knives this time, but even though he was able to push them away for a short time, they continued to pursue him. Orochimaru watched the kunai fall with satisfaction as he sliced the air around them with an eyebrow raised. "Chakra threads. A cheap trick, but then again you did come from the circus." With his hands raised to his mouth, Kurama released a fire-made fox, warning, "Don't disgrace my circus with your tongue." The heat was causing the plants on the fox's edge to wither. Orochimaru easily defeated the fox by using a series of hand signals to call forth an earthly serpent. With a seal prepared to be applied to Orochimaru, Kurama charged at full speed. Sadly, even though Orochimaru had only been given a split second to react after Kurama came out of the dust, he made this extremely challenging. "You have reached your limits like this, boy, while I still have much farther to go. Show me that power." Orochimaru then made this point clear by taking total control of the fight from that point on, avoiding every blow and dealing Kurama several bone-crushing blows to his back and sides. "This monster is too big for you to handle alone. Just destroy him with my power." "No, Kurama was kicked into the ground once more before he could finish his sentence. Kurama opened his eyes to find a sword pointing directly at his heart. Just as Kurama was about to grant his inhabitants' wishes, the Sannin were launched into the air when a blue ball of spiraling energy crashed into Orochimaru. Now a new figure with a mane of white spiky hair filled Kurama's vision. 10 goddamn years of looking for you and I find you about to die to the snake bastard. Man, you get around, kid. Who the hell are you?" Kurama asked, looking up in wonder and bewilderment. The pervy theme of Jiraiya begins. I'm Jiraiya of the Sannin. ... Who? Face faulted, Jiraiya said, "You don't know who I am." "No." Sigh. "Oh well, anyways, we have a lot to talk about, but first I have a snake to take care of." With a sudden burst of speed, Jiraiya turned away and vanished, continuing to face Orochimaru until he was forced to retreat. Come, Sasuke, you'll have plenty more opportunities to test your strength. With his kunais locked against Kakashi, Sasuke looked up from his fight. Sasuke joined in the retreat, rolling his eyes as he listened to his master. Kakashi sighed with relief. Kuruma hurried back to Hinata to assist with Neji's first aid before rejoining the Leaf Shinobi. To find out about their mission, Jiraiya talked to Kakashi. Jiraiya inquired inquisitively, "Do you recognize any of the kids you saved?" "No, it seems that Orochimaru has children from the Leaf Village somewhere else. According to Kurama, his clones tell him that they're from nearby villages. The children from the lead must be held elsewhere then. With Naruto back, I think I'm going to stay in the Leaf for a little while. There's a few things I want to teach him. Maybe I'll be able to bring the village a little break from all these kidnappings." Kakashi said, "That would be very much appreciated, in gratitude." The return of another legendary Sannin filled the Leaf Village with joy. The villagers prepared a feast in his honor in the hopes that the kidnapping would finally end with the presence of two Sannin. Jiraiya had to acknowledge that although he enjoyed attention, he would have preferred to go unnoticed this time. He eventually located his godson after 10 years of looking, but he was hardly able to communicate with him on the way back since he had used the Hiraishin technique to get Neji to the hospital before Jiraiya could talk to him. To think that at his age, he has mastered such a jutsu. Although he seems uninterested in becoming a shinobi, he has a lot of potential, and I don't blame him. That means there's just one jutsu left to teach him. Closing square bracket closing curly bracket opening curly bracket closing curly bracket opening curly bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. By the time Jiraiya returned, Kurama and Hinata had already packed away their travel gear and rested for a whole day. Since so many people wanted to see the Sannin, the shops were much more deserted the next day, so they decided to take advantage of the opportunity for a date. They began by having lunch at Ichiraku's, Kurama's new favorite eatery. Chuki, the store owner, grinned broadly as she welcomed them. "Hinata, good to see you, and it seems you've brought your new boyfriend again. Could you introduce me?" The words, Kurama K-kun, this is Chuki Ssan. Chuki-san, this is Kurama-kun, caused Hinata's face to flush brightly. Hoping that they would get along, she glanced between the two. He must have heard about Kurama-kun from Ayame. Kurama, sounds familiar, Chuki thought as he examined Kurama, his memory deteriorating with age. "Aha, I know where I heard it. You're that circus guy, right? All of my customers have been telling me how amazing that Sakusa circus is. They're talking non-stop about the amazing fire breather and music and acrobats. A few of them mentioned a cute boy who was conducting the whole thing. I guess Hinata was the lucky one who snatched you up before the others. Well, I'm happy to hear that my circus is so well loved. As for Hinata being lucky, I'd beg to differ. She had a claim on my heart the second I saw her." In response to Hinata's increasing flush, Chuki remarked, "Well, aren't you a sweet talker? I can see why you're what all the girls talk about these days," with a small laugh. She attempted to conceal her blush in Kurama's shoulder. The couple's adorable moment was cut short by a voice Hinata had grown to fear. When Kiba called, "Hey Hinata. How's it going? Who's your friend here?" With a toothy grin, he took a seat on the opposite side of her. The warning to Chuki that, "You're not welcomed here," in Izuka, was disregarded by Kiba. As though she wanted to bury herself in Kurama, Hinata pushed herself closer. Hinata told him, this is Kurama-kun, my boyfriend, with a little emphasis on the last word. "Oh really?" Kiba's smile changed as he looked from Hinata to Kurama. "And who is your boyfriend? It must be a relatively new relationship." Hinata pressed closer to Kurama's side. Kurama inhaled deeply and got ready for another performance, this time going slowly. "Well now, good sir, my name is Kurama Sakusa, owner of the Sakusa circus. I had come to town to perform, and, after certain events, have decided to stay for personal interests," he said while wrapping his arm around Hinata. Kiba's gaze widened. "How sweet of you. Well, if you ever have any questions about Konoha, I'd love to answer them for you." "I'll keep that in mind, thank you," Kurama said, and then an idea struck. He made a shadow clone on the roof beneath the counter, made it transform into a young child, and then crept into the store. As Kurama and Kiba continued their conversation, the clone approached Kiba covertly. When it was close enough, it grabbed Kiba's wallet and fled. In a panic, the Konoha predator fled after it. There was a brief silence in the store. Kurama said, "So how about we order?" Hinata excused herself from the shop and headed straight for the compound, with Kurama chasing after her. "I'm sorry Kurama-kun, I need to leave," she said. "Hinata, what's wrong? I get that guy is a creep but that doesn't mean we need to call off our date," Kurama replied. "It's not just Kiba, Kurama-kun. Then what is it? Why are you so upset?" "It's nothing," Hinata said, turning abruptly around a corner as she tried to avoid Kurama's stare for even a split second. "Hinata, we need to talk about this. I want to help you but I don't know what happened. What's wrong?" Now, Hinata stood at the Hyuga compound's entrance, comforted by the seclusion of her home and the knowledge that she could conceal herself. Her bravery discovered, Hinata turned around. "It's because of how useless I am. I'm the failure of my clan and I'm always needing help from others. I can't do anything by myself. During the mission I wasn't even able to finish one enemy. And I was just a burden to everyone when facing Sasuke." Hinata's voice began to stutter as her tears began to fall from her eyes and leave their dark marks on the stone beneath. And I couldn't even deal with my own personal matters. I always need someone else to help me with my problems. Even when we were kids I needed you to help me. I inhale. I just want to be able to be more than deadweight for those around me. Goodbye, Kurama-kun. Thank you for taking me out on a date today. Maybe we can talk later but I need to be alone right now," Hinata said as she began to enter the compound, taking care not to look at Kurama. The Hyuga guards shut the doors after her, their expressions showing no emotion in response to her outburst. As Kurama walked slowly back to Ichiraku's, "One pork ramen please," tears filled his eyes. Tsuki silently carried out the command. He moved to the opposite side of the counter and sat down next to Kurama after serving the dish. "I trust my daughter's judgment, so I'm going to tell you what happened between Kiba and Hinata. You seem like a good kid, and a sincere one at that. I didn't know your name, but I did know that Hinata had a boyfriend, and based on what Ayame has told me, you seem like a good one. Since she was a genin, Hinata has been visiting this place. She almost always brought her friends. She only came with someone else 3 times, and each time she brought that boy, Kiba Inuzuka, with her. The first time, they were a young couple, adorable, and I had seen the type of thing 100 times before. I also hardly ever saw Hinata with her friends during this time. A few weeks later, they returned, and the atmosphere between those two was different. Hinata seemed to be talking more than she usually did, and Kiba was angry about Ayame making full bowls of ramen by herself after she made a mistake with one of her fingers. I told him that if he didn't leave right away, he would never be allowed to enter my shop again. Hinata hurried him out, apologized, and asked that we not tell her parents. Because of her strict family, I chose to keep her secret and give her some freedom from them. Anyone with half a brain could tell Hinata needed help after the two entered. In addition to having bruises all over her body and bags under her eyes, Kiba's holding technique was the worst. Kurama growled in disapproval at the comparison, saying, Kiba controlled his temper, but in its place was his lust. He held her by the waist, but the rest of her body was constantly leaning against his, and the smile he wore was wicked and evil, like a demon. He had repeatedly seized Hinata's body that same evening, treating her like a toy. I had Ayame ask Hinata if she needed assistance after she excused herself to use the restroom, but Hinata simply replied that everything was okay. I called him out on it because I couldn't stand to see Hinata being mistreated like that any longer, Tsuki said, pausing to relive the events of that evening. I told him to leave before I forced him to do so, and I banned him from the store. Kiba, being a ninja, of course, threatened me. Hinata made an effort to apologize to us both, asking me not to ban him and him not to harm me. Fortunately, he was frightened away by a group of chunin who were regulars. I went to the Hyugas that evening and told Hinata's mother what had happened. I could no longer keep her a secret. I was excused from the compound and haven't spoken to her since I told her mother what had happened. But from what I understand, Lady Hyuga threatened Kiba, saying that he couldn't hurt him without dealing with politics, of course, but it mostly worked. Although Hinata doesn't deal with Kiba as much anymore and has mostly moved on, he still lurks around, waiting, and watching. Sadly, Lady Inuzuka, although a great shinobi, isn't as good of a clan leader and has little authority over her clan, including her children. Kiba now targets clanless girls around Konoha, using his gang and clan title to frighten people so he doesn't suffer any consequences. Don't do it. Tsuki's story ended there, allowing Kurama to process the information while massaging his hand, which had cramped from being clenched so tightly. Chuki looked at Kurama to gauge his reaction. Kurama looked at Chuki menacingly and said, "Why not? Kiba is a shinobi, and a chunin at that. You might have to deal with bandits on the road. According to what I've heard, he is a skilled combatant who makes a living by killing. In addition, you have his gang, which consists entirely of shinobi. And that doesn't even include the dogs. Canines. Working with nin dogs is a well-known trait of the Inuzuka clan. Usually as strong as their partners, these dogs can occasionally be owned by a single clansman. Some people, I've heard, are in charge of up to 7 dogs. It's not a good idea. Consider Hinata. She's all I think about." Kurama left with his bowl empty and money on the counter, ignoring Chuki's warnings. "Fox or not," he said, "I wouldn't let this stand." Chuki sighed and prayed for Kurama's safety, considering himself extremely fortunate that he hadn't attempted to harm Ayame. Chuki reviewed all of the issues he had faced in Konoha, including war, gangs, kidnappings, and assassinations. What has this world come to? Konohamaru and Hanabi were waiting outside the apartment where Kurama had been renting out since he had taken down the tent. When Kurama approached, Konohamaru leapt off the railing and ran over, excited to learn circus tricks. "Hey boss, do you think you can fulfill your promise to teach us some circus tricks?" "Not right now, I've got things I need to take care of. However, we've only learned the fundamentals despite your promise to teach us. We'd like to discover something interesting." Hanabi supported Konohamaru's demand as he stood there. "A promise is a promise, but I need to deal with Kiba right now." Kurama sighed, reviewing the fox's words and recognizing their sensitivity. "I am just as angry with Kiba as you are, but what you are planning to do is rash. Do you think Hinata would really want you to kill Kiba? Besides, how does hurting Kiba make Hinata happy? You have her sister right here, so take advantage of that so you learn how to cheer up your vixen before you go off taking care of another one of her problems." "But I need some kind of pond or river." Hanabi replied, "I think I know just the place." The three of them ended up at one of Konoha's many training grounds, but this one was poorly maintained and partially obscured by the mountain, with a small river passing through the middle. Hanabi exclaimed with pride, "No one will find us here. Now we don't have to worry about people spying on us." "Well, it's not ideal, but I think it'll work just fine. The first thing you two have to learn is something called the chakra platform." "What? That sounds so boring. Can't we learn how to make fire dragons and tigers? Or how to cut ourselves in half?" Hanabi grumbled. "Well, my little Hyuga, chakra platforms are the literal building blocks of a circus. Plus, the tricks you mentioned earlier require an incredible amount of chakra control that took me years to master. So for right now, we start with the basics that will help you with that control. Besides, I think being able to walk up invisible stairs is a pretty cool trick." Demonstrating Kurama had both genin in awe stood with his feet in front of him. "Pretty cool, huh?" After that, there were not many grievances regarding the course materials. The lesson had the two genins' full attention. Kurama instructed them to concentrate on the chakra in their feet and how they use it to stay afloat by having them attempt and fail to run across the river. It takes more concentration to run on moving water than it does on a solid wall. Walking on air is the most refined form of this enhancement of mobility. It took me weeks to master just walking on water, so don't feel bad if." Hanabi exclaimed, "Kurama, I'm doing it." She performed a small test jump to check if it would hold as she ran in a circle over the water. It did, much to her delight. A piece of Kurama's pride had been ripped away when he said, "Huh, well then, that's fantastic Hanabi, Keep up the good work." Konohamaru teasingly said, "You just got outclassed in 15 minutes. "Yep, but that means I can teach her cooler things sooner," remembered Kurama. Konohamaru sighed and went back to trying to walk on water. Hanabi arrived at the river's bank to rest after running on the choppy sections for some time. Konohamaru had more chakra and could stay in it longer, but she had more control over it. Kurama used the time to ask some questions while she allowed her chakra reserves to replenish themselves. "Hanabi, I need your help." "With my sister?" "Yes." Her Byakugan activated as she asked, "Is this because you screwed up?" With a blatant threat in her voice. "Sort of. I don't think Hinata is upset with me. I don't think so anyway. I think she's upset with herself more. Long story short, she's upset and I want to cheer her up. I may have been around her almost every day, but there's still so much I don't know about her." I was hoping you could help me fill those gaps so I could make a day extra special for her to cheer her up, Hanabi said with a sigh. Well, to start, flowers. Hinata has always loved flowers. The Yamanakas have the best flowers in the village and can help you make a bouquet to fit the message you want to give with the flowers. Oh. A picnic. Hinata doesn't care too much for eating in a restaurant, much to her friend's annoyance, although she stopped having them after the whole Kiba incident. I think she's afraid of running into him, so she hides indoors. Wait, do you know about Kiba? Quote. Kurama raised his eyebrows. Good. That's something you should always be cautious of. She probably hasn't taken you out on a picnic because of him. Maybe if you can reassure her that he's not in the village, you can get her on a picnic. Maybe. Really just your run-of-the-mill romantic stuff. She's a sucker for romance novels. There's not much else that I can think of. Wait. Dancing. She loves to dance. Can you ballroom dance? I remember learning it once. I think one of my uncles taught it to me, but I haven't practiced in a long time. As he processed and committed all of this information to memory, Hanabi observed Kurama's expression. Well, start practicing, because that would definitely take it from a good date to a great date for her, he said. You really do love my sister, don't you? Kurama said, more than you could ever know, before abruptly shifting the subject. Thank you for your advice. Now, it's time for you to continue your training. Kurama got to his feet with a fresh spring in his step. Am I going to walk on air now? Not quite. You were able to walk on the water because your chakra enhanced the surface tension. What I am going to do is place a seal on you that temporarily allows you to breathe underwater for about an hour. What you are going to do is try walking down to the bottom of the river as if there were a ramp or stairs, Kurama said, drawing out a brush and a piece of paper that he was carefully painting on. After drying off, Hanabi spent the next minute griping about having to get wet. Kurama pointed to the boy, who could now stand on the water and run on top of the flowing water for a few seconds before sinking. Then I guess Konohamaru will be able to walk on air first then, Kurama said. With a sigh, Hanabi took on the task, determined not to allow Konohamaru to easily outshine her in her jutsu learning. Kurama began to think, man, shinobi or something else, as he observed her initial attempts, which ended in failure. They're taking hours to do something that took me weeks. They also have smaller chakra reserves and more experience than you did. Due to chakra inhibitors, you are still only able to water on air. That is accurate, but it's still incredible. Kurama proudly observed his students honing their craft skills. Carrot. The next morning, which was damp and crisp, Kurama was up and practicing his dancing. To locate his uncle's books on it, he spent more than an hour looking through his scrolls. Fortunately for him, he was able to quickly find his groove because he appeared to have retained the majority of his muscle memory. But when the landlord approached and told him he was upsetting the people below, he had to stop. After creating a super amazing romantic empowering winning over date for Hinata, Kurama made the decision to proceed to the next section of his master plan. The dancing was going well, so Kurama focused on the food. On a picnic, what do you eat? Ramen might work, in my opinion. What do you think, Firefox? Dandelion Head, I'm not skilled at starting fires. In terms of what to eat, avoid ramen at all costs. I believed you to be a bit more sensible than that. Don't eat anything hot outside in the middle of summer. Oh, you might have some salad. The thought of, Kami forbid you eat leafy greens, made Kurama's nose wrinkle. There may be some in a cookbook. When you had the chance, you ought to have asked Hanabi. I assumed ramen would work. You are such a hit with the ladies, how can you be this bad at romance? Kurama asked, pinching between his eyes. For the next hour, Kurama sulked in silence while searching his storage scrolls for any cookbooks. He eventually located some, but there wasn't anything that particularly caught his attention as something that would impress Hinata. He made the decision to visit the library, and he was astounded by what he discovered. He discovered the book's holy grail while perusing a cookbook on modified traditional Japanese cooking. Cold ramen. He checked out the book in 2 minutes and was on his way to the grocery store. Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening curly bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening curly bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening curly bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening curly bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. Due in part to paparazzi and in part to the fact that he had already encountered a group of women who were attempting to beat him up for researching, as he liked to refer to it, Jiraiya had resorted to disguise himself in order to move through the streets of Konoha. He needed to eat even though he was one of the strongest shinobi in the world. Jiraiya had turned his attention to locating the closest restaurant now that he had completed the formalities. Jiraiya quickly shined out of the restaurant when he noticed a crowd of people cheering and pulling out pens for autographs just as he was approaching it. I suppose that today I'll be preparing dinner at the apartment. As Jiraiya was perusing the different varieties of just add water ramen flavors that day, it appeared that Kami had smiled at him because Naruto had paused a few feet down the aisle to gaze at the more expensive noodles, a basket full of ingredients by his side. Jiraiya shuffled over to Naruto, first looking at one end of the aisle and then the other. With the curiosity of a grandfather, Jiraiya inquired, "What kind of noodles are you looking for, Naruto?" In an instant, Naruto had a small knife in Jiraiya's stomach and his hand around his throat. With steely eyes, Naruto asked, "How do you know that name?" and threatened to beat Jiraiya to death if he didn't respond. Jiraiya was totally unconcerned by the situation and replaced his jutsu with a bag of noodles. "A bit touchy on the subject, I see," he said. "Those noodles are my personal favorite when cooking." With the knife concealed by his arm, Naruto assumed a more defensive posture. "Answer my question." "Well, the simple answer is that I kinda gave it to you, or at least I inspired your dad to name you it," Jiraiya said, raising his hands in a surrender gesture. "You knew my father." "Knew him. I was his sensei." "What? You taught my dad?" was Naruto's shocked reaction. "Shish, you're disturbing the other customers," Jiraiya said, putting a finger to his lips. Two individuals had already crossed the aisle in an attempt to satisfy their curiosity about what was going on. Naruto expressed regret to them. Naruto said, "How about we talk somewhere else?" "You said these are the best," Naruto asked, glancing at the noodles. "I don't know about the best, but they're pretty damn good." "Huh, thanks for the suggestion, Jiraiya, right?" Jiraiya laughed. "Good, so you remembered my name, sorry. What is it I call you?" "Kurama. Kurama Sakusa." "Kurama, that's an unusual name. Where did you get it?" With Jiraiya following closely behind, wondering about the backstory behind Naruto's name change, Kurama responded, "It's the name of a close friend," before turning to face the cash register. Exclamation mark. Equals plus equals plus equals. Equals plus equals plus equals. Naruto had perishables, so the two agreed to go to his apartment. Jiraiya helped himself to the kettle while Naruto put his food in the refrigerator. Kurama put a silencing seal on the door to keep noise from escaping while they waited for the water to boil. "So, you said you knew my father. Tell me about him, for all I know you're lying. And yet you still let me in." "Well, if there's a possibility that you knew him then you would also know about my mom, I'm willing to take that chance. So tell me, what was my dad like?" Jiraiya waited for a startled reaction before saying, "Well, to start, your father was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage." "Good, so you actually do know who my father is." When asked if he knew who his birth father was, Jiraiya was taken aback when Naruto replied that his grandfather had advised him not to divulge too much. Jiraiya's water had boiled, so he didn't ask any more questions. He had returned with a cup of ramen, but before Jiraiya could question him any further, Naruto had pressed for details about his parents. Over the course of the following 2 hours, Jiraiya shared a number of stories he had about Naruto's father and, in the latter part, his mother. "You know," Jiraiya began, "there's a jutsu your father would have liked you to have. It'll take some time to learn, but if you're staying in Konoha anyways, I don't think it'll be a problem." "What do you say?" "I would love to. When do we start?" "Tomorrow. The sooner you start the better." "Oh, tomorrow. Why, what's going on tomorrow?" "Well, I was hoping to take my girlfriend out on a date, a really special one." Naruto shook his head and asked, "Have you told her about it yet?" "Then it'll be fine. Did you get the ingredients today to make something for the date?" Naruto gave a nod. Jiraiya clapped his hands together and smiled, saying, "Well, you'll have to buy more supplies, but now you can have some practice. Lucky for you, I know a thing or two about cooking. Let's see if we can figure this out." Despite his skepticism, Naruto had nothing to lose. Hinata would benefit from some practice because he had never prepared this dish before and was not yet aware of the date. The two argued all night long about the best way to prepare the meal. To get as many trials as possible, they would ration the ingredients and make small batches. Jiraiya was able to swiftly chill the food so they could sample it thanks to some inventive cooking techniques. Naruto was particularly relieved that he hadn't attempted to make the ramen all at once because the first batch was passable but dubious, especially the steak. He liked the steak much better in the next batch, which had been cooked more and in smaller pieces, but something was still lacking. A few times, Naruto's sly nature surfaced, making fun of Jiraiya's hair and other peculiarities he discovered about him. Jiraiya responded to each remark. When it was finally revealed that Jiraiya was the author of Ika Ika Paradise, Naruto was able to piece together that Jiraiya was the target of the irate group of women. By the time of their last try, the two had consumed so much ramen, so many slightly different, and occasionally dubious, that their bodies threatened to throw up if they took another bite. Naruto noticed that it was already 11 o'clock when he looked at the clock. "Who's up at this hour that can try the ramen? I need to know if I need to keep experimenting tomorrow," said Naruto. As he went through his mental Rolodex, Jiraiya collapsed heavily onto the couch, placing a hand on his now protruding stomach. "Tsunade, if she's not drunk, she's up. That's the Hokage, right? Me and her aren't exactly on great terms." Jiraiya hurriedly packed up the ramen and left the room, Naruto grudgingly following. "Really? Well, lucky for you I'm not on great terms with her either. Well, let's go." With a bottle in hand and some drool beginning to moisten the papers beneath her face, Tsunade had been sleeping soundly at her desk. The man who was responsible for half of that paperwork rudely interrupted her bliss. The volume of reports she now had to read was depressing. Tsunade woke up with a piece of paper stuck to her cheek and a glare in her eyes that could have castrated Jiraiya. "What do you want, Jiraiya?" "Nice nap, Tsunade Heim." Tsunade was getting angrier by the moment. "It was until you ruined it. Now, why are you here?" she said. "Of course, now me and my friend." "Friend?" "Yes, friend. My friend and I have been trying to make this ramen dish all night, but we've eaten so much that we'll vomit if we eat any more. So, I was hoping you could taste test this final batch so he knows if he needs to continue experimenting with it tomorrow." Tsunade put her hands to her temples in an attempt to relieve the lingering hangover. Fine, bring it here," she said. Kurama carried the bowl of ramen into the room as if it were a holy sacrifice. "You failed to mention that your friend was Mr. Sakusa, Jiraiya." Kurama responded by setting the bowl in front of her and saying, "Think of this as a peace offering." With a doubtful glance between them, Tsunade prodded the dish with the fork and asked, "You didn't lace this with poison or an aphrodisiac, did you?" With innocent curiosity, Jiraiya questioned, "Now why would we do that?" Tsunade glanced again between the two, then checked quickly with a jutsu. She then took her first bite. Kurama and Jiraiya had produced a work of art. Tsunade finished the bowl in less than a minute. "I may not like either of you, but that was the best damn food I've had in a long time. I'm guessing you made it for Hinata, she'll love it. Now, is this all you came to me for?" The two of them said, "Yes," simultaneously. Kurama snatched up the bowl and fork and hurried out of the office, saying, "Then get the hell out of my office." With a cheeky smile, Jiraiya walked out of the office and shut the door. Tsunade looked back at her papers and saw a little aphrodisiac bottle with a note underneath. "For if you're ever looking for some fun, P. Jiraiya." Kurama had slept late the next morning. When he did wake up, he begrudgingly got dressed and set out to find Jiraiya. After walking him to his apartment, Jiraiya instructed Kurama to find Training Field 7. That morning Hinata had gone for a walk. After she had spent the past day and a half recomposing herself, she thought an early morning stroll would help. It had been a while since she and Kurama hadn't seen each other for a full day. She hoped that it wouldn't be a common occurrence. As she turned onto the main street, Hinata walked into Kurama. "Oh, sorry about that, Hinata." Hinata hugged Kurama close. "I'm so sorry I yelled at you, Kurama." Kurama returned the hug, his nose resting on the top of her head. "It's okay, I'm just glad I get to see you today. I have a mission that'll take about 5 days that I leave for tomorrow. Can we get lunch together, or maybe dinner?" Hinata asked. "I think I can do dinner. How about we try that Akamichi barbecue place? I hear that they're really good." Hinata's grip became tighter. "I take that as a yes." It took another minute for the two to separate, Hinata apologizing a few more times about her outburst. Opening square bracket closing square bracket 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 opening square bracket closing square bracket. Well, what took you? I told you to get here 10 minutes ago. Jiraiya shouted. I made some last-minute scheduling with Hinata on the way over. Now, let's get started because I have a dinner date. Well, aren't you a busy man? The irritation and envy clear in Jiraiya's voice. Don't be upset. She's going on a mission tomorrow that'll last for 4 or 5 days, so you'll have all that time to drill that training into me. Jiraiya did seem to brighten up at the sound of that. Alright then, first thing first, let me show you what it is you're trying to do. Jiraiya held out his palm to the sky. Wisps of blue energy flashed for a few seconds before a tiny blue sphere formed and eventually grew to the size of Naruto's head. Once the sphere stopped growing, Jiraiya ran up to the thickest tree nearby and shoved the orb into it. That section of tree disintegrated instantly. The top of the tree fell with its now missing middle section. Naruto was amazed. I bet they didn't have anything like that in the circus. Jiraiya teased. When he returned to Naruto, he took a water balloon from one of 2 baskets he brought. Your first step is to pop this balloon with only your chakra. This is like walking on water. It's not a jutsu, it's chakra control. So, Jiraiya put the balloon in Naruto's hand and grabbed another. Good luck. Jiraiya then exploded the balloon like intended before walking over to a tree and settling for a nap. Naruto looked from the balloon to Jiraiya several times. What the F, Naruto let out a sigh before plopping himself down and trying to pop the balloon. For several minutes Naruto tried and failed miserably. If you use shadow clones it'll go faster. You're trying to make the water spin in multiple directions. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? I wanted you to suffer for a little bit, Jiraiya answered with a smile. He found a water balloon in his face a second later. Naruto didn't get back to training until Jiraiya had finally extracted revenge after chasing him for 10 minutes. By the end of the day Naruto had made 100 clones and had started grasping the concept of spinning the water with chakra. Naruto had left a little earlier than he had intended so he could take a shower, much to Jiraiya's displeasure, but the man was more envious of Kurama's romantic success than Naruto getting out of training. Kurama arrived at the restaurant with 3 minutes to spare, much to his pleasure, allowing him to watch as Hinata approached in a light blue summer dress. Hinata caught him staring and blushed. The two enjoyed their reunion after spending a day and a half apart. Hinata was especially happy to have her yelling at Kurama not be the last time they saw each other. It wasn't ramen, but the two were a little happy to have something different. Hinata told Kurama the details about a mission she had been assigned to that she was scheduled to depart for the next day, reassuring him that she wasn't in over her head. The next day Kurama saw Hinata off, once again taking her into his arms. You better stay safe out there. Otherwise I'll trap you here and never let you leave again. I don't think my parents would be very happy about that. I think they'll understand my reasoning. Hinata's team leader called out to her. She looked Kurama in the eyes. I'll find you when I get back. You better be good. Hinata went on her toes and placed a kiss on Kurama's cheek. Otherwise I don't think I'll be able to leave you alone anymore. Hinata then ran to her team as her confidence rapidly drained. She was teased for the next hour on her red face. Kurama felt as if his feet had been pulled out from under him. His mind was blank. 3 minutes later his feet really were pulled out from under him when a giant toad caught his feet with its tongue and dragged him over to the training ground he and Jiraiya were using. So you finally show up. Jiraiya got up from his spot under a tree to greet Naruto. After thanking the toad it disappeared in a cloud of smoke. I've been waiting for 3 hours. And I was saying goodbye to Hinata. Now if you're done yelling at me, let's continue my training. Naruto dusted himself off and made 30-ish clones, each one taking a balloon. Within the hour he had figured out the first step and moved on to the second. The second step was more of a joke. He accomplished it in one try, his ability to overload something with chakra second to none. Jiraiya was impressed with Naruto's rapid practice. Out of curiosity he asked, "How are you able to control so much chakra so well?" "Well, the first technique they had me master was walking on air in the circus. I started with multiple chakra inhibitors, and as I became more comfortable with the task I took them off until eventually, I didn't need them." Naruto punctuated his explanation by inflating another balloon after failing for the 5th time at containing the sphere. Walking on air, Naruto demonstrated, sending Jiraiya's jaw to the ground. "How are you doing that? Air is too thin to be stepped on. Except in the rare instances of herd of in dense fog, are you pulling in the water in the air?" "Sort of. I'm actually pulling any and all molecules in the air to my feet, you know. That part is where great chakra control helps, but what I found most difficult was the imagination part. I need to fully believe that there is a wall or step to support me, and I need to imagine that the surface is at the correct angle. I'm actually training 2 genin in how to do it right now. I'm having the one further ahead work on this imagination part by walking to the river bottom." Jiraiya's eyes were alit with inspiration, thrilled by how genius the technique was, and for the first time in a while felt like learning about something other than his usual research. The two spent the rest of afternoon training in the other's jutsu. Jiraiya wasn't too thrilled about having to go into a nearby pond, but he was able to understand what Naruto meant by imagination being a factor. When motivation was low, the two would watch the other struggle for a while and their morale returned swiftly. On the 3rd day Jiraiya had moved on to actually walking on air. The Sannin had moved to making a few quick steps as if he were running upstairs before letting himself fall back to the ground again. Around noon Naruto had finally made a complete Rasengan, a crater now surrounding him from a test run of its capabilities. The two took a break to celebrate, Jiraiya pulling out a flask of sake to share. The two sat together for a while, enjoying the breeze and the sweet-smelling air it brought with it. Jiraiya inhaled. "I'm sorry, Naruto." Jiraiya paused to accept his responsibility before continuing. "When your parents died, I was supposed to take you in. Your parents had asked me to be your godfather, and at the time I accepted, but when the time came for me to fulfill that role, I got scared." "Of what?" "After I trained your father, I traveled from country to country to create a spy network. And in Rain Country I found a trio of kids who were victims of the last shinobi war. I have never seen so much destruction and loss as I did that day. Seeing them there was a miracle, and I decided I was going to help those miracles. They were also my students. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. At first everything was going fine. They were growing up strong and healthy, and I was able to continue my work for the Leaf when I wasn't training them. They became strong and eventually formed a group to try and save their country. Their cause grew fast, but a noble cause quickly turned into an oppressing one. After years of rebelling, the leader of Rain Country, a powerful shinobi, died of old age and they were able to take over. I had hoped they would create the utopia they promised for Rain Country, but they quickly grew mad with power. Nagato ended up killing Yahiko, and now Rain Country has become a prison for him to exploit. I feared that by taking you in I would create another monster, and I couldn't let Minato's son be another one of my failures. You deserved better and I should have given it to you, but I was too focused on my failures to imagine a new success." With that the Sannin fell silent. There was nothing more to say. Naruto took several minutes to process the information and to determine his feelings towards the Sannin. A shinobi came running up from the village, stopping in front of Jiraiya. "Jiraiya-sama, the Hokage is requesting your presence at once." Once the message was received, the ninja poofed into a cloud of smoke. Reluctantly Jiraiya rose from his seat under a tree to start his journey. As he passed Naruto he heard, "I will never forgive you for the life you left me too, but I understand your fears. However, if we never move on from our past failures, how can we hope to find new success?" With that Naruto had no more to say. Jiraiya took a moment to take in Naruto's words before resuming his journey to Hokage Tower. Naruto watched as he became a small speck before disappearing in the village buildings. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. The next morning Kurama had expected to sleep in. Sleep in he did not. Someone had been sent to wake him up, and they decided to do it through kisses. Kurama opened his eyes to the slobbery mouth of a dog with the most soul-piercing eyes he had ever seen. Once up, the dog retreated from Kurama's face and sat at the foot of the bed. My master requests to meet you at the training field at 8. Don't be late. With that, the dog quickly snatched a granola bar from the counter before poofing into a cloud of smoke. Thief. Opening curly bracket closing curly bracket dash opening curly bracket closing curly bracket dash opening curly bracket closing curly bracket dash opening curly bracket closing curly bracket. A cranky Kurama arrived at the training ground he had been meeting with Jiraiya, 30 minutes late to spite whoever sent the wake-up call. Unfortunately for him, the goal of irritating his waker was impossible. The man behind the wake-up licking was peacefully reading his book on a branch. Oh, you've made it. The ninja allowed himself to fall from the branch, orienting himself to land on his feet while falling off the branch. It is a pleasure to be working with you again, Kurama-san. The Junin casually stuck out a hand in greeting. Kurama narrowed his eyes. You sent a dog to wake me up this morning by licking my face. Yep, and it was that same dog that stole my last granola bar and interned my breakfast for the morning. Yep, will I be receiving any apology from this dog or yourself? Nope. However, I will be teaching you the next phase of the Rasengan. Kakashi had made jazz hands in hopes to sell his offer more. Kurama's eyes were dead. You have exactly 15 seconds to prove to me that you are worth my time before I drag your ass to the nearest restaurant to pay for my meal. Kakashi's face faltered. Well, I can't make the second phase of Rasengan, but it was originally your father's idea of a jutsu so you'd be able to finish your father's work. The light returned to Kurama's eyes. Wait, my father created the Rasengan. Kakashi nodded his head. Wait, how did you know who my father was? I was close with your father. Great, another person who could have helped me but didn't. Now you owe me as much as I want for lunch. I'm sorry. Save it. Explain to me this second phase thing. It'd be nice to have something else to honor my father with. Kakashi took a deep breath before continuing. Right. So, I'm told you've mastered the normal Rasengan. The second phase is adding a chakra nature to it. What is your experience with chakra nature? I've played around with fire before but nothing else. Kakashi pulled out a small piece of paper, instructing Kurama to channel some chakra into it. The paper split. Do you get your fire from the fox demon? Kurama found himself a bit relieved that he didn't need to explain himself, but the fact that someone else knew about his power put him on edge. Yes, I do use the fox's power when using fire. Kakashi nodded his head while clutching his chin, processing the information. Alrighty then, let's try it out right. Try combining the fire chakra from the fox with the Rasengan. Kurama created a clone and had the clone do the experiment, having more experience than he cared to admit with failed jutsus exploding. He was smart to do so because the attempt ended with the Rasengan losing control and obliterating the clone. Try it one at a time, Kakashi instructed. Kurama complied, making another clone. The results were more promising, but the Rasengan still lost control. This time it ended with the clone catching fire. Kurama shivered as a wave of unpleasant memories washed over him. Let's leave that for clones to practice. In the meantime, you and I are going to work on your wind chakra. Oh, that's what cutting the paper in half meant, by the way. Anyways, here's a demonstration. Kakashi then coated a kunai in chakra and threw it at a tree branch, cutting it cleanly. I like where this is going, but this seems very dangerous. Oh, it is, but that's what shadow clones are for. Kurama sighed as he made more clones, both to practice with wind chakra and to replace the ones who had poofed from practicing the fire Rasengan. This is how the day went for the most part. Kurama would keep making clones and the original would watch with Kakashi. Kurama made rapid progress once again, not necessarily completing the jutsu, but gaining good control over his wind chakra. Around lunch the two left the clones to their work, Kurama making a mere 300 for each chakra nature to leave behind. The two went off to get lunch, finding a small noodle shop nearby. They took their seats in the back of the restaurant. So, Kurama started, why did you abandon me? Kakashi looked to the table. I don't have the greatest luck when it comes to having close attachments. My mother died when I was young. My father committed suicide. My genin team, my friends, died in battle horribly. My sensei, your father and my father figure, giving his life to save the village, and you, after losing so many, I was afraid, and am still afraid, of getting close to people. Naruto sat quietly, staring down Kakashi. The Junin started sweating. The silence ended when their food arrived. There were several bowls before Naruto finished. Once done he looked Kakashi in the eye. You are a broken man, and I am a victim of it. I don't know who I am to you, but I do not care about you. What I want from you is to let go of your past. All of it, your pain and your comfort. Allow yourself to be vulnerable with someone and start anew. From here on out, I am just another person in the world and nothing more. Kakashi's eye was widened with tears. He had been on numerous deadly missions, but nothing had been so intimidating. To give up everything, to his pain in the past, the thought made him feel naked and unstable. Naruto rose from the table and left. Kakashi didn't even leave his thoughts to look at the bill. Without a word he took out a month's worth of salary to pay the bill. Once done he walked outside, and with that bill paid Kakashi felt liberated. The world had never looked so colorful. The sounds and smells of the world were heavenly to him. He found himself in bliss. Quickly returning home, Kakashi opened his long closed curtains, letting in sunlight for the first time in years. He cried. Kakashi Hatake cried tears of joy that day. He had left his past behind, and Kakashi finally wanted to enjoy his life, not as a ninja but as a person. The next day the two met early. Nothing was said about what happened the previous day, and nothing would. Kakashi treated Kurama with respect but never sought to become friendly. At noon Kurama had called it quits to start preparing for Hinata's return. Kakashi did not object. What more insight could he give the boy on mastering a jutsu he himself could never accomplish? That night, Kakashi invited Might Guy to dinner for the first time. After a brief explanation, Guy understood what had happened and readily embraced it. The two ended up drunk and poorly singing a karaoke duet of "Anything You Can Do I Can Do Better." Iruka just so happened to be at the same restaurant and was privy to witnessing the whole ordeal. He nearly passed out from laughing so much. Hinata was constantly being reminded by her squad to slow down on their return to the village. Whether they were running or walking, Hinata always pulled ahead, almost leaving behind the group several times. As annoying as it was for her squadmates, they found her young love to be heartwarming. Hinata felt purposeful after completing a mission and was in high spirits because of it. As they approached the gate to Konoha, Hinata had taken off at a full-blown sprint. Hinata was due to return around noon, so Kurama spent the morning preparing for the next day. Finally he could enact his master plan. After returning from his errands, Kurama put the groceries away and ran off to the front gate. There were a few other people there to welcome back the returning shinobi. Kurama had taken to pacing, some of the others distracting themselves by watching him. He eventually got lost in his own thoughts after reviewing his master plan for the 5th time. He was distracted by the call, "Kurama." His head whipped to the gate. Hinata was running through the gate, a heart-stopping smile on her face. Kurama ran to meet her. Hinata flung her arms around Kurama and found herself spinning in the air around him so he didn't lose balance. When her feet were returned to the ground they embraced in a tight hug. Hinata buried her face in Kurama's chest, Kurama likewise in her hair, the two taking in the other's scent. Hinata loosened her arms so she could look Kurama in the face. "I've got to stop at home, but maybe tonight we can." Hinata was cut off by Kurama's lips on her forehead. Hinata's mission squad returned just in time to see the steam rise from her face. Kurama then leaned to her ear. "Shall I walk you home, Hinata Heim?" The response he received was Hinata's face once again buried in his chest. Kurama along with many of the spectators chuckled. The two walked to the Hyuga complex in silence, hand in hand. They were enjoying the pure presence of the other. When they arrived, Hinata asked Kurama about meeting up for dinner. A smile spread across Kurama's face. "I'll pick you up at 6 tomorrow night." Kurama had started off when he remembered something critical to his plan. "Oh. Wear something you'll be able to move in. I have a surprise for you." With that he walked away, leaving Hinata in suspense for what he had in store. Opening parenthesis, opening parenthesis, opening parenthesis, opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis, closing parenthesis, closing parenthesis, closing parenthesis, closing parenthesis. Hinata had laid out 3 different outfits on her bed around noon in preparation of her date. The only problem was she had no clue what Kurama meant by "something you'll be able to move in." Hinata had whittled her options down to a dress and then 2 outfits with pants. Hanabi was walking by her sister's room and saw her sister was in deep thought about something. Looking at the bed, Hanabi was able to put the pieces together and figured she would help her sister out a little. "Do the dress." Hinata jumped a little bit by Hanabi breaking her thoughts. "Oh, but what if we're going to be too active for a dress?" "Trust me, the dress is your best choice." Hanabi smirked, thinking about how much her sister was at her mercy and how clueless Hinata was about what Kurama had in store for her. Hinata was skeptical of her sister's smirk, but trusted her enough to listen. After shooing Hanabi out, Hinata put on the dress and put the other outfits away. Use your imagination, the dress goes just above her knees and is sleeveless. Right as she sat down to do her makeup, she received a knock on her door. Yes. It was Hanabi. Kurama is waiting for you at the front gate. Better hurry up, sis. Hanabi then cheerfully hummed as she walked back towards the gate so she could watch her sister's flustered interaction with Kurama. Hanabi would not be disappointed. Hinata's mind had sirens and red lights flashing. There's not enough time for makeup. Lipstick. It'd be messy. Perfume. That's something I can do. With a few spritz, Hinata applied her favorite perfume and speed walked to the gate, running not being appropriate within the Hyuga house. As soon as Hinata opened the front gate, she started apologizing. I'm sorry for making you wait. I lost track of time, and Hinata fell quiet when she felt Kurama's hand weave with her own. You came. That's all that matters to me. Hinata looked to the ground, flustered. Kurama enjoyed the sight for a few seconds before continuing. Shall we go for a picnic? Kurama then held up his basket. Hinata nodded her head, her smile now out of her control and permanently adorning her face. Kurama gave a little smile of his own and led her away. On their walk over, Hinata tried to pry any information from Kurama but was unsuccessful. When they grew closer, Hinata could hear live music. They turned a corner to reveal a pavilion with a band and large clear area for dancing in. Hinata was speechless. She absent-mindedly let Kurama lead her towards it, only returning from her surprise when Kurama put down the basket and asked her, "Shall we dance?" Kurama was now bowing to her like a prince, his hand in front of him to welcome her onto the dance floor. Hinata accepted Kurama's hand and the two took to the dance floor. Rocking back and forth to the music, spinning each other around and never passing up an opportunity to embrace the other. They danced for almost an hour, taking breaks with the band along the way. As the young couple started to leave, Kurama secretly made a clone to give the band a big tip for taking the job on such short notice. They chuckled and said that they'd be more than happy to do it again. The clone couldn't help but smile before poofing away. Hinata was overflowing with joy and Kurama was right there with her. Next, Kurama took her to a small hill in a nearby park. Far enough away from the music to relax but close enough to not have complete silence. Kurama pulled a blanket from his basket and laid it out for them to sit on. After taking their seats next to each other, Kurama pulled out 2 wooden boxes with seals on them to keep the contents cold and 2 pairs of chopsticks. Hinata was surprised to find ramen in the container. Is this cold ramen? Yes, it's a recipe I found at the library. I experimented with it and I think I've gotten it pretty close to perfection, Kurama proudly stated. Hinata was intrigued now. Picking her target, she plunged her chopsticks into the meal and lifted out a well-mixed bite. The moment it touched her tongue, Hinata was hooked. The comforting taste of ramen with the refreshing cold of the dish was perfect. The two ate in silence, leaning against each other and watching a nearby creek. When they finished, Kurama packed up the containers and utensils before returning to that position. He wrapped an arm around Hinata's waist, pulling her closer. Hinata gladly moved closer and leaned onto his chest. They spent the next few minutes purely enjoying the other's presence. You got help from my sister, didn't you? Hinata teased. Maybe a little. I think it paid off though. Hinata lifted herself off Kurama and used a hand to turn his head to face her. It definitely paid off tonight. Hinata leaned in and time came to a stop and Kurama's senses were flooded with her. Kurama only regained his consciousness when Hinata left his lips. Kurama tried to continue the moment, but Hinata pulled back. If I kiss you again, I'm not sure I'll be going home tonight. Just one more, Kurama stated. He leaned in again, Hinata meeting him this time. Once again time seemed to slow around them and all Kurama could do was take in Hinata and seek out more of her. This continued for half a minute before they had to part for air. The two were heaving. You're right, Kurama started, that is dangerous. To avoid Hinata getting home too late, Kurama distanced himself and pulled out a water bottle to cool himself down. The bottle was then handed to Hinata. She had taken to folding up the picnic blanket while Kurama drank and swapped it with him when he finished. Once packed up and cooled off, Kurama walked Hinata home, hand in hand but keeping a gap in between to help further compose themselves. The closer they got to the Hyuga compound, the closer they walked to each other, eventually their shoulders connecting. The couple parted reluctantly, sharing one more kiss that night, keeping it short to prevent a scene from occurring. Hinata would receive pestering from all members of her family the next morning for details, to varying degrees of blatancy. Hinata could describe the dancing and picnic, but she always went quiet when asked what happened after. It was only after Hiashi voiced his hasty assumption that she and Kurama had hit all 4 bases that Hinata explained it was just a kiss. Kurama and Hinata had met up at the cafe. Hinata had first taken Kurama to the next day. After receiving their cups of tea, Kurama proposed an idea. "I think I have an idea of how you can get rid of Kiba." Hinata choked on her tea for a second. "Walk off. What does he have to do with anything? He has harassed you and several other women and girls, correct?" Hinata confirmed the information. "You should have to live in fear of seeing him." "No one should. He needs to be stopped." "Yes, but he's second in line to one of the major clans in Konoha and is a powerful shinobi. The Hyugas are powerful, but we can't get him jailed without the proper evidence, and the village council doesn't exactly care about women like me." The end of Hinata's statement coming out a little harsher than she realized. She apologized for losing her temper to Kurama. "You don't need to apologize. You're upset about it, so let's try creating a solution that the council will approve of." Hinata didn't like having to think about Kiba, but she desperately wanted to be free of him. And she didn't want to rely on Kurama whenever Kiba came around. "Okay, what's your idea?" Kurama relaxed a little. The hard part was now over. "So the number 1 enemy of the leaf is Orochimaru, right? Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis." Tsunade had just finished the paperwork for the hour and was about to open her bottle of sake when a knocking came from the door. "Aarrgggghhh. Fine. You may enter." Hinata hesitantly opened the door and quickly closed it behind her. Tsunade's face softened. Hinata was one of the few Hyugas Tsunade liked. "How can I help you, Hinata?" "Hokage-sama, I think it would be beneficial to our search for Orochimaru if Kiba Inuzuka was transferred to the southeast outpost." Hinata was shaking a little as she waited for Tsunade's response, her nerves getting the better of her. "Oh, and why is that, Hinata?" Tsunade liked the proposal, but she had already tried to do this already, but the clan head retaliated and got the council involved. It was deemed unreasonable for him to be posted out there because of sexual harassment accusations, and the case was dropped. It doesn't look good to send a capable shinobi out of the village for a long period of time without good reason. Of course, Hokage-sama, I believe this transfer is beneficial for the Leaf Village because he's a capable shinobi, and one who hails from a clan known to be trackers. Having him posted to the southeast outpost will allow him to search the area for any leads on Orochimaru and also adapt to an environment with more water. Tsunade considered this, trying to think of any loopholes that the council would use. Why specifically Kiba Inuzuka? Why not another member of the Inuzuka clan? Or why not one of the Aburame clan? Hinata faltered for a moment. Hinata tried to think of all the ways Shino ways different from Kiba and why Kiba would be better. The Aburame clan's form of adaptation is to have their bugs evolve through breeding. The Inuzuka clan can't use this strategy, so sending Kiba there would allow him to learn a new terrain with his nin dog. And why Kiba Inuzuka in particular? Tsunade asked, hoping that Hinata could provide an answer. Kiba is the son of the Inuzuka clan's matriarch. Sending him to the outpost will show humility and also provide him with the skills to aid in guiding his sister lead the clan. Tsunade nodded her head to this response. Once again she tried to think of any reasons for this order to be denied. Why do you bring this to me now, Hinata? Hinata's confidence was rapidly dissipating. She understood why the Hokage needed to ask these questions, but it didn't help her find an answer any easier. Right as Hinata was about to give up on the question, her diplomatic skills kicked into overdrive and the path became clear before her. I believe that Orochimaru can now be eliminated if found. With the return of Jiraiya-sama and the arrival of Kurama Sakusa, I believe that we start to focus our efforts outside of protecting the leaf and be directing them towards eliminating the source of the problem. As you mentioned before, Kiba Inuzuka is a capable shinobi. Having him actively search will act as both aid to reveal Orochimaru's location and to boost morale in the outpost. Tsunade went over the reasons Hinata provided her one last time. I will be considering your request, Hinata. You are free to leave. Hinata bowed deeply. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kurama was waiting outside for Hinata, pulling her into his arms before she could even say a word. On the way back to the Hyuga compound, Hinata told Kurama what had happened and how some of the Hokage's questions had caught her off guard. Kurama praised her for being able to quickly come up with answers. When they arrived at the compound, they were greeted by Hitomi. As Hinata went inside to get something before the pair went for a walk in the park. As soon as Hinata disappeared from sight, Hitomi turned to Kurama. Hinata was telling me last night of your plan. Thank you for what you've done for her today. I only suggested the idea. Hinata was the one who did this. This is her battle and her victory. I am just cheering on the sidelines for her. Hinata returned and the young couple went off to enjoy the evening together. Hitomi watched them as they left the compound. Hinata chose a good one this time. A few days later, Kiba received an assignment to the southeast outpost. The streets of Konoha were just as busy as ever, the stay-at-home wives of Konoha looking for the day's groceries. If one was to pay careful attention though, they'd notice people didn't look over their shoulder as much as they usually did. Opening curly bracket, closing curly bracket, opening curly bracket, closing curly bracket, opening curly bracket, closing square bracket, opening square bracket, closing square bracket, opening square bracket, closing square bracket, opening square bracket, closing curly bracket, opening curly bracket, closing curly bracket, opening curly bracket, closing curly bracket. One morning Kurama had visited the Hyuga compound requesting Hinata, not something the clan was unfamiliar with. When Hinata arrived, she asked why he wanted to meet so early. I've been trying to learn this jutsu and was hoping you could help me, and I wanted to have lunch with you before you get pulled away for clan duties again. Hinata pouted at the reminder of her clan duties. Kurama laughed. Sorry I couldn't get you out of another business dinner. Hinata pouted even more at her predictability. Hinata's mood improved when they finally reached the training ground. So what jutsu are you trying to do? Okay, so it starts with this. Kurama formed a Rasengan in his palm. And what I'm trying to do is add a chakra element to it, but the problem is, Kurama quickly made 2 clones. The clones ran a few meters away and attempted the jutsu. One with fire and the other with air. One clone's jutsu ended in a fiery explosion and the other was torn apart by the out-of-control rings of air that formed around the Rasengan. I can form the normal Rasengan easily, but I lose control of it when I try adding an elemental chakra. Any suggestions? Hinata started with the tricks from her childhood to help restrict the amount of chakra that one could summon to help learn control. She did this by blocking some of Kurama's chakra points. This helped a little but only prolonged the violent explosions. Why can't I do this? It's just making a Rasengan and adding elemental chakra. Kurama plopped himself on the ground and pouted. Maybe it's too much for just one of you to do, suggested Hinata. Kurama gave her a curious look. Try using 2 clones, maybe that will help. One can focus on the Rasengan and the other can focus on the elemental chakra. Kurama quickly did as she suggested, unsure about 2 clones making one jutsu, but he was willing to try anything Hinata suggested. The clones ran out to the craters that formed after so many explosions. As one made the Rasengan, the other added wind chakra. Hinata and Kurama watched intently as the Rasengan started to change shape. The air started to shimmer around the Rasengan in a ring. The clone adding elemental chakra stopped and braced for an explosion that never came. The jutsu was stable. Hinata and Kurama cheered. Kurama pulled her into his arms and the 2 clones did a little dance of their own. Unfortunately for the clone with the Rasengan, he stepped on an unstable rock and he fell to the ground. A giant sphere grew from the site within a second. Kurama used his advanced speed to move him and Hinata out of harm's way. The 2 witnessed as the clones were torn apart brutally. Kurama dropped to his knees as the memories of the pain washed over him. Nothing that was in the sphere survived, all that was left was dust. Maybe I saved that one for a rainy day. Kurama made 2 more clones and they repeated the experiment but with fire chakra. The Rasengan turned whiter with small flames appearing around it. The clones decided to try throwing the jutsu this time. The sphere held shape and was effective. While only slightly bigger than the previous one, the explosion did not completely obliterate everything. Instead there were scorch marks everywhere, several trees on fire, and 2 silhouettes. Well, that was something. Kurama sat down, stretched himself out on the ground and patted the grass next to him for Hinata to join him. The 2 took a few seconds to let the adrenaline die down. They started leaning on each other, hands entwined. Maybe I don't use that one very often. I think Konoha would be very thankful for your mercy upon the landscape. A comfortable silence fell upon the 2 lovers. Tell her. Kurama's heart started racing and his palms became sweaty. He knew the demon was right. He straightened up, putting a little distance between him and Hinata. There's something I need to tell you, Hinata. I want to tell you who. Well, that was SHT wording. Nothing about your past could change how I feel about you now. I will stay by your side, always. Kurama started his story, and Naruto finished it. He told how he was abused by his village and that he was kidnapped by the circus and had found a family in it. As the story continued, it became more grim. After the attack, Naruto packed what he could and went to the hidden cloud village to seek refuge and training. The Raikage took him in and had him train with their Jinchuriku. It was there that Naruto learned to befriend and use his tailed beast. It was there he also started practicing circus tricks once again. With each one he completed, he felt as if he was grabbing hold of more and more of the past. Eventually Naruto felt the need to leave. The Raikage refused to let such a powerful asset to leave. Killer Bee didn't seem to care about that though. Within 8 hours Naruto had escaped the village thanks to the help of his teacher. From that moment on though, he was no longer Naruto Uzumaki, he became Kurama Sakusa, showman extraordinaire. For a while he was entirely Kurama Sakusa. And while he loved what he did, he felt that he was missing something. There were many villages he went to and a great multitude of women he would talk with and sometimes even spend the night with, but they were only drops that teased Naruto's thirst. One day, after a show, Naruto remembered something from his village, the first circus performance he had ever seen, and a little girl who shared the experience with him. And so, after my last show I packed up and decided to come home to find the girl from my past, and what do you know, she found me. Hinata, you will always be my first friend, the first person to treat me as an equal, to defend me, and the only person that I fell in love with. I know I just unloaded a lot onto you just now, but please let me make one request. Please don't leave me too. Silence hung heavily between the two. What was only seconds was Naruto's purgatory, never sure when it was going to end, only that something good or bad was to happen. Naruto felt a hand turn his face was filled with Hinata's bosom. She cradled his head close, kissing the top. Ever since that night at the circus you have never left my mind. And with my eyes you can never leave my sight. And with my heart I never want to leave your side. Even when apart I will find you and move heaven and earth to be with you once more. Naruto's body started to relax, he leaned into Hinata's warmth. After another minute Hinata felt something was off. She inspected Naruto a bit more and found that he had fallen asleep in her arms. He must have used up more chakra than he realized. Naruto hadn't slept so well in years. Nor had Hinata gotten into so much trouble after not returning home until morning. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis opening curly bracket closing curly bracket opening curly bracket closing curly bracket opening curly bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing curly bracket opening curly bracket closing curly bracket opening curly bracket closing curly bracket opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. A few days later Kurama was summoned by Tsunade. How can I be of assistance, Ms. Hokage? Hokage-sama, to you Sakusa, I need you to quell some trouble that's arisen near the coast. Pirates have been terrorizing our ports, we believe that they'll be targeting Port Poto. I need you there in 2 days to face them off. If they do attack you will engage with lethal force. Capture the captain or higher ranked pirates if you can, but that is not necessary. Are there not any shinobi already in the village? There are, but the pirates have proved to have the skills of Junin and skilled Chunin. You have proven yourself to be quite fearsome in battle, able to face Orochimaru head-on and be a threat. These pirates should not be a problem for you. Tsunade then waved Kurama off, diving back into her paperwork. The shinobi there will inform you more on the situation. Shouldn't I have others with me? I realize my power, but I would imagine I should have some others to provide guidance or strategy. No, I can't spare anyone at the moment. Think of this as another test of your character. Kurama took his leave, not liking the idea of so much reliance on his strength in order to succeed, but he also knew that the Leaf Shinobi were already being stretched a bit thin. With the kidnappings, more had been put on village guard, so there were less available for missions. Hinata had been assigned a mission the day before, so Naruto had no reason to delay his departure. He noticed that there were several shinobi he knew of that were enjoying their days. Shinobi that he knew hadn't received a mission for a few days. He started forming a list of questions for the Hokage upon his return. What Kurama failed to notice was the mini army of Root Anbu that followed him. Opening square bracket closing curly bracket opening square bracket closing curly bracket opening square bracket closing curly bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. After arriving at the port village and speaking with the station shinobi, Kurama took to fishing while he waited for the pirates. His legs dangling off the side of a docked fishing boat. The civilians had already evacuated to nearby villages. The local shinobi would regather them once Kurama neutralized the pirates. Since they weren't sure when the pirates would arrive, it was a whole lot of hurry up and waiting. The pirates found Kurama with his hat over his eyes and sound asleep in a boat. 2 pirates jumped down to the fishing boat. Still Kurama slept. They made noises and shook the boat to wake him up, but nothing came of it. The captain rolled his eyes, a pistol shot later, and slouched over Kurama. The pirates lost interest in the young man and turned back to looting the village. Death to Kami, that hurt. The pirates froze. Kurama started whipping his hand up and down, a red burn streak on his palm. A few seconds of steam later it was completely healed. That was not worth it at all. One of the pirates looked to his captain. Should we shoot him again, Captain? I think a sword be a more permanent ending for our dear bullet catcher here. Run him through, boys. 23 swords unsheathed and 23 swords were snapped at the base right after. Kurama was now comparing the captain's hat with his top hat in a mirror roped onto the mast. I think I'll need a second opinion on this. What do you guys think? The captain's sword was his answer. When dodging the blade, Kurama dropped the hat. Before it had hit the deck, Kurama had dodged 17 strikes from the captain of the ship. The captain had a wicked smile as he and Kurama came to a standstill. You're a quick one, I'll give ya that. Loot the tow and kill who you find. We'll burn this place after. While you do that, I'll be showing Mr. Quickstep here a proper welcome to the ship. Kurama cracked his fingers. The pirates never left the dock. Opening square bracket, closing square bracket, opening curly bracket, closing curly bracket, opening square bracket, closing square bracket, opening curly bracket, closing curly bracket, opening square bracket, closing square bracket, opening curly bracket, closing curly bracket, opening square bracket, closing square bracket, opening curly bracket, closing curly bracket, opening square bracket, closing square bracket. Kurama was humming a happy tune on his way back to the village. Hinata still wouldn't be home if he rushed, so he decided to take his time and enjoy the scenery. Please just deal with them, Kit. Bah, fine, I'll be a responsible human being. Hey SSHLES, are we fighting now or later? Multiple smoke bombs were thrown at Kurama, the smoke containing sleeping gas. With the aid of the fox, Kurama made the wise decision to move to avoid being caught up in the cloud. As he did, needles were flung at him from all sides, each coated in tranquilizer. Well, this isn't fun. No, it's called being efficient. And they want you alive, so while they may not kill you, they could make living hell on earth. Well, SHT. Kurama spouted a snake of fire to coil around him, disrupting the needles and providing cover. As soon as he stopped, 20 ninjas clad in gray vests and with white masks charged him from all sides, swords and kunai ready. It's you. Using his speed, the world slowed down around him. Kurama left the sphere of death he found himself in and summoned some clones. He had them create a fire Rasengan and sent one of them to lightly toss it in the middle of the sphere. Together the 3 Kuramas ran another 30 feet away and watched the spectacle as they returned to normal speed. A white explosion consumed the shinobi, leaving nothing but the metal on them behind. More shinobi emerged from the trees, seemingly unfazed by their dead comrades. I was playing nice before, but I think I want to leave some bodies behind this time. One by one he slaughtered them using their own weapons. His orange suit stained red, his hair looking more Uzumaki than Namikaze. It wasn't all the enemies, he had received several stabs and cuts, one of them stabbing through his lung before finding that same sword in his throat. Flares of red could be seen in his eyes, but it never took over. After almost half an hour of solid combat he was finished. 80 bodies now laid around him. Take that, you bastards. ... I don't need protection from you now. You lost. ... Not me. You can't take what is mine away from me anymore. Ah, every weapon was coated in tranquilizer. Kurama was burning it up during the battle but was now overwhelmed with most of it now setting in. His new goal was keeping Naruto from dying of overdose. Naruto kept walking towards Konoha, a slight limp and blood dripping, but he plowed on. He was determined to make it to the safety of the village before he passed out. Kakashi and Anko had taken each other's hand for support as they witnessed the slaughter Kurama unleashed. They had been assigned only to do surveillance, so they restrained themselves from rushing to Kurama's aid. Eventually they stayed out of the battle in fear of getting caught up in that carnage. When Kurama was far enough away, they emerged from their perch, inspecting the bodies for clues to their master. Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing curly bracket opening curly bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing curly bracket opening curly bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing curly bracket opening curly bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing curly bracket opening curly bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing curly bracket opening curly bracket closing square bracket. Hinata had gotten home before Naruto and wanted to welcome him home at his apartment. She had spent an hour deciding on what to wear so she could find the balance of attractive and comforting. Once an outfit was chosen, she went out for groceries, deciding to make ramen since it was both of their favorites. After disguising herself, she also bought a pack of rubbers, wink wink, just in case things went a bit farther than usual. It all was going perfectly. All that was left was for Naruto to walk through the door. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Naruto decided to take the rooftops once he arrived at Konoha. He lacked the spare change of clothes and willpower to clean himself from the battle, so he thought it best not to give the villagers a scare. As he was passing through, he noticed the light on in his apartment. They're here too. Within seconds he had jumped through his window with a Rasengan in hand. Hinata screamed. The two lovers stared at each other for a second before Naruto passed out. The tranquilizer had finally been burned away, but only after it had taken its toll on his body, and while all the cuts had healed, it had also drained the poor man much of his energy. Hinata rushed to him, the dried blood flaking off. She found it hard to believe that his spiky yellow hair had become straight and red. Picking him up, she brought him to the bath. The next hour and a half was spent getting all the blood out of Naruto's hair. Once finished, she dried him and brought him to bed. Hinata was considering bringing his clothes to a laundry mat, but there were so many tears and holes she was unsure if it was worth saving. After packing up the meal and cleaning up, Hinata curled up on the sheets next to Naruto. Recipe: ramen with steak and sesame ginger dressing. Ramen recipe.
So this was it for the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, we weeb offline.